In 2022, Karen Reed was arrested after her Boston police officer boyfriend, John O'Keefe, was found dead in the snow. Her first trial in spring of 2024 ended with a mistrial due to a hung jury. A year later, her second trial resulted with only a conviction for drunk driving. Some of my subscribers asked me to do a deep dive video on this case, so over the past few months, I've spent over 500 hours watching both trials while taking notes for the testimony of every single witness. So I made this video to help people who did not watch either trial, to help save them time learning the main points of each person's testimony. I created chapters for each person so you can jump to their specific testimony. If you want to speed up the video or you don't like the tone of my voice, click the wheel icon in the bottom right of the screen, which allows you to increase the speed between 1.25 times up to 2 times. Before I start the testimony, I will give a brief overview of the case. Karen Reed and John O'Keefe dated for about 2 years between 2020 and January 2022. In 2013 and 14, John's sister and brother-in-law died, so he had been raising his niece and nephew since then. On January 28, 2022, Karen and John had been fighting over text messages about their relationship, and Karen spoiling John's niece and nephew with Dunkin' Donuts for breakfast that day. But later that night, they ended up meeting each other and some friends at 2 bars as a blizzard approached the town of Canton, Massachusetts. As the bar was closing around midnight, another Boston police officer named Brian Albert informed the group that his son was turning 23 years old at midnight and invited the group back to their house at 34 Fairview Road to celebrate. Karen drove John in her SUV and arrived outside the Alberts' house at 12:24 a.m. John's body was found covered in snow soon after 6 a.m. Karen has given conflicting stories stating she saw John walk inside the Alberts' home after she told him to check if they were at the right house, but that he never came out or informed her via phone or text what was going on, so she left. But she also told police that she just stopped to drop John off because she was having stomach issues and stated that she did not see John go inside. The prosecution accused Karen of traveling in reverse at 24 miles per hour after John exited her car due to an argument, and that she hit him with her right rear taillight, which caused him to fall and fatally injure his head. The people inside the party, and also 3 people outside, have said that John and Karen never went inside. But Karen's defense team claimed that John did go inside, where he was killed in a fight and bitten by the Alberts dog. Opening statements for Trial 1 started on April 29, 2024. Just for reference, Trial 2 started on April 22, 2025. Over the past few months, I spent several hundred hours watching all of the testimony from Trial 1 and Trial 2. As I watched, I took notes, and this video is my best attempt at summarizing the main points from every witness's testimony. The prosecution's opening statement was given by Norfolk County Assistant District Attorney Adam Lally. He said Karen and John dated briefly in 2004, then reconnected in 2020 during COVID, but their relationship soured in the months prior to John's death on January 29, 2022. The night of John's death, he and Karen went to 2 bars in Canton, Massachusetts, C.F. McCarthy's and then Waterfall Bar and Grill, before going to 34 Fairview Road, the home of the Alberts. Several witnesses inside the Alberts' home saw Karen pull up to the house, but no one saw John enter the house. The next morning, Karen, along with Curt Roberts and Jen McCabe, went out searching for John. After Karen discovered John's body, she repeatedly stated, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him," and asked Jen McCabe to look up how long it took for someone to die of hypothermia. Lally referenced arguments in Karen and John's relationship, as well as Karen sending flirty text messages with one of John's friends, Brian Higgins. Data from Karen's car indicated that while the SUV was in front of the Alberts' home around 12:45 a.m., it traveled more than 60 feet in reverse at approximately 24.2 miles per hour. John was captured on surveillance video at the Waterfall bar, leaving holding a cocktail glass. Later, investigators found shards of glass on Karen's bumper. Pieces of broken taillight were recovered at the scene. Also, John's DNA was found on Karen's taillight, and one of his hairs was found on the back of her SUV. The defense's opening statement was given by David Yannetti. He said, quote, "Karen Reed was framed. Her car never struck John O'Keefe. She did not cause his death, and that means that somebody else did," end quote. He referenced a shoddy and biased police investigation and said that the homeowner at 34 Fairview Road, Brian Albert, and his family are well connected to local law enforcement, including Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, who swore under oath that Karen's vehicle was not towed until 5:30 p.m., but video exposed that was a lie. Also, the police kept finding taillight pieces outside Fairview Road up until February 18, 2022, after John died on January 29th. Trooper Proctor also claimed that Fairview Road had not been plowed that morning. Proctor lied. Yannetti claimed that Karen broke her SUV's taillight while she was backing out of John's driveway that morning, and investigators only began to find pieces of that taillight after Proctor seized Karen's car. Karen considered, quote, exploring her options, end quote, when she exchanged romantic texts with Brian Higgins, but Karen and John were also making vacation plans for the future. After the party at 34 Fairview Road, Brian Albert said he did not contact anyone, but his phone dialed Brian Higgins and also received a call from Brian Higgins. That was my quick summary of the opening statements. Now up to the first witnesses. Paul O'Keefe is the brother of the victim, John O'Keefe. Paul thought highly of Karen and said she was a good influence on John's niece and nephew. He talked about how Karen and John did argue. The morning of John's death, Paul went to the hospital and he saw Karen, who was being restrained by hospital employees and yelling, "Is he alive?" And when Paul saw her, he blew her a kiss. The next witness was Paul's wife, Erin O'Keefe. Karen told her about fighting with John during a vacation in Aruba after she saw him kissing another woman. Karen also revealed that they fought the morning that John died. After John's body was found, Karen told Erin she did not think she would see his family again, and also that she had to remember the bad times. The next witness was the first police officer on the scene outside Fairview Road, Canton Police Officer Stephen Saraf. His police car's dash cam showed him arriving at the scene at 6:09 a.m. Karen was giving CPR to John and had blood on her face. Karen kept saying, "This is all my fault. This is my fault. I did this." And she was very hysterical. She kept asking, "He's dead? Is he dead?" Saraf estimated there was about 6 inches of snow, and he said there were no footprints leading from John's body to the Alberts' house. There were some errors in the police report that referenced 32 Fairview instead of 34 Fairview, and also incorrect times that the officers arrived. In his report and also his interview with Proctor on January 30th, Officer Saraf only wrote in his report that Karen kept asking, "Is he dead?" The first time he added the part about Karen saying it was her fault was at the grand jury in April 2022, where he said, quote, "This is my fault. I don't know, she said, I can't believe this happened. I mean, she kept asking if he was going to die, if he's dead, and I just basically said, we're doing the best that we could," end quote. His trial testimony was worded different. He stated that Karen said, quote, "It's all my fault. I did this," end quote. Saraf said that was an oversight and he did not include it in his report or saying it to Proctor, but that Karen did say that. In court, they showed his dash cam video arriving at the scene. Saraf got out and asked what happened. The defense attorney asked if Karen said, quote, "My boyfriend, I left him and he never came home," end quote. Saraf said he could not hear the video sound well enough and did not recall Karen saying that. He did not hear Karen say repeatedly, "I hit him." The next witness was Canton Police Officer Stephen Mullaney. Mullaney said when he got to the scene, Karen was screaming, "Is that my boyfriend? Is he dead?" She repeated it many times. The ambulance was there about 10 minutes total, and after Karen left, Canton PD dispatch said that Karen was making suicidal comments on the phone to her father. So somebody called Karen to return to the scene, and she was transported to a local hospital. Officer Mullaney did not see any broken plastic on the ground. He also did not hear Karen ask anybody to Google anything about how long to die in the cold, or Karen making any kind of incriminating statements. The next witness was Timothy Nuttall from the Canton Fire Department. He was one of the first people on the scene. He said there was a small pool of blood under John. He also had a bloody nose, injuries to his arm, blood, mucus, and bile in his airway, and a hematoma on his forehead above his right eye. Quote, "He had a pretty good egg on his head," end quote. Nuttall asked Karen, "Do you know him?" And she answered, quote, "I hit him, end quote. Nuttall said she did not say, "Could I have hit him?" It was, I hit him. The defense noted on February 8, 2022, Nuttall told Trooper Proctor that he heard Karen say that to someone else. Nuttall did not remove any of John's clothing. He was ventilating John, but remembered John was wearing a heavy coat, and that his memory of that was as good as his memory of other things. Side note, John was only wearing a sweatshirt and a t-shirt and not any kind of coat. Nuttall said, quote, "I believe a winter jacket and a sweatshirt were removed," end quote. Defense attorney Alan Jackson asked, "But you remember him having a big jacket on?" Nuttall replied, "Correct." So that was the defense trying to cast doubt on his memory of Karen saying she hit John, if he could not correctly remember that John was not even wearing a coat. Nuttall agreed with the defense that John's injuries were consistent with a possible physical altercation, though a variety of incidents could result in John's injuries. The next witness was another Canton Fire Department paramedic, Anthony Flematti. He testified that John was about 10 feet from the road with about 4 to 6 inches of snow. As he approached the scene, he saw the bystanders and asked what happened. Karen was the one who seemed most distressed, so Flematti asked questions to her about the victim. But he did not have any luck getting responses from Karen. She only said, quote, I hit him. Oh my God, I hit him, end quote. Flematti tried asking if she hit him with her hand or kicked him, and Karen only repeated, I hit him. The paramedics used CPR, an oxygen mask, medication, and other attempts to resuscitate John. John had blood near his mouth, eyes, and nose. His eyes were swollen and bleeding, and he had a contusion on his forehead. His body temperature was 80 degrees, which qualifies as extreme hypothermia. Flematti asked his fellow paramedic, Katie McLaughlin, to get information about John from Karen, and Karen later repeated, I hit him, to McLaughlin. The defense showed dash cam video and tried to make Flematti look bad because he was not standing around when McLaughlin asked Karen questions. But Flematti stated he asked Karen those questions as he approached the scene, not after John was in the ambulance, which is when McLaughlin said Karen repeated a second time that she hit John. Flematti told the hospital staff there was a question about whether John was hit by a vehicle, but did not specify that Karen was the one who said that she hit him. Flematti's reports do not show that Karen said that she hit John, or that Flematti told the hospital that Karen said she hit John, or that John was hit by a car. He did not tell the police or the grand jury that John was hit by a car, but he did state Karen said, I hit him, repeatedly. The next witness was also from the Canton Fire Department, Matthew Kelly, who is a medic. He drove the ambulance with Flematti in the passenger seat and Nuttall in the back. A fire engine and a shift commander SUV were also at the scene, and Karen was screaming, he's dead, he's effing dead, at least twice. However, he did not hear Karen say that she was the one who hit John. Up next was another Canton Fire Department medic, Frank Walsh. He was the fire engine driver, and he drove slowly because visibility was so low. The only relevant thing that he heard Karen say was, quote, is he alive, end quote. Another Canton Fire Department medic, Katie McLaughlin, was next to testify. Anthony Flematti asked her to talk to Karen to figure out what happened. So Katie asked who the victim was, his date of birth, and any medical problems. Karen answered a few questions but was moving around a lot. Katie asked if any significant trauma had happened before this, and Karen said, I hit him. She repeated it. Another female bystander across from Karen told Karen she was hysterical and needed to calm down. Karen repeated, I hit him. A police officer nearby asked, quote, you what? End quote. And Karen repeated it one more time. After that, Katie told the other men inside the ambulance about what Karen said. When Katie saw John, he had blood around his nose and mouth, swelling to his eyes, mostly the right eye, and a laceration above his right eye. Katie is the one who drove the ambulance to the hospital. During Katie's interview with Trooper Proctor the next day, she said that Karen said, I hit him 4 times. During cross-examination, the defense tried to make a really big deal out of Katie going to high school with Caitlin Albert, who was the daughter of the homeowners at 34 Fairview. And they tried to make it seem like they were both really good friends, so that it might look like Katie would be part of the Canton conspiracy crew. Katie said that she and Caitlin Albert do have mutual friends and see each other occasionally, but are more like acquaintances than friends. The next witness was also from the Canton Fire Department, Lieutenant Greg Woodbury. He evaluated John and moved him onto a stretcher. He noted that John had bruising of his right eye, as well as scratches on his forearm. Katie McLaughlin got the backstory from Karen and then relayed that information to the other medics, noting that Karen said she hit him. After John was taken from the scene, they returned back to the station, but were soon called back to Fairview because Karen was having a psychological issue known as a Section 12 order because she was making threats to herself or others. Karen was resistant to going to the hospital and did not think she needed any assistance. But due to Karen's statements about self-harm, they were required to transport her to the hospital. Karen repeated, "Is he dead?" and her emotional state was all over the place. So they transported her to the hospital in an ambulance. Next up was another medic from the Canton Fire Department, Daniel Whitley. He was inside the ambulance with Karen on the way to the hospital for her Section 12 order. Karen said, quote, "I don't want to live anymore if my husband dies," end quote. Karen's emotions fluctuated throughout his interaction with her. He recalled Karen saying, "I can't take care of these kids. They're not my kids, and they're not his kids." Whitley replied to her saying, "Well, it seems like you have a good, strong support system, people who came and helped you in a blizzard to help find your husband." Inside the ambulance, Karen asked him if he knew Kerry Roberts. When he said he did, Karen replied, "Anybody who knows Kerry Roberts wouldn't say those things." And Whitley testified, quote, "And that kind of took me aback a bit. It seems strange to say something like that after you were just crying because your husband was dead," end quote. At the hospital, Karen asked if she could see John and was giving the nurses a hard time about having to dress in a hospital gown and give a urine sample. The last witness from the Canton Fire Department was Jason Becker. Karen said she had performed CPR on her husband and worried about taking care of children if John was dead. She said they had an argument and she was sad that that was the last thing she said to him, but did not detail what the argument was or specify if the last communication was in person or on text, phone, or voicemail. Karen denied she had taken drugs or alcohol or making any kind of suicidal statements. She did not smell like alcohol. The defense pointed out that Becker had previously told police that Karen said she did drink alcohol the night before. Becker recalled Karen asking, "Could he be dead? Could I have hit him?" The next witness was Canton Police Lieutenant Paul Gallagher. He has worked as an officer for 32 years. On the morning of John's death, the Canton Police Dispatch told Gallagher the address was 32 Fairview and not 34 Fairview. He estimated at least 4 inches of snow on the ground. When police noticed some red dots around where John's body was found, they collected the frozen blood evidence using 6 Solo brand cups from a police officer across the street because swabbing the frozen blood was not going to be easy. Gallagher said the cups were taken out of a bag and the station did not have any plastic or glass containers for blood collection. The cups were not covered, but were sealed in a grocery bag and placed in a refrigeration unit in temporary evidence at Canton Police Department. He did not label which blood drops were in which cup. On February 1st, the unsealed grocery bag was photographed several feet from the back of Karen's SUV at the Canton Police Department garage when state police came to collect evidence. The entire Canton Police Department, possibly up to 45 people, had access to that garage, also known as a sally port. At the crime scene, Gallagher used a leaf blower to remove snow, which had revealed blood droplets and broken glass. He did not see a shoe, a hat, or pieces of Karen's taillight. Gallagher did not question the occupants of 34 Fairview because there was no probable cause. Officer Lank notified the state police unit that responds to unexplained or unattended deaths, but John was not pronounced dead yet, so that unit declined to respond. In over 30 years as an officer, Gallagher never processed a crime scene in the snow because other agencies processed the scenes. Because the blizzard weather was so bad, it did not allow them to put up crime scene tape or a tent to control the crime scene. But there were no civilians around, and police cars were blocking the scene. There were no footprints from John's body to the Alberts' house. Gallagher did talk to the people inside 34 Fairview Road and knows Brian Higgins and Brian Albert from prior law enforcement interaction. He does not think he knew Trooper Proctor before this case. At some point, the CARS, C-A-R-S, Accident Reconstruction Team responded to the scene. Gallagher was never interviewed by Proctor, but he did go to 34 Fairview with the crash reconstructionist and Proctor. Gallagher first wrote a report in January 2023, a year later, after a request for metadata of photos, but he never wrote a report about the scene. Due to a possible appearance of conflict of interest, Canton Police Department Chief Berkowitz agreed that their department should recuse themselves because a Boston police officer was found deceased on another officer's lawn, and that owner was the brother of a Canton Police Department officer. The next witness was Sean Goode. He is the Canton Police Department midnight shift sergeant. Part of his job was answering phone calls to 911. He answered 2 calls the morning of January 29th. The first one was from Curt Roberts, asking if the police had picked up John for some reason. The second call was from Jen McCabe, asking for help after they found John in the snow. Sergeant Goode had somebody else take over his dispatch responsibilities and drove to Fairview and was there from about 6:16 a.m. to 7:50 a.m. He did not have his police sirens on as he drove to the scene. When he arrived, he talked to Officer Saraf, and John was already in the ambulance. Brian Higgins is an ATF agent, which stands for the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, which is a part of the U.S. Department of Justice, but he has an office at the Canton Police Department. Higgins stopped by the police station after he left the Alberts party to move several of his cars which were in the parking lot so the snowplow could go through. At the scene, Sergeant Goode heard Karen repeatedly ask, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" Goode said Karen was so distracted he did not continue to question her. Heavy snow and wind made visibility awful and he could not hear well. He got a statement from Jen McCabe and asked Karen how John ended up there, and she said she didn't know. She was confused, shocked, and hysterical, yelling, "Is he dead?" numerous times. She thought she drove, then did not remember. She couldn't keep her train of thought, so he stopped asking questions and told Kerry to take her home. A few moments later, Canton Police Department dispatch notified them that Karen was on the phone with her father and was making suicidal threats, so they prepared paperwork for a Section 12 mental evaluation at the hospital. While outside, Sergeant Goode told Jen McCabe to wake up the owners. Officers Goode and Lank entered together, but did not go to the basement. Inside, they spoke to Brian and Nicole Albert, who looked like they just got woken up. Everything seemed to be in order, and the officers left after about 25 minutes. Jen's husband, Matt McCabe, entered, and Lank got his statement. No neighbors came outside of their houses to see what was going on. He never heard Karen say, "I hit him." Police cleared the scene around 8 a.m., but did not find any taillight pieces, John's hat, or his shoe. No one guarded the scene after that. Officer Gallagher told Goode to put crime scene tape up, but it was too windy to keep it up. Sergeant Goode went home and got his leaf blower for Gallagher to try to clear the scene around where John's body was found. Goode used his iPhone to videotape it and took 2 photos, which were shown in court and revealed blood and a small broken drinking glass. The defense asked Goode about graduating with Trooper Proctor's sister and another woman whose sister is married to Chris Albert, the brother of Goode's coworker Kevin Albert, and the brother of 34 Fairview owner Brian Albert. Goode said he knew Kevin Albert professionally and Chris personally. He did talk to Kevin about this incident at some point. Canton Police Department does not investigate homicides, so the state police took over. Defense attorney Yannetti said 32 Fairview was incorrectly entered on the front page of the police report, but Goode said his narrative inside stated the correct address, 34 Fairview. Goode said he had not been to 34 Fairview, then later remembered he and Officer Lank were there for a police report for a 2009 hit-and-run investigation when Tim Albert was charged. The police report listed persons involved with everyone's first and last names entered in full, except Brian Albert. Officer Lank is the one who entered it, but he did not omit Brian to mask his identity. It also did not mention Colin Albert was at the party. The report listed home addresses for everyone except Brian Higgins, whose address was listed as the Canton Police Department, but Goode did not know why. The defense reviewed 2 police report face sheets, but the main photo was different. Goode explained that when reports are updated with a new photo, it could make it the main photo on the face sheet. The next witness was Lieutenant Michael Lank, who's been with the Canton Police Department for 24 years. And he has lived in Canton since he was 5 years old. He also coached youth sports. Lank received a phone call from Officer Goode that a Boston police officer was found in the snow. So he drove to 34 Fairview, but never saw John on the front lawn. He talked to Jen McCabe outside, and she said John was supposed to join them at the house, but he never did, so Lank wanted statements from the people inside. Lank contacted the CPAC unit and made them aware that John would not survive, but they did not respond to the scene. He described the weather as extremely poor, with high winds, snow, and freezing. Officers Goode and Lank talked to Brian and Nicole Albert and Jen McCabe for about 15 to 20 minutes. Lank knew that Brian was the oldest of the Albert brothers, and he had a civil relationship with Brian up to that point, but they did not socialize. Lank knows Brian Higgins from the Canton Police Department office, but he did not see Higgins in the Albert house during his first visit, but he did after his 9 a.m. visit a little bit later that morning. Lank does not remember seeing Karen at Fairview, but he did talk to Matt McCabe for about 5 minutes. Lank went into the Alberts' house 3 times that day, and everything appeared in order, but he did not go in the basement. Massachusetts State Police normally process crime scenes and not Canton PD. Officer Gallagher used a leaf blower to reveal blood and a broken cocktail glass. The blood drops were collected in 6 Solo brand cups, which were put in a brown evidence bag, which was basically a grocery bag and not an official evidence bag, and then a temporary evidence refrigerator at Canton PD, which is accessible to all officers. It was later turned over to state police. While he was on the stand, Lank opened an evidence box to show the jury the broken cocktail glass. Jen McCabe called around 9 a.m., and the officers went back to Fairview, where she provided further details that she had remembered. On February 4th, 2022, Lank returned to 34 Fairview because the Canton PD chief, Berkowitz, was driving by, and he said he found more evidence after the temperature increased and rain started to melt the snow. They found a piece of red material about 6 to 8 feet into the yard near where John's body was found. Detective Tim Taylor assisted. They took photos, but nobody touched it. They contacted the CPAC unit, and State Trooper Yuri Buchanan arrived and put it in an evidence bag. The defense asked about Lank's relationship with the Alberts. He works with Kevin Albert. He knows Brian, but Brian is older. He knew Chris since junior high, and Tim Albert since Lank was about 16 and Tim was 12. At this point, the judge informed the jury they were about to hear evidence of an event from 2002 that they could use to evaluate the credibility of Lank and the investigation to determine if there was bias or favoritism by police in the investigation against Karen. Lank described a 2002 event with Chris Albert. Lank was off duty and drinking alcohol when he was approached by Chris in a parking lot. Chris stated he was in an altercation and the group made threats to his family. The other people started approaching, so Lank exited his car and pleaded to the 6 men to not have a fight. But a fight started and Lank engaged. There were 2 brothers in the group, Mark and Alfredo Lopilato, and one of the brothers was put in handcuffs and Lank was struck and wrestled the man. One of the other brothers fled and the other brother was allowed to leave. Lank allegedly assaulted Mark, punching him and biting him hard enough to cut through his skin. Lank did not write any police reports that night because his shift supervisor said he could do it the next time he was at work, but when the Lopilato brothers filed a complaint against Lank, they were charged with assaulting a police officer. Lank had the brothers arrested for witness intimidation, but they were acquitted of the assault charges and prosecutors dismissed the witness intimidation charge. Now back to John's case. Lank talked to the CPAC dispatch and indicated that John had trauma to his head and wasn't sure if he had been in a fight, but the witnesses said there was no indication John was in the house. Officer Lank did not do any of the following things: have probable cause to search the house for signs of a fight, photograph inside or draw diagrams, observe any animals inside, notify Canton PD he had a personal relationship with members of the Albert family, record interviews with the Alberts or McCabes, meet any other witnesses until February 4th. Lank testified that all police were gone by 8 a.m., so the scene was unsecured starting then, but the state police said they weren't responding, so there was not an area to preserve. Nobody saw a hat, shoe, or plastic that morning. Lank was not aware that the State Police Crime Lab warns against collecting biological material in plastic. The defense showed photos from the Canton PD Sally Port taken on February 1st of the brown grocery bag the day state police took the bag and cups inside. There is no visible evidence of a tag or label on the bag, but Lank said he could not see the other side in the photo to say whether or not there was any label on that side. The defense asked him, "Have you ever used evidence tape to seal anything?" Lank replied, "I don't recall off the top of my head." Final question, "How long have you been a detective?" He explained that he did 2 different stints for 11 months and 15 months. He does not know the procedure for removing evidence tape and initialing a bag. The next witness was Canton Police Lieutenant Charles Rae. He arrived at John O'Keefe's house at 8:22 a.m. after he heard that John's niece and nephew might possibly be home alone, but no one answered the doorbell. His police car's dashcam video shows that Karen's right taillight is missing a lot of red pieces. The next witness was John's good friend, Michael Camerano. He has lived in Canton for 18 years with his wife, Catherine, also known as Katie, depending how well you know her, and their 2 children. He met John about 7 years ago, and their kids became friendly, and they would usually go to John's house every Friday night with at least one of his 2 children. On January 28, 2022, Michael's daughter and John's niece received acceptance letters from a private high school, so Michael brought his daughter to John's house, and then he and John went to C.F. McCarthy's bar to meet Karen. John moved his car out of the way so Karen could pull into his garage later that night. Michael texted another friend, Curt Roberts, who met them at C.F. McCarthy's, but Michael had to leave the bar to get his son, and then he got his daughter from John's house. Michael woke up around 5:30 or 6 a.m. when the phone was ringing. He noticed that he had a lot of missed calls from Karen and his wife. He talked to his wife, who said John did not come home the previous night, so Michael went to John's house to get John's niece, and then noticed the garage door was open and would not go down, so he manually closed the door. Later, he received a call from John's brother that John had passed away. Michael told the defense he had no issues with his daughter being with Karen, and he liked Karen. Michael was aware that John and Karen did argue, and John complained when Karen bought nice things for the kids, but he does not recall John wanting to break up with Karen, and in the month before John died, Michael would describe the relationship as normal. While he was with John and Karen at C.F. McCarthy's, they did not argue. The next witness was Michael's wife, Katie Camerano. She works the night shift as a nurse. Katie was at work when Karen called her screaming, "Where is Mike?" because John did not come home. Katie called Karen and John's niece and heard Jen McCabe in the background while Karen was frantically screaming. Katie told her husband to bring John's niece to their home. The following is a list of calls between Karen and Katie. 4:49 a.m., 2 minutes and 51 seconds. 4:56 a.m., 2 minutes and 57 seconds. 5 a.m., 2 minutes and 4 seconds. 5:32 a.m., 8 seconds answered. 5:34 a.m., missed. 6:44 a.m., not answered. Katie was texting back and forth with Karen. At 5:53 a.m., Karen texted, "I'm driving with Kerry and Jen." At 6 a.m., Katie replied, "At his brother's or mom's?" Karen replied, "I don't think so. His bro is in West Bridgewater." At 6:34 a.m., Katie replied, "Any luck?" Karen replied, "He's dead." Katie replied, "What, Karen? Are you serious?" Karen, "Do you have any idea where he is, or did you find him?" At 6:36 a.m., Karen replied, "He was in the snow." Since then, Katie never had any communication with Karen. The defense pointed out that Katie did not reach out to Karen after that, and Katie was not even aware that Karen's phone was taken by police. Katie said she knew Kerry Roberts since high school, and Kerry told her that John was going to the hospital. The next witness was Curt Roberts, who is the husband of Kerry Roberts. They have a son the same age as John's nephew. He was friends with John, but did not talk to him about his relationship with Karen. They met at C.F. McCarthy's, where John drank Bud Light, and Karen drank from a clear glass, possibly a vodka tonic. Karen and John displayed normal demeanor at the bar. Curt woke up around 5 a.m. to Karen's voice yelling into his wife's phone because John was missing. His wife later informed him that they found John at Fairview. The defense had Curt confirm John was not wearing a puffy jacket at C.F. McCarthy's. Just a side note, that goes against Timothy Nuttall from the fire department, saying that John was wearing a heavy coat when they found him. Curt said there was no indication that Karen was slurring her words that night. Over 1 to 2 years, Curt interacted with Karen at John's house and also at kids' events, and it appeared that Karen was caring towards John's niece and nephew. Next up was Rebecca Trayers, who had been a bartender at Waterfall for several years. She testified that at her job, she had previously seen John, Brian Higgins, Brian Albert and his wife, Caitlin Albert, Chris Albert and his wife. Both Brian Albert and Brian Higgins had hung out there previously together. John ordered a beer. On the night of John's death, Rebecca did not recall anybody in that group being overly intoxicated. Next, the prosecution started calling witnesses who had hung out with John and Karen at Waterfall Bar that night. First up was Nicole Kolokithas. He recalled first meeting Karen in 2020 when he dropped his daughter at John's house to hang out with John's niece, and Karen also organized a 13th birthday party for John's niece. He never saw any tension between John and Karen, and he heard that John and Karen were planning vacations together in the future. On the night of John's death, Nicholas attended his daughter's basketball game with Jen and Matt McCabe and then went to the Waterfall Bar. He described the atmosphere as fun, and John and Karen got along well. Later in the night, there was a discussion about the group heading over to Chris Albert's pizza and sub shop, but instead, Brian Albert invited everyone to their house. Nicholas and his wife decided to go home. The defense played a video of Brian Higgins and Brian Albert play fighting at Waterfall Bar, but Nicholas testified he did not remember seeing that interaction. Next up was Nicholas's wife, Karina. She told a basic story similar to her husband's. At the bar, Karen talked to Karina about how much she admired John for raising his niece and nephew, but Karen wished that John's family members helped out more. And she also mentioned planning a trip with John. Karina said they appeared lovey-dovey at Waterfall, and there were no issues in the group. Toward the end of the night, Jen McCabe said, "Let's go to my sister's house." And Jen put her arm around Karen and said, "You're coming with me," in a joking manner. Karen said, "Where are we going?" And Jen replied, "It doesn't matter, it'll be a surprise." Karina recalled that conversation being something like that. So Karina walked out with Jen and Karen, and then saw Karen and John, and thought that was weird because Karen was supposed to be going with Jen. Next up is Chris Albert. He is the brother of Brian Albert, who owns 34 Fairview Road. Chris has lived in Canton since age 4 in 1974. Previously, he lived at 7 Meadows Avenue from 2001 to 2021, and John lived 3 houses away at 1 Meadows Avenue. Chris is married to Julie, and they have 3 sons. Chris has 6 siblings. Chris knew Jen McCabe most of his life, and her sister Nicole married his brother Brian. Chris met Brian Higgins a few times through his brothers. Chris has owned a pizza business in Canton for about 25 years. John brought his nephew on January 28, 2022, and they later texted about meeting at Waterfall Bar. Chris went to Waterfall, and Brian Albert and Brian Higgins arrived after they returned from New York City for a police officer's funeral. Chris's nephew, Brian Albert Jr., was having his birthday in a few hours at midnight, January 29th. Chris recalled when John and Karen arrived at Waterfall. Chris had met Karen a few times, including at his pizza shop or when he drove past John's house in the years prior. When they arrived at Waterfall, Karen pulled out a drinking glass from her jacket. Side note, Karen told police she never took any glass from C.F. McCarthy's, but it was on video that she did. Chris recalled that the atmosphere at Waterfall was fun with no arguments. Karen asked a few times that night about going to his store to make pizzas, but the group decided to go to 34 Fairview, which is where Chris grew up. And his brother Brian's family moved in after his parents moved out. Chris's wife Julie was only at Waterfall for about 40 minutes because she had a migraine. They lived nearby, so Chris walked home and went right to bed. At the time, 2 of his sons were living at home, and they were 14 and maybe 17 or 18. Chris testified that within 10 minutes of arriving home, his son Colin opened their bedroom door to say that he had come home from hanging out. Later that morning, around 8 a.m., Chris's wife told him that John died and was found on the lawn. Chris was in shock and went to Fairview for about an hour, where he saw Brian and Nicole Albert, Brian Higgins, and Jen and Matt McCabe. A few days later, Chris spoke to 2 troopers at his home. On January 29th, Chris did not see any injuries on his son Colin, his brother Brian Albert, or Brian Higgins. The defense asked Chris about recently being elected as a town selectman in Canton, which is an oversight of municipal issues. His brother Brian sold 34 Fairview after John died, but it had nothing to do with John's death. Chris explained that he sold his house because his kids were getting older and the housing market was good, so his brother Brian asked for the contact information for his realtor prior to John's death because his kids were also getting older. Chris discussed how he knew Trooper Proctor and his sister, Canton Police Chief Kenneth Berkowitz, and Officer Lank. Prior to John visiting his business on January 28th, he did not have John's cell phone number, but while waiting for John to arrive at Waterfall, Chris jokingly texted him, "Get over here. If not, I'm going to F up your lawn," with a laughing emoji. Chris did not notice Karen to be under the influence of alcohol at Waterfall or any tension between John and Karen. Chris estimated he got home between 12:05 to 12:10 a.m., but the Waterfall security video showed he left at 12:13. He said it was about a 5-minute walk from Waterfall to his house. When he arrived, his wife Julie was in their bedroom, and Chris started to sleep about 15 minutes later. Defense attorney Yannetti mentioned that Chris testified earlier that Colin opened their door about 10 minutes after Chris went to bed. Chris explained that he was just trying to recollect information as best he could. In 2022, Colin was 17 and out drinking alcohol with his friends. Chris explained why his family used the nickname Nebbercracker to describe John O'Keefe. Nebbercracker is a character in the movie Monster House who did not want people on his lawn, and that was his family's joke nickname for John O'Keefe. Yannetti asked if that started because John complained about Colin throwing beer cans and bottles into John's bushes. Chris explained that was not true, and it was also not true that John told Chris that Colin flipped him off and said F you. Chris Albert corrected defense attorney Yannetti and said his other son, Dylan, was the one who cut through John's yard, and John jokingly yelled, "Hey kid, get off my lawn," but Dylan ran home because he was scared. So Chris's wife Julie called Jen McCabe, who then called John O'Keefe, and John felt terrible that he scared Dylan and asked what kind of candy Dylan liked and brought over a bag of candy and apologized for yelling. John O'Keefe once asked Chris and Julie to watch his house while he was away, and they jokingly took photos in front of his house and texted them to John. Chris did not remember if he told Trooper Proctor on February 10th, 2022, that his son Colin was at the party at Fairview Road. The next witness was Chris's wife, Julie, who has lived in Canton her entire life. One of her closest friends is Jen McCabe, so she was friendly with John through Jen. Julie met Karen around 2021 in group social settings with John. On the night of John O'Keefe's death, she planned to go out for Brian Albert Jr.'s birthday and went to Fairview Road to pick up Nicole and Caitlin Albert. They arrived at Waterfall around 8 p.m. and ate some food. Caitlin's boyfriend, Tristin, came for a little bit, followed by other people in the group. When Karen arrived, she opened her jacket and pulled out a glass with clear liquid from C.F. McCarthy's. Julie said she had a terrible migraine and left shortly after John and Karen arrived. Her son Dylan was home, but her other son Colin was not because he went from a friend's house over to Fairview to wish Brian Albert Jr. a happy birthday at midnight. Julie never saw John with a winter coat or any kind of injuries that night. There were no arguments at Waterfall, and nothing bad was going on between John and Karen. Karen asked if they could make pizza at their business, but they ended up not doing that. Julie's husband, Chris, came home around 12:10 a.m., and Colin came home about 10 to 15 minutes later. Julie explained that she always waits for her children to come home before she falls asleep. There were no injuries on her son Colin that night or the next day. On January 29th, early in the morning, she had a missed call from Jen McCabe, but did not talk to Jen on the phone that morning. Every year, Julie gets Brian Jr. 6 donuts with a birthday card and leaves it before he wakes up. She went to Fairview around 8:30 a.m. to put donuts and the card in Brian Jr.'s car, but Brian Sr. saw her and came to the door and said to come inside. Brian and Nicole Albert, Brian Higgins, and the McCabes were in the kitchen, visibly upset that something happened to John. Julie was there about 30 to 45 minutes and then went home to wake up her husband, Chris, before going back to Fairview. She did not see any injuries on Brian Higgins or Brian Albert. Also, there was nothing different about the Alberts' house between the time she picked up Nicole and Caitlin the previous night and the following morning. The defense asked Julie about talking to Troopers Proctor and Buchanan on February 10, 2022, and how Trooper Proctor is the brother of one of Julie's close friends. Julie's sister is best friends with Proctor's sister, and they occasionally socialize. Also, Julie babysat Proctor's sister's children 2 days a week before COVID and occasionally after COVID. She also spent time at Proctor's childhood home and their pool maybe a dozen times. Julie denied using Proctor's sister as an intermediary to talk to him about the case, but did not deny talking to his sister about the investigation. Karen Reed was arrested February 1, 2022. Julie spoke to Proctor's sister for 12 minutes that day. After her police interview, Julie called Proctor's cell phone but did not remember what it was about. When she lived near John, Julie would see Karen outside John's house and never saw them argue during the few times they socialized. When John arrived at the Waterfall bar that night, he jokingly said that since the Alberts moved from Meadows Avenue, the neighbors had a block party. The defense asked if Julie and Chris discussed planning to testify that Chris got home at 12:10 a.m., and she said no. In April 2024, state police looked through her phone to see what contacts she had with Trooper Proctor and then gave her phone back. Julie said she does not remember if she told Trooper Proctor that her son Colin was at the birthday party at Fairview Road. The next witness was Nicole Albert. Nicole is the wife of Brian Albert and the sister of Jen McCabe. They lived at 34 Fairview Road for about 12 years before moving in 2023. January 29th was Brian Jr.'s 23rd birthday, and they planned to go out with relatives and friends the night before. Brian Jr. was suffering from anxiety and stayed home with friends. Her husband had flown to New York City for a police officer's funeral and then drove back with Brian Higgins and 2 other officers due to the storm coming to the Boston area. That night, they went to the Waterfall bar in Canton, which is about 5 to 7 minutes from their house, after her sister-in-law Julie Albert picked up Nicole and her daughter Caitlin. Nicole testified about the other people that were in attendance. She had met John 1 to 2 times through her sister, but never met Karen and had no interaction with her that night. John asked Nicole and Caitlin if they wanted a drink, but they declined. After the band finished playing at the Waterfall bar, Nicole told her sister Jen that Brian Jr. was having a birthday celebration with friends at his house, and she left the bar a little bit before midnight with her daughter and husband. When she arrived home at Fairview, Brian Higgins may have pulled up before them and then parked his Jeep near the mailbox or in the driveway. As Nicole entered her home, she saw Colin Albert, and he said his ride was about to arrive. After a quick interaction, he went home. Brian Jr., Sarah Levinson, and Julie Nagel were sitting in their dining room area, and the McCabes joined them. Music was playing on a speaker while Nicole was cleaning, but she never heard any noise outside. She estimated that Higgins left around 1:30 a.m., and the McCabes and her son's 2 friends left around 1:45 to 1:50 a.m., and her daughter Caitlin left closer to 2 a.m. Brian Jr. and Brian Sr. were in bed when her daughter Caitlin left the home. During the party, Brian Sr. and Brian Higgins went into their family room to look at pictures before coming back to the kitchen area. Higgins may have been there previously for a cookout graduation party. She testified that John and Karen never came into her house that night, and Nicole never even knew they were going to come over. The Alberts left their front door unlocked due to doorknob issues, and sometimes their kids forgot to lock it if they were the last one in. When she went upstairs, her husband Brian Sr. was watching TV, but she does not recall him talking on the phone. They went to bed around 2:30 a.m. Between 6 to 6:30 a.m., her sister Jen came bursting into their bedroom hysterical and said they found John in the snow. At first, Nicole thought it was a problem with one of her kids or Jen's kids as she tried to figure out what Jen was talking about and then wondered how John could be outside. Her husband and their dog were in the room with her. Then they went downstairs and talked to the police and later sat at the table in shock with Brian Sr., the McCabes, and Brian Higgins. Curt Roberts was at the hospital calling Jen with updates about John. Julie Albert showed up with donuts for Brian Jr. and came inside. Nicole was not interviewed by police until a couple days later at home. The Alberts have about 4 cars in their driveway when every one of their children is home. Nicole has a Cadillac SUV. Brian Sr. has a work car, which is a Ford Edge. They also have a Ford Explorer, and their children have a Ford Escape. Nicole does not remember if they put one of their cars in the garage for this blizzard that came, because the garage is usually cluttered. For 6 years, the Albert family had a dog named Chloe, which was a German Shepherd mix they got from a shelter in Texas. Chloe was in their bedroom when they returned from Waterfall, so Brian Sr. let her out in their backyard, which is fenced. Then Chloe maybe walked around the kitchen for 1 to 2 minutes before Brian Sr. brought her back upstairs. Her family moved from Fairview in April 2023 when their kids got older. Brian's brother, Chris, sold his house, and they contacted a realtor at the end of 2021 before John's death. The defense asked if there was any tension between John and Karen at Waterfall, and Nicole said no, but she did not interact with them. She did not see Karen under the influence, but did not engage with her at Waterfall. She saw Brian Sr. and Higgins fooling around, but they were not practice fighting. Brian Sr. does have some boxing experience. Her family left Waterfall at 11:58 p.m., according to the video. The defense asked about Brian's Ford Edge and if it has significance in this case. Nicole has heard it talked about. Side note, a snowplow driver said he saw a Ford Edge parked on the street near their flagpole after 3 a.m. But the Albert family denied that was their car. Their dog Chloe was fine with strangers, but did not like other dogs, and it had a few fights with dogs, including May 2022, when a woman tried to break up a dog fight and she was injured. After that fight, Chloe was rehomed with someone in Vermont, and the Alberts gave that person's contact info to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. They were not hiding it. She estimated there were 4 to 5 steps from their front door to the basement door. On February 3rd, 2022, she spoke to Trooper Proctor, but probably did not say Colin Albert was at her house because she just crossed paths with him and he left soon after, so he was not really part of the main group when she was there. Nicole did not hear any kind of fire truck or ambulance outside and had the blinds shut and curtains closed. They did not go outside after John was found because they were asleep until Jen came into their bedroom, which was after John's body was taken away in the ambulance. Phone records show calls from her sister Jen at 6:07 a.m. and 6:08 a.m., but Nicole said she did not answer or speak on the phone to Jen that morning. The next witness was Nicole's husband, Brian Albert Sr. Brian has lived in Canton for about 45 years, and his parents owned the house at 34 Fairview Road before his wife and 5 children moved in. Brian is the oldest of 6 brothers and 1 sister. He retired from the Boston Police Department after working for them for 30 years. On January 28, 2022, he flew to New York City to attend a funeral of a police officer with Eddie Hernandez and his brother Kevin Albert. Due to the approaching snowstorm, fellow officer Brian Higgins drove them all back because their flight was canceled. Albert knew Higgins from work for about 10 to 15 years, and they did socialize sometimes. After they returned from the funeral, he went to the police station where he parked his car, a Ford Edge. Then he went to dinner at Hillside Restaurant with Brian Higgins, followed by the Waterfall Bar. Brian described the people at the bar and said he knew John but only met 2 times prior and met Karen at Hillside a week prior. At Waterfall, Brian and John talked about work, but he had no interaction with Karen. At some point, the group started talking about making pizzas at Chris Albert's shop, but Brian offered an open invitation to anyone to go to their home for Brian Jr.'s 23rd birthday at midnight. Brian Albert has twins, and he testified that Higgins may have attended their graduation party the prior summer, but had never been inside the house any other times. Around midnight, his family and Higgins drove to their house, which is about a 5-minute drive from Waterfall. Higgins arrived first and was backing out of the driveway so Brian Albert could pull in, but he did not see where Higgins ended up parking. The Alberts' vehicles are a Ford Explorer, Cadillac SUV, Ford Edge, and his children drove a Ford Escape. When he entered his home, he saw Brian Jr. with his 2 friends and his nephew Colin, who left within about 5 minutes after that. The McCabes, Jen and Matt, arrived soon after, but nobody else entered his home that night. Their dog, Chloe, was upstairs, so Brian let her out in their backyard. Then she walked around the kitchen for a few minutes before he took her back upstairs. Beyond their backyard are some woods and then train tracks that make noise possibly 5 to 6 times per day, but Brian has become immune to the sound because he lived there for so long. After Brian put Chloe in his bedroom, he went downstairs, and because Higgins had also been in the military too, he showed him some family military photos that may have been either in his son's room or downstairs. He estimated that Higgins left around 1:30 a.m., then Brian went upstairs to watch TV. He did not hear any noises outside, but music was playing. During the party, he was never aware that John and Karen were coming to his home, and they never entered. However, he said they would have been welcomed, and he wished they had come inside. His wife came up to the bedroom around 2 a.m. after everyone left. Despite his phone records showing he had a 1-second call to Brian Higgins, he does not remember any kind of phone call to Brian Higgins or receiving one back. He hung out with his wife for a while, and then they fell asleep. Later that morning, Brian woke up when his sister-in-law, Jen McCabe, burst into their room, very upset, saying that John was dead. They went downstairs to talk to Officer Lank, who Brian had met a few times previously. Later, Matt McCabe arrived, and Lank returned later for a longer discussion. At some point that morning, Albert called Higgins to inform him what was going on. His sister-in-law, Julie, brought donuts for Brian Jr.'s birthday and then entered the house where everyone was in shock. Julie came back later with her husband, Chris Albert. There was no reason for Brian to go into his front yard during the snowstorm because John was already gone by the time Brian and Nicole were awakened by Jen, and he did not want to interfere with the investigation. Brian spoke to troopers Proctor and Buchanan at Jen McCabe's house. He had previously met Buchanan 1 to 2 times. Brian said he wanted to be at the McCabe's house because Jen was like a little sister to him, and he knew her since she was around 7 years old. However, when police conducted interviews with Jen, Matt, and Brian, they were all separated. Brian's family first discussed selling 34 Fairview in late 2021 after his brother Chris sold his house for a good price. It had nothing to do with the death of John O'Keefe. Defense attorney Alan Jackson questioned Brian about testifying around 100 times in court cases as a police officer and his preparations with the prosecution for his testimony today. Brian said he did not discuss his wife Nicole's testimony with her at all. Brian talked about his relationship with Higgins and said that while they were at Hillside before going to the Waterfall bar, they did not talk about Karen and her text messages about kissing Higgins at a party a few weeks earlier. The defense tried to make Brian look bad by comparing prior testimony about if he had ever met Karen before, but Brian called out attorney Jackson for excluding the entire quote, which included, quote, maybe once, end quote. The defense showed a January 22, 2022 photo at Hillside Bar with John, Brian, Chris Albert, and Tim Daly that Jackson said Karen Reed took, but Brian did not remember who the photographer was. Brian said he did not talk to Karen at Waterfall. Then, the defense played a video that seemed to show Brian and Karen look at each other and talk for approximately 20 seconds. But there were other people around, and Brian does not remember the conversation. Although John never came into Albert's house, Brian said whoever wanted to come from Waterfall was welcome. Brian never moved his Ford Edge later that night into the street. Brian also did not mention to police that Colin Albert was one of the people at the house because he left soon after they arrived from Waterfall. Brian testified that his dog Chloe was not great with strangers and barked because she realized people were downstairs or because she had to go to the bathroom. Brian was aware that Karen Reed's defense team was talking about scratches on John's arm being attributed to his dog Chloe, but John was never in his house. He described the layout of his bedroom and said the bed is in the middle, approximately 5 to 6 feet from the front window. Chloe slept on a mat about 6 feet from the window or in the closet area. The night that John died, Brian Albert did not take any medication, and he was not wearing any kind of CPAP or sleep apnea device, eye mask, or earplugs. From the Alberts' front door, the basement door is approximately 8 to 10 paces away, and the basement had a weight room, and the other room was nothing because it had water damage from an overflowed toilet, and the flooring had to be ripped up. The basement had a bulkhead door to the backyard. Brian confirmed he hired an attorney around the time he received a subpoena for a hearing. In January 2022, Brian had had an iPhone for a few years. On September 23, 2022, a letter was sent to certain witnesses, including Brian Albert, stating that the defense filed a motion for cell phones to be preserved until a hearing on October 3rd. Brian testified that he did not remember receiving that document and said that he upgraded or traded in for a new phone around September 22nd because September 4th was his birthday and he planned to upgrade because the phone is broken and failing, and September 22nd just happened to be the day that he was able to go trade it in, but he said he did not destroy any data. The phone logs presented in court were generated after he upgraded his phone, and the defense's request for phones was later denied. After he upgraded his phone, he was part of a conference call with the district attorney's office and other witnesses like Brian Higgins and the McCabes, but he did not tell the DA that he no longer had that phone. Brian's prior testimony about Higgins included him saying, quote, "I know there were conversations about the phones," end quote, but he does not remember planning with Higgins to both get rid of their phones. Brian also did not remember which day Trooper Proctor came into his home, January 29th, January 30th, or February 3rd. He said no investigator ever photographed their home for any kind of evidence. Brian spent 4 years in the Marines and had hand-to-hand combat training, police training on defensive tactics, and was on a TV show about 20 years ago training for boxing with a police group. The defense played a Waterfall bar video of Brian Albert and Brian Higgins play fighting, but then hugging. After the party, Brian went upstairs and then he watched TV and said that he keeps his phone in bed in case his children have an emergency. His phone would have been on ring or vibrate. He inadvertently called Higgins at 2:22 a.m., but did not speak. The records showed it was a 1-second call. Brian said it could have been a butt dial because he was in an intimate situation with his wife. 17 seconds later, Higgins called Albert, and records show that phone call lasted 22 seconds. But Brian Albert said he did not hear or answer any call, and Higgins did not leave a voicemail. The next morning, he told Higgins he may have butt dialed him, but they did not conspire to make any kind of story. After he was awakened by Jen McCabe around 6:30 a.m., he made phone calls throughout the day to Higgins, his police officer brother Kevin Albert, Chief Berkowitz from the Canton Police Department, and Jen McCabe. He said he made a lot of phone calls that day, and some discussed John being found on his front yard, but Brian does not remember the subject of all the phone calls, but he testified they were not to get stories straight with Jen and Higgins. Again, Attorney Jackson referenced Brian upgrading his phone on September 22, 2022, and asked if he saw that Jackson first appeared on the case that same day in a televised hearing. Brian said he did not know about it. Finally, Brian said that cell phone reception at the Alberts' home was not great and kind of a dead zone. The next witness was his son, Brian Albert Jr. His birthday is January 29th, so his friends Sarah and Julie arrived at his house around 7:30 p.m. Later, 4 other friends stopped by briefly, as well as his cousin, Colin Albert, before the other adults came home from Waterfall Bar. Colin left before the McCabes arrived. That evening, his group of friends hung out upstairs, not in the basement. The mood at the party was fun with no tension. He testified that John and Karen never came into his house that night. His friend, Julie Nagel, said her brother Ryan was outside, so she went out for about 3 to 5 minutes. The first time Brian Jr. looked outside, he saw the pickup truck that Ryan Nagel was in at the driveway with Julie at the passenger side door, and a little way up was a dark SUV, and there was nothing in between the 2 cars. The second time he looked outside, the SUV had moved up near the flagpole, but the truck was no longer there. He did not hear any noises outside. After their guests left, he went up to bed around 1 to 2 a.m. to his bedroom in the back of the house. He did not hear any noises until he woke up around 7:30 to 8 a.m. when his dad knocked on the door. He then went downstairs and saw his parents and Jen and Matt McCabe. During the party, their dog, Chloe, was upstairs in his parents' bedroom, and Brian Jr. forgot to let her outside, so when Brian Sr. and his mom got home, his father let her outside to go to the bathroom. When he woke up on January 29th, his father did not have any injuries. The defense pointed out that the first time Brian Jr. was interviewed by police was July 6, 2023, approximately 1.5 years after John died. Colin Albert, Sarah Levinson, and Julie Nagel were there at midnight when Brian turned 23. Then his parents walked in and Colin walked out. At some point, Brian Jr. went to the bathroom, and when he came back, people said Brian Higgins had left. After that, Brian Sr. went upstairs. Brian Jr. discussed that he suffers from anxiety, and finally, he talked with his family about the case a decent amount before he talked to police, but mostly about the harassment they have faced, despite not being a part of what happened to John. The next witness was his sister, Caitlin Albert. She said there was no tension at Waterfall or the Alberts' home where they were playing music. she saw her cousin Colin in the foyer as he was leaving. Then her father let their dog outside to go to the bathroom. She recalls seeing Jen McCabe on the phone. Caitlin confirmed that she did not take the family dog Chloe when she left the party. Caitlin had been around Michael Proctor's sister a few times and once met her kids while her aunt Julie Albert had them in her car babysitting them about 2 to 3 years before the spring 2024 trial. Katie McLaughlin was the paramedic who said that Karen said she hit John. So the defense asked her about that relationship, and Caitlin said they were not good friends, but they would sometimes socialize with the same group. Her boyfriend Tristin picked her up around 1:45 a.m. At no point did she hear anything suspicious outside during the party or see anything on the lawn as she walked outside because she was looking at her feet so she did not slip on the snow that was falling down, and then she focused on her boyfriend as they drove away from the Alberts' house. The next witness was her boyfriend, Tristin Morris. They've been together for 8 years. He was also at the Waterfall bar for a brief time, but left early because he worked part-time plowing snow and expected to get a phone call between 3 to 4 a.m. later that evening. Caitlin texted and called him asking to pick her up so she did not get snowed in at her parents' house.
Was there any sort of reason that was discussed as far as picking her up and bringing her to Easton before you went off to plow?
Well, she's high maintenance. I didn't really want to have to deal with her.
She wanted to come home, is that correct?
Yes.
On June 5th, 2022, Tristin went to a Boston bar that was hosting a gathering of the Albert and McCabe male family members, but he denied that it was a celebration of the indictment of Karen. After he picked up Caitlin at her parents' house, he did not see anything on the Alberts' lawn while he was driving away because it was snowing and he used his windshield wipers and there was no reason to look at the lawn. He said nobody from the police or the district attorney's office interviewed him until May 7th, 2024, about 1 week before his testimony. The next witness was Sarah Levinson, who was one of the attendees at Brian's party. She testified they were playing music during the party, but there were no arguments. Chloe the dog was upstairs. No one was in the basement. She said Jen McCabe was charging her phone at some point and checking it. Between 1:30 to 2 a.m., she got a ride home with the McCabes and also Julie Nagel and looked at her feet while walking in the snow to the car. Once they got inside the McCabe's car, she saw a loaf of bread in the car and joked with Jen and Julie about it. Julie said she saw something outside that prompted her to turn her head toward the window. Sarah asked Julie for clarification but did not get any. Sarah did not see anything on the lawn, but was not looking as she walked out and as they drove away. Her first interview with police about the case was 9 months later. At some point, the defense team came to her home when she was not there, and she called them later and said she had nothing to say to them. The next witness was Juliana Nagel, who also goes by Julie Nagel. She was at the Alberts' house to celebrate Brian Jr.'s birthday. She said people were coming in and out of the house, but there were no arguments. Chloe the dog was only brought through while Brian Sr. was holding her collar to let her outside. Julie did not pet Chloe, but she had in previous visits to the Alberts' home. At some point, she texted her brother to pick her up. While she was sitting at the dining room table, she saw an SUV at the mailbox. Quote, "I saw it pull up, stopped, pull up again, stopped, pulled up again by the flagpole, stopped, that's all I saw." End quote. She never saw the SUV back up, but she testified that she also did not remember seeing the SUV when she was outside talking to her brother at the end of the driveway. She stated nobody got out of the SUV. When she was outside talking to her brother, she invited them to come in and they did not want to, so she decided to stay later. And around 1:45 a.m., she and Sarah Levinson got a ride from Jen McCabe and her husband, who Julie had done some prior small jobs for. When they were leaving in the McCabe's SUV, Julie sat behind the driver's seat. Quote, "I did notice something out of the ordinary, like a black blob on the ground by the flagpole." End quote. She said the snow was kind of heavy, so she could not see much, but she did say in the car, "I think I might have saw something. I'm not kind of sure what it was." End quote. But she admitted during her testimony that she was drunk at that time. After she said it, her friend Sarah in the back seat replied, "What, Julie?" And Julie replied, "I don't know what it was." She said she only got a quick glance. During the trial, she said the object was about 5 or 6 feet long, but she had never revealed that detail to police. At the time, she did not think it was a person who needed help. Matt McCabe was driving, and his wife Jen was in the passenger seat up front, so Jen was turned around talking to both Sarah and Julie about why there was a loaf of bread in their car. Julie did not tell police immediately and was not interviewed by Proctor until October 2022, about 8 months after John's death. At some point, Jen McCabe asked Julie for a screenshot of her text to her brother asking him for a ride. Finally, Julie could not remember being in the McCabe's home, but later agreed that she had pet sat for their dog. The next witness was Terry Kuhn. Terry has a master's degree in forensic science. Terry is a forensic veterinarian as well as a DNA expert. She obtained a master's degree in forensic science DNA and works at the University of California. She received 2 swabs of John O'Keefe's sweatshirt to test for dog DNA, and the results turned up negative. But John's clothing had pig DNA that she explained could be from food like pork or bacon or even dog treats, as suggested by defense attorney Jackson. She said dog saliva can be a source of dog DNA, but it depends on the context. Terry described 2 recent cases she worked on with small bites from an animal, and they got nuclear DNA from those. Terry testified that dog claw marks from scratching are not a good source of DNA. Finally, the defense tried to question the collection capabilities of the Massachusetts State Police, but Terry testified that she worked with their forensic scientist to make her aware of the preferred collection method for the dog DNA. The defense replied that state police employee, Maureen Hartnett, failed a proficiency test earlier on in her career. Previously, I reviewed the testimony of Julie Nagel and described how her brother showed up outside. The next 3 witnesses to testify were the 3 people inside that pickup truck. Julie's brother, Ryan Nagel, his girlfriend, Heather Maxson, and his friend, Ricky D'Antano, who was driving his pickup truck. So I've condensed the testimony of these 3 people into the following summary. During Brian Albert Jr.'s birthday party, Julie texted her brother Ryan to pick her up since she knew that he was out with his 2 friends. Side note, I mentioned before that at some point, Jen McCabe asked Julie Nagel for a screenshot of the text message that Julie's brother Ryan sent to her, letting her know that they were about to arrive at 34 Fairview Road. That timestamp was 12:23 a.m. So as the pickup truck was going down Cedar Crest, approaching Fairview on the left, they noticed a black SUV coming from the opposite direction, and that SUV made a right onto Fairview. The pickup truck immediately followed the SUV in front of the Alberts' house. That SUV was Karen and John O'Keefe. The 3 people in the pickup truck gave several different details during their testimony, but the overall summary is the following. Ricky's pickup truck parked at the driveway, and the SUV was a few feet to a few car lengths ahead of them, and then at some point, the SUV moved up to the flagpole. During the several minutes that they were outside with Karen's SUV, they never saw anybody get out. The SUV's brake lights had no damage, and there were no cars between them and the SUV. Side note, that's an issue because some people testified that Brian Higgins parked at the mailbox in the street, but these 3 witnesses said there was no Jeep out by the mailbox. They testified that Julie Nagel came out from the side door of the house and then talked to them between 30 to 45 seconds, all the way up to several minutes, and asked them if they wanted to come inside to the party, but they said no, and she wanted to stay longer. So after it was determined that they would not be taking her home, Ryan said he watched Julie go back inside as they pulled past the SUV, and only Ryan and Heather glanced at the SUV, which had its interior or dome light on, which usually indicates an open car door or somebody turned it on inside to see better. Ricky, the driver, was focusing on the road and did not turn over to look at Karen's SUV. Ryan testified he only saw a woman in the driver's seat, and she was looking straight ahead with her hands on the steering wheel. Heather saw a woman in the driver's seat and a man in the passenger seat when they were at the intersection turning onto Fairview. But when they passed, she only saw the female driver. But Heather also testified that she never saw a man get out of the SUV for the several minutes they were there, parked close behind that SUV. So the main takeaway from the 3 people in the pickup truck is that they pulled up to Fairview right behind Karen's SUV and never saw John get out, despite Karen telling TV interviews that she pulled up to the mailbox and John got out and she saw him go through the front door. The next witness on the stand was Allison or Allie McCabe. Allie is the daughter of Jen and Matt McCabe, and Jen's sister, Nicole, lives at 34 Fairview and is married to Brian Albert, whose brother Chris has a son named Colin, who is a high school senior in January 2022. Colin was dropped off by a friend at Fairview to wish Brian Jr. a happy birthday. Colin then texted Allie at 11:54 p.m. that he was ready for a ride home because he had been drinking and was not driving. At 12:10 a.m., Allie texted the word "here" to Colin, and then he exited the house and she dropped him off at his house, and then she said she went home. On the witness stand, Allie cried while describing the harassment her family received because of the case in the form of, quote, constant phone calls, emails, awful messages, people showing up at our house, people emailing my school, end quote. Investigators interviewed Allie after defense attorney suggested Colin played a role in John's death, but Allie said Colin wasn't at the house when John was there. Side note, some people have pointed to Allie saying, quote, when John was there, end quote, as meaning that proves that she knew John was inside the house, but to me it seems like her mom, Jen McCabe, was probably saying that she saw Karen's SUV outside the house, but John never came in. And Allie arrived at the house at 12:10 a.m., and Waterfall video shows that Karen was walking out at 12:10 a.m., so that accusation by people online does not really line up with the evidence. Also, Allie testified that she did not see her parents' cars at Fairview. She said Colin did not seem overly intoxicated or have any injuries. Defense attorney Yannetti asked if the text screenshot was altered, and Allie said no. Allie estimated that she got home around 12:30 a.m., but the defense said data from the location app on her phone showed that she went from her home and then Canton High School several times between 12:26 a.m. and 1:32 a.m. Allie said that the Life 360 app screenshots included notes reminding her to connect to Wi-Fi, which could affect the location accuracy, and also some of the data showed the time between her house and Canton High School in just a couple of minutes when it takes 7 to 10 minutes driving. The next witness was Colin Albert. Colin is the son of Chris and Julie Albert and the nephew of the homeowners at 34 Fairview. He said there was no animosity between him and John O'Keefe, who lived a few houses away when Colin's family lived on Meadows Avenue, and they would sometimes wave at each other as they passed by each other's house. On January 28, 2022, Colin went from one of his friend's houses to his cousin Brian Jr.'s birthday at Fairview. He did drink alcohol, but he said he was not drunk. Allie McCabe picked him up at 12:10 a.m., and he never saw John that night. Next, the defense played video clips of Colin threatening to F up and beat kids up from a hockey team who had been name-calling him and his friends via text. The defense also showed a February 26, 2022 photo of Colin with bruised knuckles in their attempt to show the jury that Colin had violent tendencies and matches their theory that someone else killed John. But Colin explained that his hand injury happened after he fell on an icy driveway. Also, the prosecution showed some photos from February 11th, about 2 weeks before the defense photo, and his knuckles were not injured. Colin said he has never been in a fight other than with his brothers and never exchanged any kind of threats with John O'Keefe. Colin has punching bags but does not have any formal training in boxing. He also said his family does not discuss the case and he did not follow it on social media until people online started calling his family murderers. Colin said Trooper Proctor's sister is friends with his aunt, and he served as the ring bearer at her wedding when he was a child. Proctor and another officer interviewed him once in summer 2023, but did not look at his phone. He did not remember Trooper Buchanan obtaining a screenshot of his text messages. Finally, the defense asked why Colin's text messages with Allie McCabe jumped from January 29, 2022 to February 20, 2022. And Colin explained that they also chat on other social media apps via direct messaging, but it was not to hide any kind of messages. The next witness was Matt McCabe. He is married to Jen McCabe, and her sister Nicole owned 34 Fairview Road. They have 4 daughters, and after a school basketball game, they went to Waterfall Bar, where Matt had 3 to 5 drinks. Matt had previously met John O'Keefe because his daughter is friends with John's niece, and his wife Jen helped John with his niece and nephew, and they both coached John's niece in sports. Matt said he first met Karen in summer 2020 when John wanted to introduce Karen to Jen because they both have multiple sclerosis. There was no tension at Waterfall Bar that night, and John was excited that his niece had just gotten accepted into a new school. Later in the evening, Nicole Albert said people were welcome to come to their house for a birthday drink for her son, Brian Jr., who was going to turn 23 at midnight. In the car, Jen got a text from John asking where 34 Fairview was, so she called him on speakerphone and she referenced a street where John's ex-girlfriend lived. At this point, John was in the car with Karen. Matt said the drive from Waterfall to Fairview was about 4 to 5 minutes via the route that Matt drives. Matt listed the people inside 34 Fairview as Brian Sr., his wife Nicole, their daughter Caitlin and son Brian Jr., Brian Jr.'s friends Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel, plus Brian Higgins. Matt said when they arrived, Colin Albert was not there. He estimated they were at the house between approximately 12:20 a.m. and 1:45 a.m. There was no tension at the party. There was music playing, and at one point, his wife Jen showed a video of the song It's Raining Men because one of her sisters dances with an umbrella and it's a family joke. At no point did Matt see anyone go upstairs or downstairs. At one point, Julie Nagel went outside for about 3 to 5 minutes to talk to her brother, who was there to pick her up, but Jen McCabe said they would drive Julie and Sarah home. Someone mentioned seeing another vehicle outside and assumed it was Karen and John. Matt looked outside and saw an SUV parked directly in front of the house, and then another car at the driveway, and a Jeep near the mailbox. Matt never saw Brian Higgins go outside to move his Jeep from the mailbox area. Matt thought it was weird that John O'Keefe did not come inside after a few minutes, so he looked outside again, and Karen's SUV had moved up near the flagpole. He looked outside a third time, and the SUV was past the fire hydrant in line with the trees that separate the neighbor's property line. At some point on Fairview Road, when he looked out, he saw a weird wave or V-shaped tire marks in the middle of the road that were not there before Karen's SUV arrived. He did not see anyone outside or inside the SUV. Later he looked again and the SUV was gone. Around 1:45 a.m., he and Jen left with Sarah and Julie in the back seat, while the windshield wipers on his car removed the snow. His wife Jen was in the passenger seat, turned around toward the girls, joking about the loaf of bread in the car, while Matt focused on the street. Once they got home, he and Jen talked about one of their daughters trying out for a basketball team before they went to sleep. The morning of January 29th, Matt woke up to screams in his bedroom. Jen, Jen, Jen. And he realized that Jen was on the phone, and Karen said the last time she saw John was at the Waterfall Bar. Matt thought Karen was crazy because he saw her SUV parked outside Fairview, but she did not remember going there. While Matt and Jen were still in their bedroom, Karen said she cracked her taillight. Side note, I looked at the call log for Karen and Jen, and there were calls starting at 4:53 a.m., then 5:05 a.m., and at 5:07 a.m. is when Karen backed out of John's garage and lightly tapped the back of his car with her car. There were other phone calls with Jen at 5:16 and 5:32 a.m. So it is possible that Karen said that after 5:07 a.m., while she was out driving looking for John, and the McCabes were still in their bedroom. But Karen would not have been outside of her car at that point to know if she backed into John's car and the taillight was damaged that way. Obviously in the video you can see there's no damage. So after the McCabes found out from Karen that John was missing, Jen started calling friends who lived near the Waterfall Bar, but no one was answering their phone at that time of day. So Matt and Jen were going to drive to the house of John's friend. Then they heard yelling in front of their yard. It was Karen who showed up. Matt said he was worried Karen was going to wake up the whole neighborhood because she was so loud. He was also concerned that his wife would be in Karen's SUV, driving around in a blizzard with Karen having a broken taillight. So at some point, Jen did leave with Karen and Curt Roberts, and about an hour later, Jen called Matt and said that they found John at Fairview. So Matt drove to Fairview and said everyone inside Fairview was in shock. Matt told Officer Lank he did not know what happened. He saw a vehicle out front during the party, but he never saw John. Later that afternoon at the McCabe's home, troopers Proctor and Buchanan interviewed him separate from Jen and her brother-in-law, Brian Albert. Matt said his wife Jen is very calm in crisis mode based on previous deaths of relatives they've gone through together. The defense attorney Yannetti asked Matt about a week prior to John's death on January 22nd when they went to Hillside Bar, and Matt said everyone got along, including John and Karen. The night of John's death at Waterfall Bar, Matt said that both Brian Higgins and Brian Albert were not fighting, that they were just horsing around on the video. Matt said it was expected that Karen and John were going to follow the group to 34 Fairview Road. He estimated they left the Waterfall around 12:10 to 12:15 a.m. While he was inside the party, he did not hear any kind of yelling, a crash, or any noise from outside, but noted that music was playing inside the house. Matt did not recall leaving something inside the house, but Sarah Levinson testified he had to go back inside to get his jacket. While he was driving away from Fairview, he did not remember hearing Julie say, "What was that?" or any kind of reference to a black object or blob on the front lawn. He said he was focused on driving in the snowstorm. A few days later, there was a group text with Jen, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert. At the time, Kerry Roberts was being interviewed by police while she was at the McCabe's house, and the McCabes overheard certain comments while they were eating dinner and texted it into the group chat. On February 1st at 3:01 p.m., Matt texted the group, "Very weird that she's been barely interviewed. The whole dead comment was just told. I was supposed to have them talk last night and forgot to tell Proctor to call her." 2 minutes later at 3:03 p.m., Brian Albert replied, "Hope they don't think she is making it up after the fact for some reason." Also in that text chain was the comment, quote, "Ask Chris to ask some questions," end quote. Matt said this was about Chris Albert. Then he texted Jen, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, quote, "Tell them the guy never went in the house," end quote. Matt explained that message was referencing John because Chris Albert was never inside the house at Fairview, and a TV station reporter was at Chris's business at the time asking questions about John's death. Finally, Matt denied that was all to get their story straight. He said, "It's a fact." The next witness was Jen McCabe. She is the sister of Nicole Albert, who lived at 34 Fairview Road. She's married to Matt McCabe, and they have 4 daughters. Jen had known John O'Keefe for about 10 years because his niece was friends with her daughter. John started dating Karen, and both Karen and Jen McCabe have multiple sclerosis. So John asked Jen if she would like to meet Karen. That happened around July 2020, when John and Karen went to the McCabe's house to swim with their kids. After that, Jen would see John and Karen at different sports events for the kids and parties. Jen said she enjoyed Karen, and it was nice to have somebody else who understood MS. On January 28th, she went to her daughter's school basketball game and then Waterfall Bar. When she saw John and Karen arrive, she noticed that Karen took a drinking glass from inside her coat. At the Waterfall Bar, Jen said she drank beer. She talked to John, who said he was excited that his niece had gotten accepted to a new school. At the Waterfall, Jen also talked to Karen. Karen said that she was frustrated because she had taken John's niece to Dunkin' Donuts for breakfast, and John got mad. Karen told Jen about challenges with John's niece and nephew, and that was all they ever fought about. She was frustrated that John's family was not helping and wished that she had more alone time with John. At midnight, it was going to be her nephew Brian Jr.'s birthday. So at Waterfall, Brian Sr. made a general invite to everyone to come have a drink at Fairview. They left Waterfall around midnight, and Jen told both Karen and John to come to Fairview. And both of them said they wanted to. Jen walked out with Karen and also Karina Kolokithas. Jen told Karen to ride with her, figuring that her husband Matt may stay at the Waterfall longer. But then John O'Keefe came outside, and in the parking lot they spoke again about going to Fairview. On the ride there, they had some text messages and phone calls with John O'Keefe asking for directions to Fairview. Jen told John that Fairview was near his ex-girlfriend's house. After Jen arrived at Fairview, Brian Higgins and Brian Albert were in the family room talking, but she never saw Colin Albert or her daughter pick him up. Side note, that's because Jen arrived around 12:18, and Allie sent Colin a text message at 12:10 saying that she had arrived to pick him up. Inside the party, Jen did not see anyone go up or downstairs, and most people were hanging out in the kitchen, dining room area. At some point, Julie Nagel went outside to see her brother. Brian Jr. said there was another car outside, so Jen went to the front door, which was open so only the glass storm door was closed. She saw Karen's SUV straight ahead, and the taillights were red. The headlights were on, but there were no interior lights on inside Karen's SUV. At 12:27 a.m., Jen texted John, "Here," with an exclamation point and a question mark. At 12:31 and 47 seconds, Jen was at the door and noticed that Karen's SUV had moved up toward the flagpole. So Jen texted John, "Pull behind me." Her family's SUV was parked in the driveway. At 12:40 and 31 seconds, Jen texted John again, "Hello." She testified she could not be certain if they had left at that point. At 12:42 and 9 seconds, she texted John again, "Where are you?" And finally, at 12:45 and 33 seconds, she texted John a final time, "Hello." At that point, she thought John and Karen decided not to come inside, got into an argument, or maybe John's niece had called asking them to come back home. Around 1:30 or 1:45 a.m., the McCabes left with Sarah and Julie. She noted that outside snow had accumulated, and as they were driving away from Fairview, Jen turned around because one of the girls saw a loaf of bread in their car and they were making jokes about it. Once they returned home, after 2 a.m., she looked at her phone and researched a basketball team and texted a few people. At 4:53 a.m., Jen received a call from John O'Keefe's niece. She said John did not come home, and she could hear Karen in the background screaming, "Jen, Jen." Karen said they got into a fight, and she left him at Waterfall Bar. So at that point, Jen McCabe remembered that Chris Albert was still at the bar when Jen left. She thought maybe John had walked home with Chris. So Jen was going to call Chris Albert and his wife Julie to see if they had any information where John was. But Jen's husband Matt reminded her that they saw Karen's SUV outside 34 Fairview. So Jen told Karen that, and Karen said she did not even remember going to Fairview. On the phone, Karen started yelling Jen's name. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And she said that she had a cracked taillight. Oh my God, I left him there. Jen and her husband thought Karen was crazy and acting extremely irrational. Next, Jen called a friend of John's, but he did not pick up, so Jen and Matt had planned to drive to that guy's house. But soon after, they were surprised to hear Karen screaming outside their house. Jen, Jen, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And Karen said, we have to go to Fairview. Around that same time, Kerry Roberts pulled up to Jen's house, so as Jen and Karen were driving back to John O'Keefe's house, Kerry called them on the phone. Jen had met Kerry Roberts only once before, because both Kerry and Jen helped John with his niece and nephew, so one time John wanted to show his appreciation for them by taking them and their children to Reebok to buy sneakers. Jen testified that when she and Karen and Kerry Roberts pulled into John O'Keefe's driveway, Karen brought them to the back of her SUV and said, I have a cracked taillight. Jen said there were missing pieces in the taillight. Kerry told Karen that she was driving around drunk and could have hit anything and rushed them to go inside the house to look for John. Side note, there was Ring video captured at John's house showing his driveway. After both Karen and Kerry's SUVs pull into John's driveway, the three ladies walk directly inside the house without looking at the taillight. But the video of them leaving soon after is missing. And Karen did admit in an interview with Gretchen Voss that she did show Kerry and Jen that her taillight was messed up and pieces were missing, and Karen said that she picked them out. So it does seem to have happened that Karen showed Jen and Kerry that her taillight was messed up outside of John's, but both Jen and Kerry incorrectly remembered it was when they arrived at John's instead of leaving 6 minutes later. In the courtroom, Jen was shown a photo of Karen's SUV in the Canton PD Sallyport. She was asked if the condition of the taillight was consistent with what she saw the morning of John's death, and she said yes, minus the snow. For the 6 minutes or so that Jen, Kerry, and Karen were inside John's house looking for him, both Jen and Kerry looked in rooms for John, but Karen did not. At this point on the witness stand, Jen started crying because she said that when she left John's house, she told his niece that she promised they would find John and that everything would be okay. Next, the three ladies drove to Fairview in Kerry's SUV. Karen was screaming, we need to go to Fairview. While they were driving, it was hard to see out the window because it was snowing and dark. Kerry was driving, Jen was in the front passenger seat, and Karen was in the back middle seat screaming, Kerry, Jen, and just repeating a lot of different phrases like, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Could he be walking home? Where is he? As they were driving by landmarks, Karen kept screaming if John could be at the houses of two women he had dated previously. Finally, as they got down Fairview and they passed the flagpole at the Albert's house, Karen said, there he is, and she started banging on the door to get out. However, Jen looked outside and did not see where John was. At that point, Kerry said to Jen that Karen was crazy. They noted that Karen then ran straight to John and straddled him, lifting up her shirt and also John's as she laid on top of him. Kerry started to remove snow from John's face. While Karen and Kerry were attending to John, Jen called 911 for help. She said that John's body was covered in snow, a little bit off the street, and that Kerry and Karen were performing CPR. At some point, Jen started helping with compressions for John. After the phone call with 911, Jen called her sister Nicole inside Fairview, but she did not answer, so Jen went back to John. The first police officer to arrive was Officer Saraf. At that time, Karen was running around screaming Kerry and Jen's names. Is he dead? Could I have hit him? And did I hit him? When police officers and the EMTs arrived, they asked what happened. At that point, Karen stated 3 times that she hit John. At some point, the police officer put Karen in the back of his police car and asked Jen to go in the car with Karen. Kerry was also in the car at some point, and Karen was asking, what if John is dead? Promise me you'll take care of the kids, and she prayed. After that, the EMTs moved John's body. At that point, Karen said to Jen to Google hypothermia and how long it takes to die in the cold. Jen said during the blizzard it was cold and her fingers were freezing. Also, she suffers from MS, which affects her typing, so on her phone, she misspelled how long it takes to die in the cold. Also at that time, Karen was screaming and they were moving John's body, so the ladies were also moving to see what was going on. Police officer Lank asked to go inside the house, so first Jen went inside to wake up her sister Nicole and brother-in-law Brian. When she got inside their bedroom, she does not remember if their dog Chloe was in the room. After that, they went downstairs and Officer Lank asked them questions, and Jen's husband Matt arrived. After John's body was taken to the hospital, Kerry went to pick up John's parents with Karen, but they came back about 5 minutes later due to Karen's statements about self-harm. So Karen was put into an ambulance and taken to the hospital, and Jen spoke to her on the phone, and Karen kept repeating, is he dead? She brought up John's niece and nephew, and asked Jen if she would visit Karen. Inside Fairview that morning, both Julie Albert and Brian Higgins came over, and they tried to make sense of what was happening. Jen called Officer Lank to come back because she had remembered more things about Karen's comments that morning, including telling an EMT that Karen was the one who hit John. After that, the McCabes went home, and later that day, troopers Proctor and Buchanan came to their house to talk to the McCabes and also Brian Albert separately. Next up was the defense cross-examination. Jen said she considered Karen a friend and there was no tension at Waterfall Bar. Attorney Alan Jackson tried to insinuate that Jen had a plan to separate John and Karen by telling Karen to ride with her to Fairview, but Jen denied that accusation. The McCabes arrived at the Alberts' house on Fairview, coming from the street called Chapman. They made a left in the driveway and saw a Jeep a little in front of the mailbox. Alan Jackson insinuated that Jen and her husband conspired to say that Higgins' Jeep was at the mailbox because some other people, like the people in the pickup truck, said it was not out on the street. But Jen said she did not need to tell her husband Matt where the Jeep was because Matt was also in the car when they arrived. Based on the report from Proctor's interview with her, Jen said Proctor misinterpreted her statement about where the SUV was. Jen testified that she 100% said she saw Karen's SUV straight out the front door. Also, Proctor's report did not include the Jeep reference because Jen did not recall if he asked her about a Jeep. Jen was asked if her family spoke about the case after John's death. She replied, all the time about the vicious harassment we are all receiving. Next up, the defense wanted to talk about her daughter's Life 360 app. It's a GPS tracking app for her daughter's location. The defense asked questions about it because Allie, her daughter, said she went home after dropping Colin Albert off at his home, but the app data allegedly showed her driving to other locations. Jen said she did not know that because she had no reason to check the app. Jen told the prosecution the app has been wrong about location in the past. The defense inquired about when Jen burst into her sister's bedroom in the dark, where was their dog? Jen replied, I don't know. Jen was not certain where the Jeep was and said the pickup truck with the 3 people was definitely not in front of the Jeep. Next, Jen talked about asking Julie Nagel to give her text messages, which showed that her brother texted her at 12:23 saying that he was about to arrive. As soon as Jen saw Karen's SUV outside, That is when she texted John at 12:27 a.m., here. Defense attorney Jackson said, so the SUV was there for 4 minutes before you ever noticed it. And Jen said, correct. Jen stated that after midnight, the snow had started to accumulate, and when she looked outside, she saw tire tracks on Fairview Road, like a wave coming towards Karen's SUV as it was parked. Next, Alan Jackson grilled Jen about the position of Karen's SUV when she went to the front door, and whether Jen went to the front door all 5 times that she texted John. Jen said at 12:27, when she texted here, she saw the SUV in front of the door. At 12:31, she texted John, pull behind me, and the SUV had moved up to the flagpole. Her memory was that she saw it move twice, but she also agreed that her prior testimony was that every time she texted John, it was prompted by her looking out the door 5 times, and the 6th time, after 12:45, the SUV was gone. But she noted her husband was also looking out the front door several times that she did not. She did not hear any noise outside and did not see John's body on the lawn. When Jen was leaving Fairview, she turned around to talk to the girls and did not look out the window because they were talking about the bread in the car. She did not hear Julie Nagel mention anything about a black object on the lawn as they passed. When Jen, Kerry, and Karen went to John O'Keefe's house to look for him, John's bed was not made. Jen took a peek at the couch in the living room, but was not aware that Karen had slept on it. Next, Alan Jackson repeatedly asked Jen about her testimony that 12 times Karen asked, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? But Alan Jackson said that in prior hearings, Jen did not mention Karen saying, I hit him 3 times. Jen replied, saying that she clearly remembered the time that Karen said, I hit him, after an officer or an EMT on the scene asked Karen questions about John. And she explained her response about, did I hit him or could I have hit him, were when she was asked about Karen's statements at other moments that morning. Jackson asked if that was a manufactured story to help Jen out, and she said absolutely not. During her 911 call, Jen said she stated that he got out of the car, referring to John, because Karen said she had left him at Fairview. Jen stated that her 6:07 and 6:08 a.m. phone calls to Nicole Albert were each under 10 seconds, and although the phone log shows they were answered, Nicole did not answer. Jackson played audio of Karen's voicemail to John, which captured Jen's 911 phone call. Jackson noted there is a sound of a muffled voice at the end of that voicemail, and he tried to get Jen to say what she was saying in that phone call.
Yes, I need some of the people. 34 beautiful Vietnam with a handcuff notice now. Yeah. Okay, I know. Where's the blanket? I don't see the blanket, Terry. Yes, I need something.
Jen said it was too muffled and she was not sure it was even her voice at the end. At 6:23 a.m., Jen called Brian Albert and he did not answer. Alan Jackson said the phone logs show that her calls were deleted, and Jen said she never deleted any calls before she willingly turned her phone over to police. She said the report showed 20 calls in a group that were deleted, so cherry-picking a few makes it look a different way. Jen said she was in shock that morning, and she can't tell when she hung up the phone. What seems to be forgotten is my friend was laying there on the ground. Jen said she was friendly with Officer Lank if she saw him around town, and she only remembered Officer Lank inside the Alberts' house asking them questions, and not Officer Goode. Jackson asked if Jen was allowed to go inside the Albert house and have private conversations with Nicole and Brian Albert before talking to the police. Jen said yes, but we did not discuss what to say to the police, and there was no reason to be allowed or not allowed to talk because we did nothing wrong. Everyone was trying to figure out what happened. Jen said Brian Albert did not give her any advice for talking to the police or about giving her cell phone. Jackson stated that in her January 29th interview with Trooper Proctor, she told him Karen's taillight was cracked and missing pieces. Jen stated that she never said there was a crack in it. She said it was cracked. Next up, Jackson brought up a series of phone calls that Jen made to John O'Keefe's phone. At 12:14 and 12:18, John answered. Those calls were as John and Karen were driving to Fairview trying to figure out directions. Call logs show that Jen called John again at 12:29 for 7 seconds, and it shows answered. The next 6 phone calls that Jen made to John were missed, and they show deleted on Jen's phone. At 12:41, there were 2 phone calls, 12:43, 12:46, 12:47, and 12:50. Jen stated, I willingly turned over my phone. I asked if I could delete personal text conversations with my daughters, and the police said yes. I don't remember deleting any phone calls. There was a group chat between Jen, her husband Matt, and Nicole and Brian Albert around February 1st, 2022, where Matt McCabe said for Chris Albert to tell them the guy never went in the house. Jackson asked Jen, does it appear to you that Matt McCabe was directing witnesses what to say to the news media? And Jen said, that's not how I see it. John never went in the house. It wasn't a story, it was the truth. Next, Jackson asked about when Kerry Roberts was at the McCabe's house and police interviewed them separately while Jen and her family ate dinner in the kitchen, and how much Jen McCabe was listening to Kerry's interview. Jen said she was not eavesdropping, but could hear bits and pieces while eating and texted Nicole and Brian Albert with updates. Jen noted that previously, John O'Keefe's mother suggested that both Jen and Kerry create a timeline to remember everything that happened that morning. In one text, Jen wrote, she's telling them everything, and Jen explained the everything was a comment about Karen Reed. Jen recalled that Kerry had made a comment about Karen and John's relationship that horrified Jen, so she reported it to the group in the text. At a later date, Kerry made the same statement again, and Jen remembered what Kerry had said. But they had never worked together to come up with a story. There is no story. There's facts and truth. The story that the defense has created is not the truth. On January 30th, Jen drove along with Kerry Roberts and her daughter to drop Kerry's daughter off at Officer Lank's house to hang out with his daughter. When they arrived, Officer Lank's wife came out to console Kerry since she was such good friends with John. His wife got in the car at some point, but Jen and Kerry did not speak to Officer Lank. Jackson pressed Jen about her phone calls to John, but she stated she doesn't remember any phone calls and she put her phone in her back pocket. Jackson said, assume it goes to voicemail. You have to interact with the phone again to hang it up. The calls showed as missed. Jen stated she may have tried to text John, but inadvertently pushed call and then turned it off. Jackson replied, you butt dialed him 7 times in 19 minutes? That would require another 7 times hanging up since there were no voicemails left on John's phone. Jen repeated that she does not remember those phone calls. On the morning of January 29th, Jen contacted Officer Lank to come back to say something important, because after he left Fairview, she had remembered Karen saying, I hit him, and Jen suggested Officer Lank should ask the first responders because they may have heard that statement. In autumn 2023, Jen went to the home of Trooper Proctor to speak to his wife. She said Michael Proctor was not home at the time, but the 2 ladies wanted to talk because both had been harassed by social media, getting hate letters, emails, and phone calls, people driving by their homes, a rally outside their house screaming, a photo of her daughter with semen on it. Jen said she is a state witness being tortured because of lies by the defense. It's a social media witch hunt. Next, Jackson reviewed phone records that stated that Jen used her phone at 2:27 a.m. to search the internet about her daughter's basketball team and then how long it takes to die in the cold. Jen said it was not at 2:27 in the morning, it was later at the request of Karen screaming to search about hypothermia. Jen said her hands were freezing. She tried to Google how long to die in the cold or about hypothermia, but they never got the chance to read the search results. Jen denied all of Alan Jackson's accusations that she had searched at 2:27 a.m. because she knew that John was dead, and she also denied that she later deleted those searches. She finished by saying, I never would have left John O'Keefe out in the cold to die because he was my friend. Next, Adam Lally for the prosecution asked Jen some more questions. Jen said she did not know Ryan Nagel and his 2 friends who were outside in the pickup truck, only that Ryan texted Julie as he was about to arrive. Jen saw Karen's SUV twice at the front door, then it was gone. The flagpole is a dark area, and she did not expect to see John's body on the front lawn. Later in the morning, Karen was the one who kept directing them to go to Fairview. Jen and Kerry did not see anybody on the lawn, and they had already passed where he was. Regarding her internet searches at 2:27 a.m., she said she looked online to see a sports recap after her daughter had an exciting game. After she was finished reading it, she did not close out her Safari browser tab, so the next morning, when Karen asked her to search, that tab was already opened. During the first phone call from Karen at 4:53 a.m., Lally asked what was Karen's first iteration of the story. Jen recalled Karen saying that she and John had a fight, and she left him at the Waterfall bar, and John never came home. Later that morning, when Jen said she saw her SUV outside Fairview, Karen's story changed, with Karen saying, oh my God, I don't even remember going there, and Karen was telling other people that John was dead, that a snowplow had hit him, and her story changed multiple times that morning. Outside Fairview, Karen looked straight at Jen and said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, and Jen believed an EMT heard that as well. Jen said she and Kerry both voluntarily turned over their phones to the troopers. Lally asked for clarification about what statement Kerry Roberts made about John and Karen that horrified Jen. Jen said the statement that Kerry made was, John really loved Amy and Karen was just a babysitter with benefits. Jen said she would not have stopped the car unless Karen started banging on the door and said to stop, because she did not see anybody on the lawn. When Karen showed up at the McCabe's house after 5 a.m., it was unexpected. Jen and her husband were planning to drive to Tom Beatty's house to see if John was there. Jen talked further about going to see Michael Proctor's wife, talking about harassment. Jen said the harassment started in April, and she went to talk to Elizabeth Proctor in September. The harassment is daily and sometimes hourly. People at their house with video cameras, screaming. They've received harassment at their children's sporting events, letters to her daughter's school, Facebook messages, calls to their home and cell phone numbers, telling them to kill themselves, calling her a terrible mother. The other day when Jen's daughter Allie testified, she said, we didn't even get out of the building and people were saying horrendous things that she is a liar and your mother should die. It's unimaginable what my entire family is going through. I go to the beach, they take pictures and post it. They threaten that there are eyes everywhere and I'll never be able to live a normal life again. Jen said, I am a witness. That's all I am. I am not on trial. I am a witness and these people are terrorizing me. And Mrs. Proctor had similar issues. Lally asked about the Google search. Jen said Karen asked to Google about hypothermia and how long it takes to die in the cold. Because of her MS and her issues with her hands, Jen said the cold makes her hand go completely numb. That is why she misspelled the searches. Defense attorney Alan Jackson asked a few more questions. Concerning Karen saying, "I hit him" on January 29th, Jen said she told Officer Lank that morning. Jen said the police were okay with her deleting communications with her children before she turned over her phone. And Jackson replied, "You were aware that your daughter Allie was a witness in this case." Jen said that at the time she handed over her phone to police, she did not know that her daughter Allie had driven Colin Albert home from Fairview Road. Jen described what it was like driving to Fairview Road with Kerry and Karen. Karen was screaming frantically in the back seat and texting. She was screaming between Kerry and Jen, so Jen said she was not really sure how Karen even saw John over on the lawn when her head was up in between the seats screaming and then looking down and texting. Jackson asked, was the whole point of that trip to search for John? Jen replied, it was because she knew he was there. Jackson said, your testimony is that if it hadn't been for Karen jumping out of that truck, you wouldn't have stopped. Jen replied, because I wouldn't have seen him. I didn't know he was there. She did. The next witness was Curt Roberts. Kerry knew John since they went to Braintree High School, and he was one of her closest friends. Kerry's son was good friends with John's nephew, so Kerry helped John with his nephew, and Jen helped John with his niece after the children's parents died. Kerry said John dated a lot of people, and he introduced her to Karen in July 2020. Kerry and Karen would sometimes help coordinate activities with the children, but they did not hang out like girlfriends. On January 29, 2022, Karen called at 5 a.m. and said, John's dead. Kerry, Kerry, Kerry. Then she hung up. Karen called back and said, I'm afraid John might be dead. He might have gotten hit by a plow. He did not come home last night. I was not supposed to stay in Canton last night, and he would never leave his niece alone. I think something happened. During the call, Karen said she was driving and asked if she could come to Kerry's house, and Kerry would drive her car. Karen said she drank so much she does not remember anything. So Kerry told Karen to go home so she would not get a DUI. Kerry said she would go look for John. Karen displayed a frantic demeanor throughout the day, but Karen never showed up at Kerry's house. So Kerry called the Canton Police Department and also a local hospital to see if John was in an accident or arrested. After that, Karen called Kerry back and said, I'm at Jen's house and Jen is going to drive my car. So Kerry drove to Jen's house and pulled into the driveway. Kerry said she had only met Jen McCabe once before, when John took them both to Reebok and lunch to show appreciation for helping out with his kids. Kerry suggested they go back to John O'Keefe's house to look for him there. Karen said she remembered leaving John at the Waterfall bar, but Jen said she saw Karen pull up to Fairview. Karen later said, what about my taillight? Kerry said she looked at Karen's taillight when she was parked behind Karen's car in Jen McCabe's driveway, and there was a piece missing, but there was snow caked on top. So they left the McCabe's house and Kerry drove her car, and Karen and Jen were driving in Karen's car, and Jen said she saw Karen pull up to Fairview, so Karen really wanted to go back to Fairview, but Kerry suggested going to John's to look for him there and drop one of the two cars off. Ring video from John's house showed them arriving, and they entered the garage. Kerry said that John was a neat freak, so Jen and Kerry knew that John wanted them to take their shoes off inside his garage and not wear them inside the house, especially since it was snowing out. However, Karen never took her shoes off. Kerry did not know who had access to John's Ring app other than John on his phone, and Kerry found John's phone under his body and gave it to an officer at the scene. Kerry said that while the three ladies were in John's driveway, Karen said, look at my taillight. Do you think I hit him? Kerry said she did not think Karen hit John, but she did hit something. She said, let's go in the house and look for him. Lally asked, when did that happen? Kerry replied by pointing to the video screen in the courtroom and said that just showed it was when they arrived, so obviously it was before we went out to look for him and left the house, which that video is missing. Side note, Jen McCabe also testified it was when they arrived at John O'Keefe's house that Karen showed them her broken taillight. But the Ring video shows that the three women walked inside as soon as they arrived at John O'Keefe's house. However, they were only inside for about 6 minutes, and the video of them leaving is missing. Also, Karen admitted showing both Kerry and Jen that her taillight was broken, so Jen and Kerry are not lying that she showed them, they just got the time wrong. Kerry said she stood right in front of Karen's taillight. There was one piece of metal sticking out, and she thought it was dangerous because someone might catch their sleeve on it. While they were inside John's house, Kerry looked downstairs, and Jen and Karen went upstairs. Karen was just standing in John's room and not really looking. Kerry said on the second floor of John's house there is a computer room which has John's laptop. Inside the courtroom, they showed a photo of Karen's SUV with the broken taillight at Canton Police Department. Kerry used a laser pointer to show the metal piece she saw in the top left part of the light. She said the condition in that photo resembled what she saw in the driveway. Next, they showed the 8:22 a.m. police dash cam showing Karen's SUV had a missing right taillight. After the three ladies left John's house, they took main roads to Fairview. The visibility was very poor. It was in the middle of a blizzard. As they drove on Fairview Road, Karen was frantic and would not put her seatbelt on in the back middle seat. She was texting and leaning in between the front two seats, as Kerry drove and Jen was in the front passenger seat. As they drove through the neighborhood, Karen wondered out loud if John could have been at the homes of two women he had previously dated near Fairview. All of a sudden, Karen said, "There he is, let me the F out of this car," and she kicked the door. Kerry looked over and did not see anything. She said to Jen that Karen is crazy as Karen ran to a mound of snow on the front lawn. At some point, Kerry realized it was the shape of a body, and Karen lifted up her shirt and started to lay on top of John. Kerry started crying on the stand while the police video showed. Kerry asked Jen to get blankets from the back of her car. John was on his back on the ground, so Kerry brushed snow off of his face and noticed that he had blood coming out of his nose and mouth. His right eye looked like a golf ball, and he had bleeding in the back of his head. His entire body was covered by about 3 to 4 inches of snow. Kerry told Jen to call 911, and Kerry is CPR certified, so she started doing CPR, but Karen was also running around saying, "Did I hit him? Is he dead?" Once the paramedics arrived, they stood over by their car, and Karen continued running around screaming, "Is he dead?" Even though she was loud, no neighbors came out. When John's body was taken off the ground, his phone was underneath him, and the grass was exposed. Kerry picked up his phone and handed it to a first responder at some point. John was put in the back of an ambulance, and at some point, Jen, Karen, and Kerry were in the back of a police car, and Karen grabbed Kerry's jacket and said, "Are they working on him? Is he alive?" Kerry replied to Karen that the EMTs were working on him, and they would not be if he was dead. Karen had the three ladies hold hands and pray, and then Karen said she had her period, and Kerry said, "No, that's John's blood." After that, the ambulance with John drove away. So Jen McCabe went to the front door of her sister's house, and Karen and Kerry went inside Kerry's car. They called John's parents, and Karen was on the phone with John's sister-in-law, telling her that John was dead, so Kerry grabbed the phone from Karen and said John was not dead. As Kerry was driving away from Fairview with Karen, Karen said, "If anything happens to John, I am going to kill myself. You need to take care of these kids." And Kerry reiterated to her, "He is not going to die." As they were driving, Officer Goode asked them to return because Karen's parents called in saying that Karen was suicidal and they needed to take her to the hospital for a mental health check. Karen called her mother, and Kerry spoke to Karen's mother, who told Kerry, "Please make sure she does not take her purse. She has medication in her purse I don't want her to take." Kerry drove to the O'Keefes and got them to take them to the hospital. Meanwhile, an ambulance was taking Karen to the hospital, and she called Kerry and asked if she was coming to the hospital. Karen said she dropped John off at a party, and Mrs. O'Keefe said, "You just left him?" Mr. O'Keefe said, "Leave her alone, she's been through enough." Karen called a few times on the ride and kept asking, "Is he dead?" Karen would hang up and then call back repeatedly. At the hospital, Mrs. O'Keefe came out and said John was gone. Kerry wanted to see his body and said it was worse to see him than she saw him outside of Fairview. He was in a neck brace, both eyes were huge, filled with fluid, and he had scratches on his right arm. State police officers came to her house later, and she only spoke to Trooper Proctor once at Jen McCabe's house around February 1st. John's mother suggested Kerry and Jen do a timeline so they would not forget any information from that morning. Kerry remembered that Karen said that John was dead in the first phone call, even before his body was found. Kerry and Jen both voluntarily gave their phones to law enforcement. A few days later, Kerry and Jen went to the O'Keefe's house, and after that, Kerry dropped her daughter off at a friend's house, who was the daughter of Officer Lank. Officer Lank's wife came out to ask how everyone was doing, and they talked for about 45 minutes. The next two witnesses were sisters, Laura Sullivan, and Marietta Sullivan, also known as Etta Sullivan. First up was Laura. She met John's best friend in May 2013 and got pregnant in July, and then he committed suicide in November 2013. John was her son's godfather and involved in his life. At the end of 2021, Laura organized a group of 60 people to celebrate New Year's in Aruba. The first time Laura met Karen, Karen gave her a hug, and then Karen paid for a group dinner. During the Aruba trip, Laura's sister, Marietta, appeared to be upset. Laura asked John if Marietta and Karen had words. John got a phone call from Karen, and Laura asked if he had to take it. John replied, "Yes, she's crazy. I gotta take care of this." John later texted Laura, "Apparently, I made out with your sister the other night, according to Karen." However, Marietta said that never happened. A few days later, Karen said she was sorry and thought she saw something she did not. Because of that, Karen said she would like to pay for some of her sister's room. On January 29th, Karen texted, "Hi Laura, John has passed." Laura replied, "Oh my God, what happened?" Karen replied, "We found him in the snow at 5 a.m. I don't know. We were both at the same party. I didn't go in. I went home." The next witness was Laura's sister, Marietta. She had known John as her nephew's godfather for about 8 to 9 years, and she was also in Aruba with her boyfriend. At the Aruba hotel, the elevator door opened to the lobby, and she saw John stumbling and glassy-eyed. She hugged him, and he started to walk back to his room when Karen screamed his name and said, "Who the F was that?" John replied, "Calm down, that's Laura's little sister." Marietta was walking in that direction and came around the corner and said to Karen, "Hi, nice to meet you." And Karen replied loudly, "To go F myself." So Marietta replied, "Yeah, F you too." Marietta said John was like an older brother to her and she did not kiss him. The next witness was Brian Higgins. He's an ATF agent, but the Canton Police Chief Berkowitz offered him a space at their department. His vehicles included a government truck, a personal Jeep, a surveillance car, and a personal pickup truck that he would keep at Canton Police Department. The night of John's death at the Waterfall bar, Karen opened her coat and took out a tall glass that she had brought from C.F. McCarthy's. Brian only had a short greeting with John when he arrived, and Brian did not talk to Karen at all. However, he sent her a text message that said, well, which she described as a flirty text. Side note, a few weeks earlier, Higgins went to John O'Keefe's house to watch a football game. As he was leaving, Karen unexpectedly kissed him, which led to a few weeks of back and forth texting of trying to figure it out. After leaving the Waterfall bar, Higgins said he arrived at Fairview and did a sweep of the Albert's driveway, then parked on the street with the back end of his Jeep by the mailbox. When Higgins went inside the Albert's home, he saw Brian Jr. and a few female friends. He mostly hung out with Brian Sr., who showed him some photos of his son in the Marines, because Brian Higgins had been in the Marine Corps. Higgins estimated he left the Albert's house between 12:30 to 1 a.m., but was not 100% sure. He knew he would not be there long because he is not a beer drinker, and that's what they were serving. He only hung out in the kitchen and living room areas, and he may have seen a female being picked up, but he never looked out the front door. When he was in the kitchen, his back was to the front door, and he did not see Karen and John come in the house at all. He texted John asking if he was coming to Fairview. Higgins said he was not introduced to anyone named Colin at the party. When he left, he started to drive, and he pulled his plow up since he had just cleared the driveway when he arrived. He did not see any cars when he left. After he left, he drove to the Canton Police Department. He did so because the chief had told him to put his cars in the middle of the parking lot so they could plow the snow when the blizzard arrived. So if he did not do that after leaving Fairview, he would have had to wake up early to go back to the police department. Initially, he had planned to stay an extra day in New York City for the police officer's funeral, but returned early for the approaching snowstorm. Because he was planning on being away, he left a key for his surveillance vehicle in his office at the Canton Police Department so somebody else could move it while he was away. When he arrived at Canton PD, he moved his cars to the center of the parking lot. Then he went home, ate and had some more drinks, and laid on the couch in bed. Around 6:30 a.m., his two phones started ringing. He ignored a phone call from Canton Police Chief Berkowitz, but he answered a phone call from Brian Albert. He stated that he did not talk to Brian Albert or anyone since he had arrived home earlier that night. Higgins did communicate with Brian Albert on the 28th, so he was in his recent contacts on his phone. When Albert called, he informed him that John was found on the lawn, so Higgins drove his Jeep to the Alberts' house and was there for less than an hour. It did not make any sense to Higgins that John was found on the lawn because he said they never showed up. A few days later, he met with State Troopers Proctor and Buchanan and gave them his text conversations with both Karen and John. At this point in the courtroom, many text messages were displayed on the projector as Brian Higgins read them. On November 24th, 2021, John texted Higgins about meeting up to hang out. In early January 2022, Higgins texted John to see if he needed his driveway cleared of snow. That was something that Higgins did for free for his friends and family. On January 12th, Karen texted Higgins, "Hey Brian, it's the Weed Whacker." Karen had adopted that nickname because Brian Higgins was driving by, saw Karen using a weed whacker, and he beeped at her. But she gave him the middle finger. So he turned his car around and she said, "Get away from me, my husband is a Boston cop." Higgins rolled his window down further and she said she did not recognize him because he was in his work car. Higgins confirmed that he and Karen exchanged some flirty text messages. Around January 15th or 16th, he received text messages from John and Karen about coming over to John's house to watch a Patriots football game. John invited him over to watch games previously, but he never agreed. However, this time he showed up, and as he started to exit, Karen told him to go a different way, leaving the house. And he said Karen, quote, "planted a kiss on me," end quote. It was on his lips and not like a friend. So over text messages, he tried to figure out what her deal was. Were Karen and John at the end of the relationship, or was she weaponizing Higgins against John? Karen said that her relationship with John had deteriorated and that John had cheated with a friend on vacation. In the text messages, Karen said that John showed Karen his ring video 5 times of her walking Brian Higgins out of his house and asked her if she was hooking up with Higgins. At some point, Karen stopped at Higgins' house and he tried to figure out why she was interested in him. However, it really didn't go anywhere and she was not there long. Higgins said he was not proud of his flirty text messages with Karen because John was his friend, and if they were at the end of the relationship, that was one thing, but he was not going to have Karen utilize or weaponize him against somebody he liked, John. During the meeting at Higgins' house, he said neither one of them finished a drink. He was trying to figure out, what is this all about? And then Karen left. Higgins was very uncomfortable, and it was a weird vibe. They never kissed a second time or did anything more. On the projector in the courtroom, they showed the last text messages, including the January 28th one at Waterfall Bar, where Higgins sent Karen a text message saying, well, and then Karen did not reply until the next day and simply wrote, "John died," and they never spoke again. Next up was cross-examination by defense attorney Alan Jackson, who asked if Higgins had talked to his attorney during a break in his testimony, and Higgins said yes. Higgins recalled that his sister had died in a family tragedy, and Chief Berkowitz had offered him an office at Canton Police Department. Next, Alan Jackson explored Brian Higgins' connections to the local police officers. At Chief Berkowitz's retirement party, did you give a toast and say, quote, "If you want to hide a body, Kenny Berkowitz is your man," end quote? Higgins said he did not recall saying that. Jackson tried to get Higgins to say at a Christmas party a few years earlier, there was a physical altercation between Brian Albert and Eddie Hernandez, who was their friend and another police officer who went to the New York City funeral. The judge did not allow that question to proceed, or that Brian Albert has a reputation for being a fighter. Higgins recalled that as he left John's house, Karen planted a kiss on him that was more than a friendly kiss. He said he was attracted to Karen, but not in a romantic way like sending flowers. Jackson asked if Karen ghosted Higgins on text, and Higgins replied no, after she had not replied for a few days. Jackson asked if Higgins' text, well, was equivalent to him saying, "Why are you ignoring me?" But Higgins said that was an incorrect interpretation. Before John's death, Higgins had told his female supervisor that he did kiss Karen, but he never told Brian Albert about the flirty text messages or kiss with Karen. Higgins did not even know that John and Karen were going to be at the Waterfall bar. At the Waterfall, Higgins said he drank at least a couple of whiskeys, but he had no interaction with Karen. When he arrived at the Alberts' house, he parked near the mailbox, but he has never been up to the second floor inside the house. Jackson replied, if Brian Albert said you went upstairs to look at photos, where would you have to be? There was an objection from the prosecution and it was sustained. Just a side note, Brian Albert testified that he and Higgins went upstairs to look at military photos, but other witnesses said it happened in the family room downstairs. Higgins said he had been to the Albert house once before for the twins' graduation party, and he was downstairs in the basement and wait area. Jackson brought up that Higgins had previously testified in June 2023 that he saw a tall, dark-haired male enter Fairview the night John died. Higgins explained, "I believe that was in reference to somebody's brother in a pickup truck. He came in briefly, had a conversation with the two girls." Higgins does not recall if he told police about that male coming inside. Side note, it seems like the defense was trying to insinuate that the tall, dark-haired male was John O'Keefe, but Higgins knew who John was. So to me, it seems like he mixed up and it was actually Colin Albert who he saw when he arrived at the party. In June 2023, Higgins said he stayed at Fairview maybe for a half hour or less than an hour and left around 12:30 to 1. He said he waved, "See you later," and left, and then went to Canton Police Department to move vehicles. When he got in his Jeep outside, he turned the lights on and he did not see anything on the lawn. As he started to drive, he heard his snowplow scrape the ground, so he reached down and lifted it up, and then went to move two of his vehicles at Canton Police Department. However, Jackson said that his story has evolved over time, because in prior testimony, Higgins said he went to the police department to do administrative work. Higgins replied that moving cars is administrative. Higgins had stopped at Canton Police Department before he went to Hillside Bar, but he did not move them at that time because it had been a long day from the funeral in New York City, and he was more concerned about going out to eat and drink. Jackson asked in other testimony, "Have you ever indicated you may have slept on your couch that night?" Higgins said he sometimes fell asleep on the couch and would later move to his bed. He also stated he did not make or receive any phone calls after he got home from Canton Police Department. Normally, Higgins would put both his personal and work cell phones on a table next to his bed. He received a call from Chief Berkowitz, which woke him up, but Jackson said there was 2 phone calls with Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m. Higgins replied, "I have no recollection of any phone calls." Side note, Brian Albert's call to Higgins only lasted 1 second. However, soon after, Higgins called back and it lasted 22 seconds. It doesn't really sound like a conspiracy to me, but I'm not sure why neither of these men remember it, although Brian Albert testified that he was intimate with his wife at that time. Jackson showed Higgins a phone call log and said at a prior hearing, Higgins said he maybe butt dialed, but he had no recollection of calling and did not have any kind of conversation. Jackson reviewed how a missed phone call notification would show up on an iPhone, and that Higgins would have to follow several steps to unlock the phone and then touch the screen to call Albert back. At a prior hearing, Higgins was asked, "Did you call him back?" and answered yes, but he said he did not have a conversation with anyone. He also said it's possible somebody picked up and never said anything and I terminated the call. On the stand, Higgins said, "I always tell the truth." Jackson asked, "What was so important that you needed to discuss something with Brian Albert at 2:22 in the morning?" Higgins replied, "There was no discussion. I never talked to Brian Albert." No one from law enforcement ever asked to look at Brian Higgins' car. Later in the morning, he spoke with Brian Albert, then went over to their house to support the people there. The people there were in shock, sitting around the table, trying to figure out what had happened. The math did not make sense. And Jen McCabe said that Karen was saying that she was the one who hit John. Jackson replied, "What you've reported is Karen said, quote, 'I hope I didn't hit him,' end quote." And Higgins told Jen, "You need to tell Canton Police Department that." Higgins replied, "No, I don't think that's what I said." After leaving the Alberts' house, Brian Higgins went to Canton Police Department, but he did not have to work that Saturday. Alan Jackson reviewed access card records from the department and said Brian Higgins was there from around 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Included in the records was the timestamp 1:27 a.m., which he said was when he moved his cars. The next timestamps were at 9:23 a.m. when he entered the Sallyport. Higgins said he was pretty sure he was not there all day. The log showed a break between 11:52 a.m. and 2:05 p.m., which he said was lunch. Next, Alan Jackson asked about several phone calls starting at 3:10 p.m. on that day with Canton police officer Kevin Albert, who is the brother of Brian Albert. Also, there were phone calls with Brian Albert and Chief Berkowitz. Higgins said he did not remember specifics of conversations, but said that people were upset and he talked to a lot of people that day. But he was not trying to get information from Canton Police Department to pass on to Brian Albert or others. Jackson continued reviewing Brian Higgins' access card timestamps at Canton PD. At 4:07 p.m., he went from the booking area to Sallyport, but there was no record of him exiting. Higgins said he only used the Sallyport as a cut-through around the office. He did not recall when he left or seeing Chief Berkowitz in the Sallyport, but he did interact with Berkowitz at some point during that day. Jackson asked Higgins if he was in the Sallyport when Karen's SUV was delivered at 5:36 p.m. Higgins said he did not think he was there. Jackson brought up phone calls that Higgins received from Brian Albert at 6:12 p.m. and Chief Berkowitz at 6:16 p.m. Jackson asked, "Do you remember testifying at another hearing and the subject of those calls was taillight pieces being found?" Higgins said, "No, that's not what that was in reference to." Higgins did admit that on February 4th, Chief Berkowitz did call him to say that he personally found taillight pieces outside Fairview. Next, Jackson asked about Higgins' phone and ways to delete information from a phone. On January 30th, Higgins called his best friend, who also works for ATF, and has access to a forensics lab. Higgins asked his friend how he could pull just the text message conversations between him and Karen and John. So he hooked his phone up to a machine which extracted those conversations. Jackson said it's a federal offense for an ATF agent to use FBI resources for personal gain. Higgins replied that the text messages were to give to law enforcement. Next, Jackson asked about a September 30th, 2022 court order or notice that told witnesses not to alter, destroy, manipulate, or do anything with their phones. The day before, on September 29th, Higgins had changed phone carriers and numbers, but he maintained the same phone. Jackson asked about a month later, "Did you pull out the SIM card from your phone?" Higgins said he either cut it or broke it, but that was after the date the phone preservation order was denied by the judge. Higgins did not delete any data or do a factory reset on his phone. Jackson asked if Higgins removed the SIM card, then drove onto a military base and threw the card in one dumpster and his cell phone in another dumpster. Higgins said that is not correct. He put the SIM card in a trash bag and put his phone in a trash bag, and when he was cutting through a military base, he put the bag in a dumpster. Jackson said during Higgins' testimony in June 2023, he said he did a factory reset on his phone. Higgins denied that. He said he did not transfer anything from his old phone to his new phone, but said he did not take many videos or photos. He only got rid of his phone after the motion to get his phone was denied, but admitted he did not receive anything in writing. The only thing he saved from the old phone were 2 text string messages with Karen and John. Next, the prosecution had a few more questions. Higgins said he lifted his snowplow after about 1 foot of driving on the road and hearing it scraping on the ground. Higgins said Karen was the one who initiated the flirty texts. He did not tell anyone about them because he keeps personal things to himself, and those messages did not show him in a good light because he was John's friend. He said if Karen and John were not in a relationship, he could not say whether or not he would have wanted to pursue anything further with Karen. Everything was so out of left field, he found it hard to believe. He moved his cars at the police department that night because it had been a long day, and if he did not do it after leaving the Fairview party, he would have had to do it early in the morning. Regarding the 2:22 a.m. phone calls with Brian Albert, he does not remember speaking to him or calling him. There was a quick review about keycard access at Canton Police Department, with Higgins saying the Sallyport is used to cut throughout the office. There were 18 keycard access entries for Higgins that day. On September 30th, 2022, Higgins received a phone subpoena. On October 21st, he was made aware it was denied on October 5th. So he disposed of his phone about 2 months after that because it was broken and he already had a new phone, so he threw the old phone away. Higgins also explained that in July 2022, a target of an investigation that Higgins was doing called Higgins on his phone, and Higgins asked the guy how he got his cell phone number. The suspect said his girlfriend found Higgins' phone on the internet, which concerned Higgins to get rid of that phone number. Higgins was doing undercover work before the Karen Reed case, and he was divorced with no children, so he did not have a lot of memories on the phone to preserve. He had more of a connection and value with his work phone than his personal phone. Finally, David Yannetti from the defense had a few questions about his phone and stated that on July 25th, 2022, was when Higgins received the phone call from the suspect. He said he reported it to his supervisor at that time. 2 months later, on September 29th, he changed his phone number and got a new phone. The next day was when the preservation order was issued. Next up was testimony from John's niece and nephew, but because they were under 18 years old, Their testimony was not broadcast. News reports stated that they both described yelling and arguments between John and Karen, which became more frequent in the weeks before John's death. They described an incident when John asked Karen to leave his house, but Karen refused and was swearing loudly. The night John died, his niece was awakened by Karen shaking her at 4:30 a.m. Then Karen left her room and came back and told her to call John. The niece said Karen was just pacing down the hall, asking what could have happened, stating, "Maybe I did something, maybe a snowplow hit him." The next witness was Dr. Justin Rice. He treated John at Good Samaritan Hospital after he arrived in cardiac arrest with a temperature of 80 degrees, which qualifies as hypothermia. They tried a variety of methods to resuscitate him, but he was pronounced dead at 7:50 a.m. His injuries included a 7-millimeter laceration above his right eyebrow, soft tissue swelling and a contusion, superficial abrasions or scratches on his right forearm. However, the doctor did not reference the injury to the back of John's head. He also treated Karen, who was brought in for her mental health, and blood work showed her blood alcohol level was 0.093. One of the medics who came in with John may have said that John was struck by a vehicle, but there was no mention of it in his report. The next witness was Dr. Gary Fowler. He was a pathologist and former lab director at Good Samaritan Medical Center who testified about the hospital's protocols for blood alcohol testing. Karen's blood was drawn around 9:03 a.m. and it showed a serum alcohol level of 0.093, which was over the legal limit of 0.08. The next witness was Nicholas Roberts. He worked in the toxicology unit at Massachusetts State Police and performed a retrograde analysis of Karen's blood to estimate her blood alcohol concentration could have been between 0.135% and 0.292% if her last drink was around 12:45 a.m. Next up on the stand was Michael Trotta. He was the superintendent of public works in Canton and discussed the snow plow process. Trooper Proctor contacted him on February 3, 2022, inquiring about how Fairview Road was plowed the night John died. The defense asked if he remembered speaking to a defense investigator in mid-February 2022, but he did not recall. The next witness was Louis Jutras. He works for the town of Canton as a manager of information systems in the finance department. Police asked for video surveillance between 12 and 1 a.m. and 5 and 6 a.m. from a few different locations around town. The cameras record based on motion detection and usually save for 30 days. No one has access to remove those videos. He checked the beginning and end of the videos to make sure it covered the entire 1-hour spans, but did not watch the full 1-hour video for each period before turning over the raw files to the state police. The next witness was Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara from the state police. He is a team commander for the search and rescue team who assisted with the evidence search outside 34 Fairview Road. O'Hara arrived on the scene at 4:56 p.m. He estimated there were up to 20 inches of snow in some areas, so his 7 team members bought shovels, brooms, and rakes to clear the 3 to 4 foot snowdrift on the side of the street. He testified he had never done evidence searches in blizzard conditions, so they performed a line search with all searchers moving in unison. They were assisted by 5 other officers and found a sneaker against the curb a little bit past the fire hydrant in the flagpole direction, and also found pieces of taillight and a broken drinking glass. They completed the search by 6:15 p.m. after Officer Tully was satisfied they found everything, but O'Hara wanted to come back in the daylight a few days later after the snow had melted. Troopers Proctor and Buchanan were not on the scene. Members of the search team used handheld GPS devices to mark where each item was found and uploaded it to a map. The prosecution showed photos of the area that was searched and evidence recovered. Defense attorney David Yannetti performed the cross-examination. O'Hara testified that it was not important to know the working theory from investigators before searching at a scene. The important thing was the general area to search and knowing that they were looking for pieces of a taillight. He said it is important to secure a crime scene, but sometimes they don't go out until a few days later. O'Hara discussed how his team was alerted and dispatched to the scene after several layers of law enforcement approvals. Then Yannetti had O'Hara review arrival times for each officer. Law enforcement never discussed getting approval to search inside the Alberts' home. Yannetti also asked about the locations of the shoe and the taillight pieces that were found. O'Hara returned the next day to continue his testimony, and Yannetti pressed O'Hara whether law enforcement collected 6 or 7 pieces of plastic taillight. He said Officer Tully was the one who documented the evidence log, and Tully's photo shows 5 pieces of plastic. O'Hara told the State Police Detective Unit if they wanted his team during the daylight, they would be available. Law enforcement returned to the scene of Fairview on February 3rd, 4th, 8th, 10th, 11th, and 18th, but Trooper Proctor did not call O'Hara to assist with the search on those days. After that, the prosecution followed up with a few more questions. O'Hara said they keep a journal to document general activities, but it was not thorough. The Mission Manager software was more detailed. And finally, their process is to photograph items as they are discovered. The next witness was Maureen Hartnett. She works for the Massachusetts State Police as a forensic scientist for the past 8 years. Most of her job is reviewing evidence in cases. On February 1st, 2022, she was dispatched to the Canton Police Department garage, also known as the Sally Port. While there, she examined Karen's SUV while another officer took photos. In the courtroom, she reviewed diagrams based on her inspection of the SUV and noted there was damage near the rear passenger side, a dent in the trunk door, scratches on the rear bumper, a broken taillight, a hair on the rear quarter panel, and glass on the bumper. She did not find any biological material or blood on the SUV. She reviewed photos of the interior of Karen's SUV, the hair, the glass on the bumper, and the taillight housing inside the State Police lab. A photo was shown of the bag containing the red Solo cups on the floor of the Canton Police Department, which contained frozen red or brown stains inside the cups. Once they thawed, Hartnett took 2 sterile swabs from the stain and then put it in envelopes and brought to her lab. The light is listed as item 3-1. The taillight had no visible red or brown stains. Karen's SUV had been towed through a blizzard and potentially limited the material on the taillight, which she did swab for DNA. Exhibits 187 to 189 were the taillight in the lab. On the back of Karen's SUV, there was a hair that had a root, but Hartnett did not determine which part of the body that hair came from. It was about 7/8 of an inch long, and she sent the root to the internal DNA unit. In May 2023, she examined clothing and other items for biological testing. John's sweatshirt had damage on the sleeve, the front, and the back, including red and brown stains. In the courtroom, they showed photos of the sweatshirt. Hartnett could not tell what caused the tears. She was informed that there was a theory that the victim was potentially bit by a dog, so they decided to do testing to see if there was any dog DNA on John's clothing. It was sent to a lab in California, who informed Hartnett on how best to collect a sample for their lab. Hartnett took the samples from the damaged areas on the right sleeve for potential saliva collection. They reviewed t-shirt photos. Stickers A, B, C, D, and E noted red-brown stains. Other photos were for the jeans, sneakers, and fingernail clippings. There was blood on the sweatshirt, the shirt, jeans, and 1 sneaker. Hairs and fibers were taken from the clothing for testing, and pieces of glass from the bumper and drinking glass were saved for other departments' testing. Next, defense attorney Alan Jackson asked some questions about her visit to Canton Police Department. Hartnett said she made no conclusions if the dent, scratch, or broken taillight resulted from a vehicle-pedestrian incident. In the courtroom, they showed a photo of John's arm at the hospital. Hartnett said she looked at the undercarriage of Karen's SUV, but she was not qualified to say whether that could have caused John's arm scratches. She did take some swabs from the undercarriage of the SUV, including the tire flaps, edge of the bumper, and exhaust pipe, and all were negative for blood. She could not remember if the Solo cups in the grocery bag that contained John's blood were labeled. Hartnett took swabs from only one of the cups. She was told they all came from the same area at the crime scene and assumed they were all related. DNA testing was not done on it. She confirmed that Trooper Proctor was at the Canton PD Sally Port when she was there. Exhibit 187 was the taillight housing in the lab, and she took a swab from multiple areas of the light. A photo of Karen's bumper showed apparent glass on the bumper. Jackson brought up that Karen's SUV had been towed from her parents to Canton PD and asked about the hair. Hartnett said she was the one who discovered it. Photos of the hair were exhibits 165 and 173. Jackson inquired if it looked like the hair position changed between the 2 photographs. Hartnett replied that she can't say based on the photos. I made a photo and video comparison, and the position of the hair does appear to be different. In the video, the photographer pulls back the crime scene tape and then lets it go, but I'm not sure that the force of that would have caused the hair to move position, or how many photos he took. Hartnett said the photos were from different angles, and she could not tell if the ends are coming off the vehicle. She then described swabbing John's sweatshirt, and it was her first time swabbing for canine or dog DNA. She was asked if she had any training for the relationship between keratinized tissue and DNA. She said she does not, and she does not know what keratinized tissue is. I looked it up, and keratinized tissue is a type of tissue found in the mouth, specifically the gums and hard palate, characterized by the presence of keratin, a protein that makes the tissue tough and resistant to abrasion and inflammation. Next up, Hartnett said that the debris from John's sweatshirt and t-shirt were scrapings that were combined together. The debris collection was anything left on the item that she was not able to pick off. Both John's shirt and sweatshirt were in one evidence bag, and she does not know if there was debris in the bag or if the shirts picked up debris from that bag. A photo was shown. The photo showed the evidence bag of shirts, which was collected by Proctor on January 29th. Exhibit VV was a log from the lab showing that the plastic pieces t-shirt and sweatshirt were not submitted until March 14th. Alan Jackson talked about the chain of custody between January 29th and March 14th. Hartnett said she does not have the data before it reached the lab. Finally, Prosecutor Lally had a few questions. Hartnett said she swabbed the taillight housing from the exposed area of taillight if it was intact, not the interior that would have been protected by plastic. When she viewed Karen's SUV at the police station, she did not see any snow or ice on it. The next witness was Ashley Valier. She has been a forensic scientist at Massachusetts State Police for the past 5 years. She received the debris from John's clothing and looked at it under a microscope. She said it included apparent dirt debris, many black, gray, and blue apparent fibers, several pieces of red apparent plastic, several apparent hairs, one piece of green material, and one piece of a clear apparent plastic. The dimensions of the clear plastic was 1/8 by 1/16 of an inch, which she sent to another analyst, Christina Hanley, who is a trace supervisor. She examined items from 34 Fairview Road, plastic, glass, and a straw. She described her process of examining the items and determined if they looked like they could fit together. She reviewed some photos, 3 pieces of a red light, 2 clear pieces, and Exhibit 194 was various pieces. If 2 pieces fit together, she photographed them and held them together with tape. The next day, Valier continued her testimony and showed photos of item 7-16, which was clear plastic that included the dots or dimples on the outside of the plastic taillight. Exhibit 373 was an evidence bag for 7-16, including 6 pieces of plastic. She described her process using a stereo microscope, and item 3-1 was the taillight housing. One piece measured 14 by 9 by 8.25 inches. There were also a lot of very small pieces that were not suitable for comparison, so she did not try to fit those. But items that did fit were piece A and piece B. Also, piece A and piece F fit together mechanically. Valier said things break differently every time, and she would see if broken edges aligned, and if they do, it's a mechanical fit. Valier reviewed many photos, and her conclusion was those pieces were at one time together as part of a larger unit. Next up was the defense's cross-examination, where they asked about giving item numbers when evidence arrives. Valier said she did not test the dirt, debris, or apparent hairs. She reviewed the chain of custody at the crime lab. She confirmed that Trooper Proctor delivered John's t-shirt and sweatshirt to the lab on March 14th after he died January 29th. After that, the defense reviewed the different dates that the various taillight pieces were found. The defense asked if one section of the taillight was missing completely, and Valier confirmed yes, the upper left side. After that, there was some more follow-up from the prosecution. Valier said the debris items from the clothing were transferred to the unit by Hartnett. Her process is to observe items visually and then microscopically, and when she was fitting the pieces together, they were all taken from Karen's SUV. The next witness was Christina Hanley, who is a forensic scientist for Massachusetts State Police. She described her process of examining trace evidence, including the glass found on the bumper of Karen's SUV and on the ground near John's body. Hanley described the various pieces of glass and the difference between class characteristic, which is when material can be associated with a group of items that share characteristics, and individual characteristics with a physical match. The drinking glass was a physical match for 6 of the glass shards recovered from the scene. One piece of glass from the SUV's bumper was consistent with a shard found on the ground at the scene. Her conclusion was that some pieces were together at one time as one unit, but she could not match some other pieces. Next, she talked about the scraping and trace material taken from John's sweatshirt and t-shirt. Within those scrapings, they found one clear plastic 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. Another piece of red plastic was 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch. She noted that the plastic in John's clothing was consistent in color and instrumental properties with clear and red plastic from Karen's SUV taillight, or another source with the same characteristics. Next, defense attorney Alan Jackson asked her a few questions, including showing her Exhibit VV, which detailed the chain of custody of several items. They went into detail about which pieces of taillight and glass matched and did not match. The broken drinking glass did not match the shards from the bumper. However, Hanley did not use some of the glass from the bumper in her physical match examination due to size and condition. She confirmed one piece of glass from the bumper was consistent with a shard recovered at the scene. Jackson pointed out that the piece of glass Trooper Proctor found matched neither the cup nor the other pieces of glass another trooper found at the scene. After that, Lally asked her a few questions. Hanley confirmed that the drinking glass did match to 6 pieces of glass on the road and ground, and a piece of glass from Karen's bumper was consistent with the glass on the ground at 34 Fairview. The next witness was Massachusetts State Trooper Yuri Buchanan. At 6:44 a.m., he received a call there was a body in a snowbank in Canton. He called State Police Trooper Michael Proctor, the on-call detective for the agency's unit within the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. He met Proctor at the Canton Police Department around 9:15 a.m., and then they went to the home of Jen and Matt McCabe. While there, they conducted separate interviews with Jen, Matt, and Brian Albert. After that, they went to the Good Samaritan Medical Center, where John and Karen were. When they viewed John's body, they noted that he had bruising on his eyelids, as well as cuts near his eye, and on his nostril and right arm. The injuries were consistent with what Buchanan has seen during previous death investigations involving subdural brain hemorrhages. John's clothes were on the floor at the hospital and soaking wet, with vomit on them, and they placed them into evidence bags. In the courtroom, Buchanan held several items of the clothing for the jury to see. 2 troopers in his office are designated as evidence officers and have access to the secure evidence storage room, but neither he nor Proctor have access. Buchanan and Proctor arrived at Karen's parents' house in Dighton around 2:30 p.m. and saw Karen's SUV in the driveway. He noted her rear right taillight was damaged, but he and Proctor did not touch her SUV. Inside, they interviewed Karen. She told them she and John did not get into any verbal or physical altercations at the 2 bars they went to the night before, but had gotten into a fight the morning of January 28th. And that fight was about what John's niece and nephew were being fed for breakfast by Karen. Karen told investigators how the night unfolded, starting at the first bar with her drinking vodka soda, and then going to Waterfall Bar and Grill, and then Karen said she dropped John off at another location in Canton after the group at the Waterfall was invited to an after-party. Karen was asked if she saw John walk into the home at 34 Fairview, and she stated that she did not. She stated that she made a 3-point turn after dropping him off and left. She did not know how her car was damaged, but said it happened last night. She did not go inside the home at 34 Fairview Road because she said she was having stomach issues. Buchanan asked Karen for a step-by-step recollection of how she made her 3-point turn and left Fairview Road, and at that point, the interview was terminated by Karen. Buchanan and Proctor seized Karen's phone and followed the tow truck with her SUV to the Canton Police Department, where the vehicle was processed in the station's Sally Port garage. That was on January 29th, and on February 2nd, he escorted her car to the State Police Barracks in Milton. In the courtroom, they played a Ring video from John's house, showing Karen's SUV backing out of John's garage at 5:07 a.m. on the 29th. Buchanan pointed out a missing, damaged rear right taillight, but it did not appear to be a result of Karen slowly hitting John's SUV. They also showed video from the bar C.F. McCarthy's, where Karen received 6 alcoholic beverages in less than 2 hours. According to Buchanan, Lally put the total at 7 drinks. Next, video from Waterfall Bar showed Karen sipping from a cocktail glass that was shorter and fatter than the tall cylindrical glass that she took with her as she left C.F. McCarthy's bar. John was captured on video leaving the Waterfall bar at 12:11 a.m. holding a cocktail glass. Buchanan came back for a second day of testimony. He described how John's home security video from Ring was missing 2 videos. Police were not able to recover any video of Karen arriving home after she allegedly dropped John off at Fairview. The second Ring video that was missing was after Curt Roberts and Jen McCabe looked in John's house to see if they could find him, and then after a few minutes, the 3 ladies left in Curt Roberts' car. But according to all 3 women, when they were in the driveway outside John's house, Karen told them that her taillight was damaged, but she didn't know how. Next, they discussed the video of Karen's SUV sitting at the Canton Police Department's Sallyport garage, and Buchanan noted that the video was mirrored or flipped. He said that is the way that they collected it and was presented from the Canton Police Department, and it was not done on purpose to hide anything. Side note, the reason that's important is because Karen's right taillight was damaged. So when the video was flipped, it appeared that they were showing Karen's right taillight, but in reality, her right taillight was hidden. After that, they played a brief audio clip of Karen during a conversation with Buchanan following her indictment and arrest on June 9th, 2022, where she said, quote,
"Okay, you're aware he was beaten up by Brian and Colin Albert. Okay, we're all in on the same joke, right? My taillight was cracked and John was pulverized."
You're aware he was beaten up by Brian and Colin Albert. I mean, we're all in on the same joke, right? My taillight is cracked and John was pulverized, end quote. At that point, Buchanan said he advised Karen to stop talking. Investigators spoke with the company Ring about obtaining an activity log that could show who logged into John's account, but there was no activity logs provided by Ring. However, defense attorney Jackson presented a document that he said indicated state police received account information, video recordings, and, quote, activity logs associated with the video recordings, end quote, from Ring. In response, Buchanan noted that Ring provided the data to the extent of its availability, which did not include detailed activity logs. Buchanan talked about how several searches were conducted outside 34 Fairview Road in the days and weeks after John died. He and Proctor, as well as Trooper David DeChico, searched outside of the home on February 3rd, when the snow started to melt. At that time, they found John's missing baseball hat, a cocktail straw, and pieces of plastic. Buchanan told the troopers in his office to drive past the home at 34 Fairview Road on their way to and from work to see if the melting snow would reveal any other clues. On February 4th, Canton Police Chief Kenneth Berkowitz spotted evidence in the melting snow. Buchanan said he was aware that Canton PD had recused itself from the investigation because the home was owned by Brian Albert, whose brother Kevin is a Canton police officer, but Buchanan did not find it odd that Berkowitz found evidence. Even more evidence was found on February 10th, which were in the same vicinity as the other evidence recovered. Jackson showed Buchanan a photo of an evidence collection bag containing pieces of plastic found at the scene that day. Buchanan was not aware the bag was not logged into evidence until March 14th. Buchanan told someone in the medical examiner's office that John appeared to have been struck by a cocktail glass. Buchanan agreed with Jackson that the initial investigation believed there was at least a good possibility that it was a physical altercation that led to John's death. On the 3rd day of his testimony, Jackson reviewed the Canton Police Department inverted Sallyport video with Karen's SUV. Buchanan said the video was accurate, just inverted, but acknowledged that the video is not a smooth recording of the events and skips around as the motion-triggered camera starts recording. Jackson played a version that was not inverted and questioned Buchanan about the much grainier footage from the other side of the garage, noting that the timestamp jumps from 5:08 p.m. to 5:50 p.m., missing a 42-minute period after Karen's car arrived at the garage. On redirect examination by Lally, Buchanan said he and Proctor never touched Karen's SUV. He also said his comment about John possibly being involved in a domestic assault and struck in the face with a cocktail glass was before he viewed John's body. Quote, up to that point, we had learned that the defendant stated that she hit him. The Canton Police Department had collected a broken glass, so based on the physical evidence and the statements made by the defendant to the first responders at the scene at that point in time, I had communicated those facts to the medical examiner's office. That way, they would document it, but also be prepared to investigate the case with the most up-to-date information available, end quote. And that was the end of his testimony. The next witness was Sergeant Nicholas Barros. He has been a police sergeant for the town of Dighton since 2011. Dighton is the town where Karen's parents live and where her SUV was towed from. On the morning of January 29th, Karen's father called 911 and asked police to drive him to the hospital to see Karen because he did not want to drive due to the snowstorm. Barros did not clarify if the 911 dispatcher replied, "We ain't Uber." Later that day at 2:30 p.m., state troopers called the Dighton police saying they were going to Dighton to get a vehicle related to a homicide. Sergeant Barros recognized that was the address from the earlier 911 phone call. Trooper Proctor asked Barros to help by calling a local tow company. Barros arrived at Karen's parents and walked up the driveway with Buchanan and Proctor and another officer who was field training that day. Barros remained at the garage outside as Buchanan and Proctor went to the front door. Barros walked inside the home briefly, then back out to the garage near the vehicle. He noted the SUV had some damage to the right rear taillight, but it was not completely damaged. It was cracked and a piece was missing. He also noticed a dent in the right rear quarter panel near the taillight. When he viewed it, he was about 5 to 10 feet away. Buchanan and Proctor were inside the home for less than 1 hour. Barros did not see anyone touch the rear taillight. The defense team had no questions. The next witness was one of the most controversial figures in this case, State Trooper Michael Proctor. He was a state trooper for 10 years, 5 years with the Norfolk County DA's office in the homicide unit. On January 29th, State Trooper Yuri Buchanan called Proctor at 6:48 a.m. and said there was a male in Canton found outside in the snow. Proctor spoke with Officer Lank and Paramedic Flematti, who described John's injuries and said he had a 10% chance of survival. Proctor arrived at Canton Police Department and spoke to Officer Goode, who provided information from 34 Fairview Road. Prior to January 29th, Proctor had never met Karen Reed, Jen McCabe, Kerry Roberts, Brian Albert, or John O'Keefe. Next, he drove with Yuri Buchanan to Jen McCabe's house, where they did one-to-one interviews with Jen McCabe, her husband Matt, and Brian Albert. Brian is Jen's brother-in-law and the homeowner of 34 Fairview Road. After that, they went to the hospital to view John's body. He noted that John had abrasions on the top of his right arm. Both of his eyes were swollen and black and blue. He had a cut on his right nostril, a cut on his left eye, and blood on the back of his head. John's clothes were in a pile in the corner, and he had one sneaker. Proctor noted that when a pedestrian is struck by a car, they will sometimes have one or both shoes remain at the point of impact. Proctor told Officer Tully about one sneaker at the hospital, and police at Fairview Road found one sneaker. John's clothing was wet, and the right sleeve had cuts and tears with blood and vomit on it, as well as cuts from first aid. His clothes were taken to an evidence room, but Proctor and Buchanan did not have access to it. After the hospital, Proctor and Buchanan drove to see Karen at her parents' house in Dighton. Proctor called Dighton police to help with a snow plow and a tow truck because there was about a foot of snow or more. At the Reed family home, they met Dighton Officer Barros and saw Karen's Lexus as they walked up the driveway. Proctor observed the SUV had a broken taillight and had large pieces missing. They went inside and talked to Karen for about 30 to 40 minutes and seized her phone. They asked Karen for contact information for her friends at C.F. McCarthy's and Waterfall Bar, and Karen entered a passcode on her phone. After that, they put her phone in airplane mode and gave it to Officer Guarino once the search warrant was obtained. They followed the tow truck to Canton Police Department and arrived around 5:31 p.m. Proctor and Buchanan never touched any part of Karen's SUV. Proctor said he was part of a small team who all worked together on cases. John's clothing was put on butcher paper to dry out in a temporary evidence intake area, because Proctor and Buchanan did not have access to the permanent evidence area. It is the responsibility of evidence officers to process evidence when they see fit. Proctor is not an evidence officer. On February 1st, Proctor went to the Canton Police Department garage. A search warrant was processed for Karen's SUV. Also in attendance was State Police Forensic Scientist Maureen Hartnett and a trooper from the Crime Scene Services named Zachary Clark. Later that day, somebody from the accident reconstruction team named Joe Paul was also in attendance. Between January 29th and February 1st, Proctor had not been inside the Canton Police Department Sallyport. He stated that the only difference between Karen's taillight from January 29th to February 1st was that the snow and ice melted. Karen's taillight housing was removed by other officers and Proctor did not touch it. Exhibit 34 was the Sallyport video from February 1st. It showed Zachary Clark taking photos, and Proctor said the timestamp tends to pause, indicating that the camera is motion activated. Forensic scientist Hartnett took the taillight back to her lab. Inside the courtroom, Proctor opened a box containing the taillight housing and stated it was in the same condition he observed on January 29th and also February 1st. On February 3rd, officers went to 34 Fairview to dig in the snow for evidence. They found a black straw, John's hat deep under the snow, and a piece of plastic. That was Proctor's first time at 34 Fairview. They also retrieved more items on February 8th, 11th, and 18th as more evidence presented itself with the rain and higher temperatures melting the snow. Proctor was also at Fairview on February 10th with Buchanan, but he was never there by himself. On February 3rd, Proctor went to John's house at One Meadows for the first time. He wanted to document John's vehicle had no damage from when Karen backed into it. In the courtroom, they showed photos of John's car and his garage. Proctor also opened evidence bags containing the taillight pieces. Proctor first observed the Ring video on John's app on his phone. Later, Proctor submitted 2 search warrants to Ring. The first one was covering the time period January 24th through the 29th, and the second warrant was for January 30th through February 3rd or 4th. There was no log activity available of who logged in on which device, on which day and time. The Ring camera is missing video showing Karen returning home around 12:34 a.m. A second video is also missing of Karen, Curt Roberts, and Jen McCabe looking at Karen's broken taillight. Ring said the video was deleted. On January 16, 2024, both Proctor and Buchanan submitted their DNA to prove that their DNA was not on Karen's taillight and they did not tamper with it. Proctor talked about interviewing various witnesses with other officers present and that he was only personally familiar with Julie Albert, Chris Albert, and their son Colin. Proctor described how his sister is friends with Julie, who babysat Proctor's nephew. Sometimes at Proctor's sister's house or his parents' backyard, he would see the Alberts, including Colin. Trooper Buchanan was with him when he interviewed Julie and Chris Albert, and he talked to his supervisor about knowing them, but that had zero impact on the investigation. Next was a fairly long time spent reviewing Proctor's 38,000 text messages with his friends, family, and coworkers. Due to time constraints, I'm going to provide a general summary. Proctor texted with his friends about the case, but there were no revelations that Proctor planted any evidence to frame Karen. When asked why he said certain comments and used certain language in his friend group chat, he replied that it was about 16 to 18 hours after he came on the case. He had conducted interviews, and he knew that John O'Keefe never went inside the Alberts' house. There was one shoe found at the scene. He saw John's injuries, plus Karen's statements to Proctor, her broken taillight, and based on the investigation, it was clear that Karen struck John with her car. They reviewed texts between Proctor and his sister, including that Julie Albert wanted to get Proctor a thank you gift. Proctor said maybe that was because the Alberts were friends with John O'Keefe, and Julie was appreciative of his work on the case. Proctor replied to that message that she should get his wife a gift instead, because she was the one taking care of his kids so much while he was busy with work, but testified neither of them received anything from the Alberts. Next were text messages with his wife. After Karen was indicted by a grand jury, he said they were waiting to lock this whack job up. Then they reviewed text messages with Trooper DeChico about the medical examiner who did John O'Keefe's autopsy. The doctor had questions about facts and evidence, and Proctor said, of course, it's undetermined about the manner of death. He also said she was a whack job. He testified that was referring to Karen. The next document showed a text between DeChico and another trooper, Kurkowski, where Proctor said, "Do you like women who shit themselves?" Proctor testified that was a regrettable comment he made about Karen's medical condition. When Karen was processed at the police station, Proctor texted DeChico, "The statement she made tonight was mental. Thank Christ it was on BWC, which stands for body-worn camera. Said the Alberts beat the shit out of O'Keefe, left him for dead, and that's why her taillight was cracked. She's gross." The next document showed Proctor's text messages with officers on his team, including a text message from Trooper DeChico showing a picture of defense attorney David Yannetti from quite some time ago. Proctor replied, "I'm going through his retarded client's phone. No nudes so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him." Proctor testified that they had a search warrant for Karen's phone, but could not extract any data until August 2022, when a program finally figured out Karen's passcode because she had refused to give it to police. Proctor was interested in retrieving location data, text messages, and Google searches, so he gave an update to his coworkers, but included a distasteful joke. Proctor said he could not go any further looking at Karen's phone once he came across some messages between her and her attorney, which are private. Next was Alan Jackson from the defense, asking Proctor a lot about his text messages. He asked, "Do you believe your conduct was a misuse of power?" Proctor replied no, that he had a search warrant signed to go through Karen's phone. Proctor agreed with Jackson that an investigation and investigator have to be free of conflict and bias. Proctor continued his testimony the next day, where Jackson referenced Proctor's text message 16 hours after John's death, stating that the 34 Fairview homeowner Brian Albert would not get in trouble, and wrote, quote, "Homeowner is a Boston cop too," end quote. Proctor also sent a message, quote, "She waffled him," end quote. Proctor said that was because he looked at John's body at the hospital. Jackson asked, "Have you ever seen someone hit by a 6,000-pound car but have no bruises?" Proctor replied that most of the accidents he has seen were at 60+ miles per hour, so he cannot recall about injuries. Then he was asked, "Have you ever seen a pedestrian hit by a car that has no bruises?" Proctor said, "I can't recall." In another text message, Proctor wrote, "Zero chance she skates, she's fucked." He testified that he wrote that because there was overwhelming evidence that Karen struck John with the car. In another text message about Karen, Proctor wrote, "She's got a leaky balloon knot." He testified those messages were juvenile and regrettable. Jackson then reviewed more text messages attempting to show a close relationship between the Proctor's family and Chris Albert's family, including messages about Julie Albert babysitting Proctor's sister's son, and whether or not Julie or Chris Albert mentioned that their son Colin was at the party at 34 Fairview Road. Proctor admitted texting his sister things about the case that were newsworthy, but never anything confidential. Next, Jackson focused on Julie's son, Colin Albert, and asked Proctor if he made a concerted effort to keep Colin's name out of the investigation and reports. Proctor said no, he did not, because Colin Albert arrived later than the younger females for the party and left when Allie McCabe picked him up at 12:10 a.m. Proctor testified that he did not investigate if Colin and Allie were telling the truth or look at Jen McCabe's Life 360 app on her phone to see if the data showed that they were telling the truth. Jackson inquired about surveillance videos that were available near the high school where Allie McCabe said she drove that night, but Proctor said they were not able to retrieve videos from some locations. Proctor testified that he asked an officer at Canton Police Department for a list of businesses that had cameras, but Jackson said Canton Police had recused themselves from the investigation. Proctor did not interview some witnesses until 1.5 years after John died, including the snowplow driver Brian Loughran. Proctor testified under oath for a grand jury that no snowplow traveled down Fairview Road on the 29th, and that was based on his interview with Loughran's coworker Michael Trotta, stating that they were focused on the main roads. However, Trotta testified that he told Proctor that Loughran did plow Fairview. Proctor also talked about interviewing Brian Higgins. Jackson asked if anyone he has ever interviewed has brought their own cell phone self-extraction to the interview. Proctor said nobody ever had. Proctor said he was not aware that Brian Albert and Brian Higgins had 2 a.m. phone calls. Proctor said he typically does not get witnesses' phone records. Next, they reviewed his text messages with Officer DeChico about John's autopsy report showing the cause of death was undetermined, where Proctor responded, "Of course it's undetermined. She was a whack job." Proctor testified he did not remember if that comment was in reference to the medical examiner Dr. Scordi Bello or Karen Reed. Jackson asked, "How many murder cases in your career where the medical examiner said the cause of death was undetermined?" Proctor said, "Not a lot." He could not ballpark it. Jackson replied, "You were asked the same question in February 2024, and you indicated you had never seen it in your career." Proctor replied, "Yes." Jackson then talked about certain calls and text messages were deleted from Jen McCabe's phone. Proctor said he was not aware. He did not personally handle that. The Canton Police Department was off the case as of the first day, January 29th, in an effort to avoid any kind of conflict of interest because of the relationship of the homeowner Brian Albert and his brother Kevin Albert, who works as a police officer at Canton Police. Proctor contacted Kevin Albert to coordinate interviews at Canton Police Department with witnesses. Kevin offered a room that records interviews, but Proctor declined, so Canton Police would not have possession of those interviews, and also Proctor typically does not record interviews. Proctor testified that he was acquaintances with Kevin Albert. In July 2022, they worked on a cold case and then went to dinner and had some beers, and Proctor dropped Kevin off. The next day, Proctor texted Kevin and said he found his badge in Proctor's police car. Kevin told him to leave it in his mailbox and also asked Proctor if he left his gun inside Proctor's car without remembering it. Next, Proctor described the process of John's clothes being transferred from the hospital floor to the police evidence room. Proctor is not the evidence officer and does not know about any evidence log for John's clothes. Next, Jackson discussed the various searches and recovery of evidence outside Fairview. Proctor found items outside Fairview on February 8th, 11th, and 18th and bagged them and handed them to an evidence officer, but troopers were looking for more evidence on other days. There is a log in the system that generates a label and notes when it's created. The log showed it was at Proctor's office in a secure facility and then was brought to the lab on March 14th. Proctor testified he does not know of a log of items collected before February 4th. Next, Jackson noted the time Karen's car was seized at her parents', initially listed in the report as 5:30 p.m., but it was actually 4:16 p.m. Proctor explained that he incorrectly transcribed from his first report and just continued writing that time on future affidavits, referencing the first report's incorrect time. As the case officer, Proctor collected all videos related to the case. Approximately 360 videos were given to the defense in 2022. Jackson asked if Proctor held back any videos from the discovery. He said no, but that they later discovered that Canton Police Department had another Sallyport video that was not turned over, so they gave it to the defense. Jackson talked about a February 2024 hearing where it was disclosed that there was an exterior video outside Canton Police where you can't make out anything. Proctor was not aware of withholding the video showing the SUV arriving at 5:31 p.m. On April 4th, 2024, police turned over one interior Sallyport video that was grainy and missing time from 5:08 to 5:50 p.m. Another video from the interior was inverted and was only discovered in the past few weeks. Jackson said somebody pushing a broom magically disappeared from the video, and other people appear out of thin air, but Proctor testified he does not know how the Canton Police Department video system works. It was also noted that the timestamp at the bottom of the video was in verse. Other people have testified that the system is motion activated. Next, they talked about several hundred Ring videos from John's front door and driveway. Proctor had access to the Ring app when he was examining John O'Keefe's phone, but he said he did not delete any videos. However, there are two videos missing, Karen returning from Fairview, and Karen showing Curt Roberts and Jen McCabe her damaged taillight. Officer DeChico viewed some Ring videos and wrote a note that said 0041, which equals 12:41 a.m., and Jackson said that was the timestamp of the video DeChico was looking at when he wrote, quote, "Taillights from driveway, I think she arrived home," end quote. So Jackson was inferring that the video of Karen arriving back at John's was viewed by police at one point. However, Proctor replied that the report reflects bullet points of Ring's important times, but no mention of Karen at 12:41 a.m., and there was no date on DeChico's note. And police looked at videos from John's Ring from many other dates. Proctor said he tried to find those two missing videos for months and was never able to get them from Ring. Jackson asked if Proctor developed a hatred for Karen. Proctor testified that he followed evidence and it indicated Karen hit John with her SUV. So Proctor got emotional because of that and texted things he should not have. Jackson brought up one text message that Proctor sent to his sister that said, "I hope she kills herself." Proctor said it was a figure of speech based on the fact that Karen hit John with her vehicle and left him to die. Next, Prosecutor Lally had some follow-up questions. Proctor said he did not like defense attorney David Yannetti because when he spoke in court, he told lie after lie and dragged Proctor's name through the mud, but had no basis for his wild accusations against Proctor. Also, Yannetti showed up at Proctor's sister's school and asked if she was there. The defense team filed motions with photos of Proctor and children in his parents' backyard, and the defense insinuated it was the McCabe's family children, but Proctor testified it was his cousins and that he had never met the McCabes. Proctor testified that police never focused on Brian Albert as a suspect because there was no evidence that he was involved. Based on witness interviews, one shoe found at the scene and the other at the hospital, taillight pieces, injuries to John, and Karen's statements to Proctor. Next, Lally reviewed the relationship between Proctor and Julie and Chris Albert and Colin, and Proctor said he reviewed evidence that showed Colin left around 12:10 a.m., and John and Karen had not arrived at Fairview by then. Proctor also further discussed his working relationship with Kevin Albert and the time he had to return his badge. Regarding the Ring videos, Proctor said he did not delete anything. He reached out to Ring several times and was told if a video is deleted, there is no digital footprint to show who did it. In regards to the defense accusations about missing video from the Canton Police Sallyport, insinuating that Proctor damaged Karen's taillight, Proctor referenced the other videos showing damage to Karen's taillight at 5:07 a.m. and 8:22 a.m. and the afternoon tow truck at her parents' house. Finally, Proctor again explained why he thought Karen was guilty. Paramedic Flematti said Karen told him she hit John. Karen was the last person who saw John alive. Witnesses inside and outside Fairview saw Karen's SUV, but John never went inside the house. The next morning, he was found on the lawn with injuries, plus one sneaker at the hospital and one at the scene, taillight pieces found outside Fairview, and inconsistent statements from Karen to police. Next, Attorney Jackson said, "Does that evidence give you the right to call her names like the C word and a retard?" Proctor said his emotions got the best of him and was inappropriate and juvenile. Finally, Jackson asked Proctor, "When Kevin Albert told you to leave his badge in your mailbox, that meant he knew where you lived?" And Proctor said yes. The next witness was Lieutenant Brian Tully, who has been with Massachusetts State Police for 18 years. On January 29th, Trooper Buchanan kept him updated by phone. Tully also spoke to Canton Police Chief Berkowitz about Kevin Albert and Brian Albert and avoiding any kind of appearance of a conflict of interest. So Canton Police stepped back, and State Police would move ahead with the investigation. When asked if he was aware of Proctor's inappropriate texts, he said he had a long discussion with Proctor, that it was unprofessional, and reported it up his chain of command. O'Hara arrived at 34 Fairview Road around 5:30 p.m. that day. There was a team of 7 CERT members systematically going through a 2 to 3 foot high snowbank looking for taillight pieces and John's other shoe. Exhibit 111 were photos of the flagpole, red plastic. 3 feet from that was John's sneaker. 1 to 2 feet from that was clear plastic. And right next to that was another piece of red plastic. Tully described the evidence tracking system, which includes an evidence room that is locked and only Tully and Officers DeChico and Kurkowski have access. Proctor and Buchanan do not. He also noted that Proctor and Buchanan were not at 34 Fairview the afternoon of the 29th, when the team started to find items around 5:45 p.m. that day. In the courtroom, Tully showed John's sneaker, which was found in the street, as well as taillight pieces. Tully returned the next day for more testimony. He was asked if officers conducted a search inside the Alberts' home at 34 Fairview Road. He replied there was no reason to believe there was any kind of evidence inside. In order for a search warrant, law enforcement need to gather facts and also probable cause. They did not believe John O'Keefe entered the home. Tully decided for police to take Karen's SUV to Canton Police Department because it was secure, indoor, and heated. The state police barracks were not as good an option. Over his career, he has investigated about 600 unattended deaths, 75 homicides, and noted about 10 to 20% were injuries with abrasions. John's abrasions had a certain pattern. He noted the taillight had dimples, and when a blunt object comes in contact with someone, the characteristics of that object will often leave the characteristics on the person in the form of an abrasion. Tully created a Google Earth map of locations in the case. The prosecution presented a video from the Canton Library and also a building called Temple Beth Abraham between 12 to 1 a.m. It showed Karen driving towards 34 Fairview. Another video from 5 to 6 a.m. showed Karen's SUV traveling past the library at 5:11 a.m. towards the Waterfall bar, and then back at 5:15 a.m. After that, it passed the Temple Beth Abraham camera at 5:18 a.m. Tully noted that Karen arrived at Jen McCabe's house around 5:35 a.m., which is only about 1.5 miles from Temple Beth Abraham. Tully has 200 hours of training reviewing cell phone call detail records, which includes information on which antennas were used by Karen's cell phone and how far away she was from those antennas. Tully showed 10 maps noting which antennas Karen used between 12:33 a.m. and 6:57 a.m. Between 12:33 and 12:34 a.m., Karen's phone connected to the antenna southwest from Fairview. Between 12:35 to 12:37 a.m., her phone connected to another antenna north of Fairview. 12:38 a.m., an antenna northeast of Fairview. From 12:39 to 5:08 a.m., Karen's phone connected to another antenna south of John's house at One Meadows. 5:16 a.m., she connected to an antenna north of Waterfall Bar. 5:19 a.m., Karen connected to an antenna south of One Meadows. Between 5:20 and 5:37 a.m., Karen's phone connected to another antenna northeast of Fairview. 6 a.m., her phone connected to another antenna just north of Waterfall Bar. And finally, between 6:03 and 6:57 a.m., Karen's phone connected to an antenna southwest of Fairview and north of Fairview. Tully also made maps measuring the distance from the antenna to Karen's phone. At 5:18 a.m., it lined up with the Temple Beth Abraham video of Karen's SUV. But during his testimony, they did not review where Karen's cell phone was until she got to Jen McCabe's. In this case, there's an unanswered question. In the 18 minutes or so after Karen passed Temple Beth Abraham at 5:18 a.m., did she drive to 34 Fairview and see a mound of snow in front of the house and knew that John was there before she went to the McCabe's? Next up, Alan Jackson from the defense asked some questions. Tully stated he did not get a search warrant for 34 Fairview Road because there was no probable cause and he did not seek consent from the homeowners. Jackson stated that John was invited to a party at 34 Fairview Road, arrived at 34 Fairview Road. There was a glass found in the front yard, which was broken, and usually glasses are found inside homes. John also did not have a coat, gloves, or a scarf. He asked Tully if it was a reasonable assumption that John would have been inside the house. Tully said no. Jackson asked if Tully had experience investigating homicides with the shoe that fell off the victim when they were dragged. Tully said no. Tully did admit that at first law enforcement thought it was possible John was in a physical altercation. Jackson asked if Tully was aware that Higgins stated he saw a tall, dark-haired man after he arrived at Fairview. Tully replied that he was not aware and said he would have asked Higgins more information to determine if the man was John O'Keefe. Jackson brought up the Canton Police Sally Port video of Karen's SUV. Tully stated that within the past few months, he contacted the Canton Police Chief to make sure they had all of the videos. Tully did not view the entire video after he gave it to Trooper Buchanan. It was stated that the original video that police got early in the investigation from the Sally Port was grainy and black. Jackson said that yesterday, Tully testified it is his responsibility to maintain and protect the integrity of physical evidence found, and he took photos of items found January 29th. Tully agreed. Next, Jackson noted the police report listed 3 pieces of taillight found on the first night. But there were 5 pieces that Tully removed in the courtroom from 2 different evidence bags. Tully admitted his report did not properly document it, but the handwritten notes on the bag were done at the time it was collected. There was a 3rd piece of taillight that he said could have been separated from the other 2 pieces. Next, they reviewed Verizon call records and cell phone towers used. They showed a map between 5:20 a.m. and 5:37 a.m. Jackson said it showed that the McCabe's house was closer to the cell tower than Fairview Road, and there were 2 towers closer to Fairview, and Karen's phone was using those when it was confirmed she was at Fairview at 12:33 a.m. and also after 6 a.m. But those antennas did not pick up Karen's phone between 5:20 and 5:37 a.m. So Jackson was trying to prove that Karen did not go to see Fairview after she passed the library and before she arrived at the McCabe's. Next, they reviewed some technical aspects of the telephone data. Finally, Jackson brought up an eyewitness, the snowplow driver, placed a Ford Edge in front of 34 Fairview Road between 2:30 and 3:30 a.m. when John died. Tully replied that he tried to determine the veracity of that statement and was not satisfied with it. He said the snowplow driver changed his statement several times, that he observed the car from a distance, and said a Ford Edge seemed highly suggestive the way Tully read the account of it. Next, Prosecutor Lally conducted the redirect, following up on the same topic, saying that there were several versions of the story by Lucky, the snowplow driver. Tully said that at first the plow driver said he saw a Ford Edge in front of 34 Fairview. Next, he said he was on Cedar Crest from a distance away looking at the car during a blizzard. Lucky, the snowplow driver, is also colorblind. And in his third story, the time changed. And also one time when he was interviewed at his work, Lucky was taken outside and somebody pointed at a Ford Edge and asked if that was the vehicle he saw, and he said yes. Next, Tully said that debris from Karen's car was found 50 feet from the house, and John's body was about 10 feet from the curb. Tully explained that the video system at Canton Police Department is motion activated, which explains why there are jumps in the timestamps. Regarding the discrepancy in the number of taillight pieces in his report and the evidence bags, Tully wrote on the evidence bags at the time of collection and wrote his report 11 days later. Next, they talked about the Verizon phone data and not having enough data to come to a more accurate conclusion on Karen's phone location. Finally, Attorney Jackson came back real quick and brought up the 5:18 a.m. data, but Tully replied that Jackson was using the wrong terminology in his assessment. The next witness was very quick. His name is Ryan Gallerani. He's the police officer who collected DNA samples from troopers Proctor and Buchanan to prove that their DNA was not found on Karen's taillight to indicate they tampered with it, but he did not collect DNA samples for Canton Police Chief Berkowitz, Detective Kevin Albert, or Brian Tully. The next witness was Nicholas Bradford. He is a DNA analyst for state police. In January 2024, he tested a hair from the rear of Karen's SUV, an extract from her taillight, and 2 reference samples from troopers Proctor and Buchanan. Also, a profile of John O'Keefe was provided for comparison. Regarding Karen's taillight, he determined there was at least a 740 nonillion times more likely that DNA on Karen's taillight originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown, unrelated individuals than if it had originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. To put that in basic terms, there was very strong support for inclusion that John's DNA was on Karen's taillight. Regarding the possibility of Trooper Buchanan's DNA found on Karen's taillight, there was a very strong support for exclusion. Regarding Proctor's DNA, there was strong support for exclusion. Regarding the hair found at the back of Karen's SUV, he stated the root was not attached, so that is not good for an STR test, but they did try a mitochondrial test, which was conducted by a woman named Tess Chart. So the next witness was Tess Chart, who testified that the mitochondrial DNA from the hair found on the back of Karen's SUV was consistent with John O'Keefe, so he cannot be excluded as a possible contributor of that hair. She said that with 95% confidence, and it excluded 99.895% of the population from being a source of that hair. The next witness was Andre Porto, who is a DNA forensic scientist from the State Police Crime Lab. He reviewed the testing results for several items, and he reiterated that the hair found on the back of Karen's SUV was consistent with John O'Keefe's DNA. The pieces of glass found on Karen's bumper had insufficient human DNA. The taillight had a 3-person mixture of DNA. It was at least 510 nonillion, 30 zeros, times more likely to originate from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it had originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. The summary of other items that matched John's DNA with very high probability were the broken drinking glass in the snow, 6 areas of John's jeans, 3 areas of John's orange t-shirt, and 4 areas of John's sweatshirt. Other items with no DNA profile available were the right instep of John's sneaker, which had a mixture of at least 5 contributors. Finally, the stain from the top front of John's sweatshirt and 2 other areas, the quality of the profile did not have a lot of DNA. The next person to testify was Jessica Hyde. She is a digital forensic examiner who said Jen McCabe's search for How Long to Die in the Cold was not made at 2:27 a.m. Hyde used several forensic tools that will often flag certain data as recovered and sometimes there's confusion that recovery means deletion. She said that's not the case. Jen's how long to die in the cold search was marked as recovered, and some data indicated a 2:27 a.m. timestamp, but that was not the time of her search. Because when Jen was on her phone at 2:27 a.m., she searched for information about her daughter's sports teams, which indicated when that browser tab was first opened. Later that morning, the last item opened in that tab was the how long to die in the cold search. Hyde testified that after 6:20 a.m., Jen started typing a search and Apple suggested how long to digest food, but Jen McCabe then input how long tie-dye in CKLD. Soon after that, she did a second search of HOS long to die in cold, which was the last search in that tab that was first opened at 2:27 a.m. when she was searching for her daughter's sports information. Hyde said there was no evidence that Jen deleted her searches, as the defense has claimed. Deleted data can indicate a user closed a tab but did not intentionally remove anything. Next, defense attorney David Yannetti asked Hyde if she ruled out a search at or before 2:27 a.m. She replied, quote, "There is a very unlikely possibility based on the fact that there is no evidence that the search occurred before that time. I can't rule out something that does not exist." End quote. The next witness was Massachusetts State Police Trooper Joseph Paul, who is assigned to the agency's Collision Analysis and Reconstruction section. He created a map of the scene at 34 Fairview Road, tested Karen's SUV, and examined its airbag control module. In the courtroom, they showed photos from outside 34 Fairview Road, as well as an aerial diagram of the crime scene showing where John, the broken drinking glass, John's sneaker, and taillight pieces were found. Paul described how some of Karen's SUV data appeared to be consistent with a pedestrian strike, along with a broken taillight, scratches, pieces of glass on the bumper, and a dent about 48 to 50 inches off the ground. When testing Karen's SUV, Paul found that the brake pedal was firm and her car was fairly easy to keep control of. Investigators were not able to recover any data from the airbag control module on Karen's car, but that is not uncommon for pedestrian crashes because there's not going to be much change of velocity to the vehicle. Paul testified it is not uncommon for pedestrians to lose loose clothing after they've been struck by a car. John O'Keefe was missing his baseball hat and one of his sneakers. Lexus software is called TechStream, and it monitors driving behavior and captures data such as speed, braking, steering wheel movement, and engine revolutions per minute. Trooper Paul reviewed 2 triggers that occurred about 8 minutes apart the night John died. In the first event, Karen's SUV was slowing down and making a U-turn. In the second trigger event, Karen's SUV was moving forward slightly, shifted to reverse, and accelerated up to 24.2 miles per hour. During that time, the speed dropped to 23.6 miles per hour, half a second later as Karen's steering wheel jostled slightly, which appears to be consistent with a pedestrian strike. John's injuries were consistent with a pedestrian collision. The lacerations on the arm from the taillight, the dent with the scratches where his hand could be, plus the injury to the back of O'Keefe's head could have come from striking the ground. Paul testified that if John was walking away from Karen's car and she floored it in reverse, the angle would have pushed John off to the side. He also noted during testing that Karen's backup camera was working and also emits a beeping sound that speeds up as the car reverses toward another object. During testing, Trooper Paul placed a punching bag dummy behind Karen's SUV at the rear passenger side. It was visible in her backup camera and side mirrors if it was placed about 5 feet away, but the dummy was blocked by the back of her SUV when placed directly next to her car. Her SUV had an anti-lock braking system, which would not leave visible tire marks on the pavement, and there would be no screeching tires if the driver suddenly braked. When he came back for a second day of testimony, Trooper Paul concluded Karen's SUV accelerated in reverse at a high rate of speed over approximately 62 feet, reaching about 24 miles per hour. And it was in a crash with a pedestrian at about 12:45 a.m. on January 29, 2022. During questioning from defense attorney Alan Jackson, Paul acknowledged he could not say definitively the data points to a pedestrian strike, Paul does not hold any degrees in mathematics, physics, biomechanics, engineering, or kinematics, though he is trained in kinematics. Jackson asked about the path of debris at the scene and noted the farthest piece of debris from John's body was about 30 feet away. Paul said the point of impact was probably along the road near the fire hydrant. Jackson asked, quote, "So your expert testimony is that John O'Keefe was hit with the SUV and flew 30 feet?" End quote. Paul replied that John got pushed forward in that direction. He also testified that pedestrians struck by a vehicle usually land and tumble or roll, but there was no evidence that O'Keefe rolled. Jackson asked how O'Keefe managed to hold onto a glass when he was allegedly thrown several feet. Paul answered that the glass could have been thrown with O'Keefe or gripped in his hand. Paul confirmed there's no scientific way to date when John got scratches on his arm. Paul used Google Maps to estimate the distance Karen's SUV traveled between several locations the morning of the 29th, putting the range between 36.1 miles and 38.8 miles, and that is how he matched up the U-turn and reverse and high-speed events. Side note, the U-turn reference is when Karen and John were driving toward Fairview, and Karen missed the left turn onto Fairview, so they had to turn around in somebody's driveway. However, Jackson noted there are several missing key cycles, which is data denoting when the car is turned on and off, which occurred between the alleged collision outside Fairview and when Trooper Paul tested Karen's SUV. Jackson said the data shows a difference of only 2 key cycles, but Karen allegedly made several stops from the time she left Fairview Road to when police seized her car at her parents' house. Trooper Paul replied that he could not speak to why a key cycle would or would not be logged in the SUV system. Jackson finished by accusing Paul of stating certain conclusions because Trooper Proctor told him to, but Paul said that was not true. Next, Lally had his redirect, and Paul reiterated he thought it was a pedestrian strike because the data showed Karen's SUV's steering wheel changed and her speed decreased at the same time. Paul knew that Karen admitted she did a 3-point turn after she passed Fairview, which matched the car data. Exhibit 58 showed a photo near the fire hydrant. Paul believed the area of impact was near the fire hydrant, and John was pushed toward the flagpole. He also stated that John's DNA being found on Karen's taillight indicated a pedestrian collision. There was no other indication of another 3-point turn other than 8 minutes before the reversing event. He stated the odometer mileage was more accurate than key cycles in determining when events occurred. Not every key cycle is recorded in the text stream data. After that, Attorney Jackson said he previously testified that analysis was based on key cycles. Paul said his analysis was based on key cycles and odometer miles, plus information in the trigger data. Jackson asked if Paul's estimate of the mileage between the various locations that Karen drove before her car was towed, if that was incorrect, would it change his conclusions? And Paul said no. Finally, Lally asked, does the mileage line up with Karen doing a 3-point turn and going in reverse? And Paul said yes. The next witness was Ian Whiffen, who is a decoding product manager at the well-known forensics company Celebrate. He testified that Jen McCabe's Google searches for How Long to Die in the Cold were at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. and not 2:27 a.m. on January 29, 2022, going against the claims made by the defense. Some of her phone records did show as deleted, but Whiffen did not believe it was done by Jen. Rather, it deleted itself during a cleanup function by the phone. He explained that Jen opened a browser tab on her iPhone at 2:27 a.m. for sports websites. In extracted phone data, a last viewed timestamp indicates when the user opened a new browser tab, so the later searches about hypothermia were in that same tab, showing the first time that tab was opened. Jen's internet searches on her phone at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. never successfully loaded until she opened the browser again hours later. Just a reminder that even the homeowner Brian Albert said that phone reception is bad at Fairview Road. Next, in the courtroom, Whiffen conducted a demonstration of a Google search that he started last night. Using that same browser tab, while he was on the witness stand, he made another search. Then he opened the records tool, which showed a timestamp from last night, not a few minutes ago. Finally, cross-examination by defense attorney David Yannetti. He asked Whiffen whether someone could manipulate phone data and avoid detection. Whiffen replied, no, there's a hash mechanism that would show whether data had been modified, and it would require a great deal of knowledge to alter databases and avoid detection, end quote. The next person on the witness stand was Nicholas Guarino, who has been a state trooper for 9 years, focusing on cell phone, car, and computer forensics. He reviewed John's laptop and desktop computers to see if anybody had logged into Ring.com, which are surveillance videos of his house, but neither computer showed any Ring logins. Investigators also removed a chip from Karen's SUV's system's motherboard, but recovered no data from the infotainment system or telematics module. Guarino said the defense team's digital forensics expert, Richard Green, was mostly incorrect in his findings about the data recovered from Jen McCabe's phone. Green stated that McCabe deleted 18 phone calls from the morning after John's body was found, but Guarino said it was impossible for iPhone users to delete these files. After that, Guarino reviewed some data from Karen and John's cell phones. On the morning of January 28, 2022, Karen and John argued over what Karen gave his niece and nephew for breakfast. In the courtroom, he reviewed a lot of text messages, but for time constraints, I summarized the following. They texted back and forth a lot, with Karen saying that John hurt her feelings, and she is his girlfriend, not the parent to his niece and nephew, but she does try to be a good influence for them. She asked John if he liked someone else, and he said no, but they both agreed their relationship had been bad for a while, and John said he was tired of constantly arguing with Karen for several months. That same day, in between these text messages, Karen called John 18 times between 9:19 a.m. and 2:58 p.m., prompting John to text her, "Oh my God, stop calling." And he only answered 3 out of her 18 calls, and he said his niece and nephew were there and he did not want to talk to her. They also texted about Karen possibly staying over that night, which was a Friday, until the following Monday morning due to the approaching blizzard, but Karen replied that she may return home that Friday after hanging out with John. Guarino then reviewed Karen's texts after she returned to John's house from Fairview, stating that his niece and nephew were home alone and that she left his house, when she did not. Guarino returned the next day for more testifying. He said that Karen called John more than 50 times and left him 8 voicemails the morning of January 29th, 2022. Just a warning for anybody listening, some of these voicemails have curses that I have not bleeped. In the courtroom, they played all 8 voicemails.
The voice message at 12:41:35.
John, I'm here with your fucking kids. Nobody knows what the fuck you want, you fucking pervert.
Voicemail number 4 is left. It's 1 second called, no sound.
Ms. Gilman?
Yeah, it's 1 in the morning. I'm with your fucking niece and nephew. You fucking pervert. You're a fucking pervert. John, I'm going home. I cannot babysit your niece. I need to go home. You are fucking using me right now. You're fucking another girl. Kim's sleeping next to me. You're a fucking loser. Fuck yourself. John, I'm just gonna cry you. Yes, I need some of these. 34 beautiful kidnapped living in Paramedic now. Yeah. blankets. I don't see blankets, Harry. Yes, I need some.
The 6:03 a.m. voicemail was after Karen, Jen, and Kerry found John's body outside 34 Fairview Road. In the voicemail message, Jen can be heard on the phone with 911 while a distraught Karen is screaming in the background. Side note, to me, this call is kind of weird because it seems as they arrived at Fairview, Karen called John for the first time in 40 minutes, and while it was ringing, she must have put her phone down in the back of Kerry Roberts' car without hanging up, so the voicemail started when she was outside at John's body. Guarino noted that Karen also called her parents around 1:10 a.m., 4:40 a.m., and 4:42 a.m., but they only answered the third and final call. Guarino also identified records of Karen's calls and messages to Jen McCabe, witnesses Laura Sullivan, Katie Camerano, and John's sister-in-law Erin O'Keefe. In her text message to Sullivan, Karen wrote, "John passed away. We found him outside in the snow at 5 a.m. He left a party we were at. I don't know what time. I didn't even go in. I went to bed." Guarino testified that he was unable to obtain GPS coordinates from Karen's phone because the location services was turned off. He did note that her cell phone automatically connected to the Wi-Fi at John O'Keefe's house at 12:36 a.m. He reviewed John's phone data and noted that it showed several steps and even climbing up or down 3 flights of stairs around 12:22 a.m. However, he said that data from the Waze navigational app indicated that John was in Karen's car at that time coming from the Waterfall bar, and the data showed his actual arrival at 34 Fairview Road was at 12:24 a.m. The phone registered no real speed between 12:25 a.m. and 6:15 a.m., when the device was found with John's body. Guarino said location data accuracy can fluctuate due to weather and landscape, noting that the area around 34 Fairview is hilly and the cell phone signal is not great. The distance from the spot where John's body was found to the home's front door was about 72 feet. For a few seconds at 12:25 a.m., the location range for John's phone fluctuated to a larger radius, including the house at 34 Fairview Road, but soon it shrank to include only the front yard. John would have had to move at about 32 miles per hour to get to the front door and back in just a few seconds. He noted that the phone remained in the same spot for the rest of the night. Finally, he noted that at 1:27 p.m. on January 29, 2022, Karen performed an internet search for DUI attorneys. Next up was the defense attorney David Yannetti, who noted that Trooper Proctor called Karen about 8 minutes before Karen made that search for DUI attorneys. At that point, the judge said she would not allow the search into evidence at this time. Yannetti read from Guarino's February 2022 report that said Proctor secured John's phone while on the scene. Guarino later learned the phone was retrieved from the Canton Police Department and Proctor was not at the scene on the 29th. Yannetti noted that Guarino did not report on John's location or his Apple Health data until the spring of 2023. Guarino explained that he turned it over to Proctor earlier in the investigation, but did not look through the data himself until later on. Citing the timestamps on the voicemails that Karen left for John, Yannetti noted that, quote, no one at 34 Fairview, including Jennifer McCabe, could have witnessed Karen Reed outside that residence at 12:45 a.m., end quote. Jen and her husband testified that they saw a dark SUV matching Karen's car pull up outside of the house, and Trooper Paul, a state police crash analyst, said he believes Karen struck John at about 12:45 a.m. on the 29th. Yannetti stated that John's phone data showed a 3-minute difference between the 3 clocks on his iPhone. Guarino denied that that difference could account for the discrepancy between John's Waze location and the steps logged in his Apple Health data. Guarino said Yannetti referenced data from the phone's power log, which, quote, had nothing to do with the GPS, end quote. The power log only tracks battery levels. According to Yannetti, Guarino's April 2023 report also mentioned 2 deleted calls to Jen's sister, Nicole, at 6:07 a.m. and 6:08 a.m. that only lasted a few seconds. Guarino said the deletions were phone-initiated and not by Jen McCabe. He also testified that Karen did not make any Google searches between midnight and 5 a.m. on the 29th, though she had a few deleted searches from that afternoon. He saw no deleted calls on her phone that day. The next witness was Dr. Renee Stonebridge. She is the Assistant Chief Medical Examiner in Massachusetts and is a board-certified neuropathologist. She testified that his brain showed, quote, numerous contusions and hemorrhages consistent with blunt force trauma, end quote. The injuries were acute and occurred within minutes or hours before his death. Her findings supported a single impact event, like striking a curb or a vehicle, rather than injuries from a prolonged assault. The defense did not cross-examine her. Next up was Dr. Irini Scordi-Bello, who is a medical examiner in the state office of the chief medical examiner, and she performed John's autopsy. She determined John's cause of death was, quote, blunt impact injuries to the head and hypothermia, end quote. But she could not determine the circumstances that caused those injuries, or if it was accidental or not. John had injuries to his face, head, and arm, including bleeding on both of his eyelids, swelling of his eyes, a small cut on his right eyelid, superficial scratches on the left side of his nose, a laceration on the back of his head, scrapes of various sizes along his right arm, bruising on the back of his right hand, a faint scratch on the back of his left hand, and a small abrasion on the side of his right knee. Brain hemorrhages and fractures on his skull appeared to radiate. She explained that fractures to the base of the skull can result in a bruising response known as raccoon eyes. She said John sustained his blunt force injuries that may have knocked him out before hypothermia set in. His internal organs showed signs of hypothermia. He did have alcohol in his system at a level of 0.21 grams per deciliter in his blood and 0.28 grams per deciliter in his vitreous humor, which is fluid drawn from behind the eyes. Dr. Scordi-Bello observed no major signs of a significant altercation. She said that contusions on his hands were possibly from attempts to insert an IV by paramedics. He had no bruising on his knuckles or fractures in his hands. He did have 2 fractured ribs, which was likely from receiving CPR. She returned for a second day of testifying and reviewed some autopsy photos. She noted that the cuts on John's right arm were superficial abrasions to the skin and were not contributory to his cause of death. She said they were possibly consistent with scratches from plastic, glass, or metal, and are not the classic pedestrian injuries that are observed following a collision. She said the injury to the back of his head could have been caused by any blunt object and could be consistent with a fall to the ground. She noted that pedestrian injuries depend on speed and the body's position. In the majority of cases, the pedestrian will have injuries to their legs from the car's bumper. John did not have any injuries to his lower extremities other than a small cut on the side of his right knee. Dr. Scordi-Bello said Karen's SUV is on the larger side with a higher taillight and bumper. She denied feeling any kind of pressure or being coerced by police into reaching a certain determination regarding his manner of death. For cross-examination, it was defense attorney Elizabeth Little. Dr. Scordi-Bello could not answer if John's injuries were inconsistent with having been struck by a vehicle at 24 miles per hour. She said it depended on the position of the body and the car. She said it was a possibility that John's facial injuries and the cut on his tongue were consistent with having been punched. John's head injury could have come from falling backward or being struck with a large object like a baseball bat or a barbell. Dr. Scordi-Bello said there was no major signs of significant altercation and noted a lack of broken fingernails, hand fractures, or bruised knuckles. That was the end of her testimony, and she was the last witness for the prosecution in Trial 1. The first witness for the defense was Brian Loughran, who goes by the nickname Lucky, but I'm going to refer to him just as Brian. He was raised in the town of Canton and was familiar with the Albert family, and he knew Chris Albert the best from school, and he also worked as a pizza delivery driver for Chris's business for about 8 years. In 2022, he was working for the Canton Water and Sewer Department, including responsibilities as a snowplow driver. On January 29th, he arrived at work at 2:15 a.m. That sounds bleak. He described the ability to see out the window of his snowplow truck and said the seat was raised. He could see over the hood, also about 5 feet on each side, and the lights on the truck illuminate outside very well. He stated that he passed 34 Fairview Road for the first time around 2:45 a.m., and he could see the lawn, but he did not see anything at the flagpole. He returned for a second time at about 3:15 to 3:30 a.m. and saw a Ford Edge on the side of the road near the flagpole. He estimated his third time in that area was around 5:30 a.m. as he was coming up Fairview Road, and he saw first responders, so he could not go through. Next, Prosecutor Lally conducted the cross-examination. He noted that Brian told the defense investigator that he saw the Ford Edge at 3:30 to 4 a.m., not 3:15 to 3:30. The defense investigator met Brian at his job and took him to the parking lot to look at a Ford Edge to confirm that was the type of car that he saw, and he said yes. Brian revealed that he's colorblind, so he could not say what color the car was that he saw. He previously told authorities that the Ford Edge was near where John's body was found, but he never personally saw John's body, so he admitted that was based on news reports that he saw. Next, Lally brought up multiple discrepancies in times that Brian has previously stated, but Brian maintained that his first pass at Fairview was around 2:30 to 2:45. However, that same morning, Brian hit a basketball hoop on another street, but he does not remember that time. The next witness for the defense was Dr. Marie Russell. She is a retired emergency room physician and forensic pathologist. She has done research and published on the subject of animal bites and scratches. She has also authored or co-authored several peer-reviewed papers on law enforcement dog bites. She estimated that she has seen between 500 to 1,000 patients with animal-related injuries. She testified that the wounds on John's right arm were caused by an animal attack, possibly from a large dog, because of the pattern of the injuries, including parallel lines that she said were inflicted by either teeth or claw marks. Also, punctate marks that she said could have come from a pointy tooth. On cross-examination, Lally confirmed that Russell is not certified in forensic medicine or pathology. Russell said she last worked at a coroner's office conducting autopsies in 1995. Russell first spoke with the defense team on May 17th, once Karen's trial had already begun. After reading about the case in a Boston Globe article, she contacted a Los Angeles prosecutor that she knew, who put her in touch with Alan Jackson. All three of them are from California. Russell said she was never asked to produce a report on her findings and only reviewed some case files 2 days before testifying. Prosecutor Lally cited a National Academy of Sciences report that the forensic method of bite marks is not a reliable science. Russell said the method has been deemed unreliable for matching a particular bite mark to a specific person or animal, but she did not read that report. Lally asked her if it was normal in an animal attack for injuries to occur on just one side of one arm, and Russell said it can be. She did not observe any other injuries on John's body that she would attribute to an animal attack. Also, she could not say with 100% certainty what type of animal left the marks. She believed John sustained his injuries minutes to hours before his death. She confirmed that Brian Albert's dog's bite history did not have any record of the dog going after a human when there was not another dog present. She also agreed that the photos of bite marks included in the Albert's dog's file did not resemble what she observed in the photos of John's arm. Finally, she testified, quote, "I've seen thousands of people with injuries to their skin, from blunt, from sharp, from all different mechanisms. Those injuries did not look like blunt force injuries," end quote. The next witness was Richard Green, who is the owner of the company United States Forensics. He reviewed data from the phones belonging to Jen McCabe, Karen Reed, and John O'Keefe. He stated that Apple Health data on an iPhone tracking steps has an accuracy of around 98% of the actual steps occurring. John's phone data put him at 34 Fairview Road at 12:24 a.m. Defense attorney Yannetti said data indicated John took 80 steps or climbed up or down 3 flights of stairs between 12:21 and 12:24 a.m. Green confirmed there was an overlap between the timestamps for the movement and John's arrival at 34 Fairview Road. He noted John's phone data shows 36 steps between 12:31 a.m. and 12:32 a.m. The navigation app Waze was used by John as he and Karen traveled from the Waterfall bar to Fairview Road. The data indicated 3 different timestamps, and Green noted the times varied by as much as 3 minutes. Green testified that Jen's controversial How Long to Die in the Cold search happened at or before 2:27 a.m. He said the search was in a deleted state. He also found a lot of other user-deleted artifacts in Jen's phone data from the morning of January 29th. Green said he was not aware of any internal mechanisms on the phone that could account for the deletions. 100% of Jen's calls from before 8:50 a.m. on the 29th were user-deleted. Next up was cross-examination by Prosecutor Lally. Green said he understood the prosecution experts Jessica Hyde and Ian Whiffen disagreed with his findings. He confirmed one of the programs that he used was created by Ian Whiffen. Jen's search for how long to digest food was most likely a suggested search from Apple, even though Green stated otherwise in a previous affidavit. Green said he tested an iPhone to see if it would record steps while he was driving or stationary, but the phone only recorded steps consistently when he was actually taking steps. Finally, Lally asked about the GPS native location data, indicating that John was about a half-mile away from 34 Fairview Road when his iPhone recorded movement. Green suggested the 3 different timestamps for the Waze data could offer a possible explanation. The next witness was Dr. Frank Sheridan, who is a retired forensic pathologist and former chief medical examiner in California and performed over 12,000 autopsies. The defense projected an image of John's right arm in the hospital, and Sheridan classified them as abrasions from friction that John sustained before he died. Sheridan was asked, quote, "What is your opinion regarding whether those injuries are consistent with an individual being struck by a vehicle?" End quote, which was asked by defense attorney Little. Sheridan replied, quote, "It doesn't look like that at all. If it's a significant impact at all, you're going to get bruising," end quote. He said that John had linear abrasions without any bruising. I'm not 100% sure about this, but my initial reaction when I saw this photograph was that it was probably an animal, and most likely, I would say, a dog, end quote. When he was asked whether the injuries were consistent with being struck by the rear of an SUV, traveling at 24 miles per hour, as the victim would have stood with his arm outstretched, he replied, "No, I do not think so. There should be bruising, if not perhaps even more than that." Sheridan stated that leg injuries, particularly fractures, are common when a pedestrian is struck by a car. John only had a small abrasion to the side of his right knee, but no leg fractures. John's head injuries caused his brain to swell and herniate down toward the top of his spinal cord, which led to respiratory failure and death. Sheridan said that dirt or grass would have been too soft to cause John's head injuries. However, his injuries could be consistent with a fight or physical altercation. A laceration over his right eyelid and scrape marks on his face, as well as bruising on the back of his right hand, could be a defensive injury. Prosecutor Lally conducted the cross-examination. Aside from John's arm wounds, Dr. Sheridan saw no other injuries consistent with an animal attack. He could not say what type of animal might have caused the marks or when or where the wounds were inflicted, though he did say John's arm was likely injured minutes to hours before he died. Sheridan said he was not aware that a laboratory found no signs of canine DNA on swabs taken from John's shirt. He was also unaware that the Alberts' dog had attacked another dog months after John died and injured a human who tried to intervene. Sheridan could not recall if he was told that investigators found pieces of plastic consistent with Karen's taillight in John's clothing. Lally asked, quote, "Were you ever shown any material indicating that there was DNA from the defendant's taillight housing that was consistent with Mr. O'Keefe?" Sheridan replied, quote, "I asked about that, but I think the answer I got was no," end quote. Sheridan said that John's arm injuries did not look to be wounded by shattered glass, taillight fragments, or some other piece from a vehicle. Lally asked if John was hit by a vehicle and struck his head on the ground, would that be enough force to cause the skull to fracture to the back of his head? Sheridan replied, if all that happened, yes. Onto asphalt or something like asphalt, yes. If that's indeed what happened. But for other reasons, I don't think that is what happened. The next witness was Dr. Daniel Wolf. He is the director of accident reconstruction at ARCA, ARCCA, which is a private company that was retained not by the defense or prosecution, but by the Department of Justice and FBI, who at one point were investigating concerns about how the local investigation was conducted and whether there was any kind of potential cover-up or corruption involving law enforcement and witnesses. However, the jury was not allowed to hear that information, only that ARCA was hired by an unnamed agency. Dr. Wolf's accident reconstruction focused on determining if the damage to Karen's car was consistent with striking John, and also whether John's injuries were the result of being struck by a vehicle. The primary damage to Karen's SUV was to the right taillight, which was broken and missing the majority of the red and clear plastic. Plus, there was also a small dent and superficial scratches on the rear of her car. He noted that in pedestrian collisions, damage to the bumper is expected, as well as deformation to the body paneling, such as the liftgate or the quarter panel. Due to the broken drinking glass recovered near John's body, ARCA developed an air cannon capable of firing a glass at a taillight at speeds of around 30 to 40 miles per hour, which is roughly the speed at which an adult male could throw a drinking glass. ARCA was able to replicate the damage to Karen's taillight by firing a glass at 37 miles per hour. They did not do any testing to see whether the same damage could occur if a person were simply holding a glass while a car backed into them. They also conducted a drop test experiment, which analyzed John's head injuries using a test dummy at an impact speed of 15 miles per hour. It showed the damage to Karen's taillight was likely not caused by striking John's head. Wolf testified that a person would not be projected if they were only struck on their arm. Next was cross-examination by Prosecutor Lally. There was nothing in the materials provided to ARCA indicating that John was struck only on his arm or that the SUV's taillight struck John in the back of his head. Wolf had no idea that video existed of John leaving the Waterfall bar with a cocktail glass in his hand. Taillight fragments they found in their testing were of various shapes and sizes, and were also consistent with the broken taillight pieces found near John's body. Wolf was not aware that Karen allegedly said, "I hit him," to multiple people outside 34 Fairview Road, nor was he aware that DNA consistent with John had been recovered from Karen's taillight. Wolf stated that he was not shown a state police crash reconstruction report for Karen's case. However, he was aware that a hair was found on Karen's rear quarter panel. Wolf said he did not know that subsequent DNA testing found that hair was consistent with John. Finally, Lally asked about the 5:07 a.m. video of Karen pulling out of John's garage. Wolf testified that hitting something while reversing slowly would not cause the damage he observed on Karen's taillight. Next up, also from the same company, ARCA, was Dr. Andrew Rentschler, who is a biomechanical engineer and accident reconstructionist with ARCA. Rentschler testified that the damage to Karen's SUV was inconsistent with the vehicle striking John. He said there's numerous different possibilities and not enough evidence to determine what one specific event caused John's head wound. He noted that in a pedestrian collision at 24 miles per hour, the victim would likely have fractures and significant ligament and tendon damage. John's head injuries were not consistent with having been struck by Karen's taillight at 24 miles per hour because John would have had to be standing in a way that the rest of his body did not sustain significant injuries. Rentschler agreed that one possible scenario for John's head injury was falling backward from a standing position onto a hard surface like concrete, but grass and dirt would not produce the same amount of force as concrete. Karen's taillight damage was inconsistent with striking someone's arm at 24 miles an hour, which should have caused subcutaneous lacerations, bruising, and fractures. He said it's unusual for someone's body to be thrown when only their arm is struck. In that situation, the body would just spin around. Next was the cross-examination by Lally. Rentschler said he was not provided a state police crash reconstruction report or any kind of DNA testing reports. ARCA's report stated that John's arm injuries would be, quote, highly improbable, end quote, if John had been wearing a jacket, and they only learned that John was not wearing a jacket after they submitted the report. However, he said his findings were unchanged. Rentschler did not know that DNA consistent with John was found on Karen's taillight. If there's a sideswipe impact, there's going to be very little damage to the pedestrian and very little movement. At this point, the defense rested its case. Finally, it was time for closing arguments for Trial 1. The defense said there was a cover-up in this case with destroyed evidence, compromised investigators, and planted evidence. Quote, there's no evidence Karen Reed's vehicle struck John O'Keefe or that Karen Reed ever wanted to strike John O'Keefe, end quote. John's injuries do not match a vehicle strike, but are consistent with a fight. The monotonic clock on John's iPhone showed that Karen and John arrived at Fairview at 12:21 a.m., that he took 80 steps and walked into the house and directly to the basement. John got into an altercation. He was punched, fell to the ground, and fractured his skull, end quote. Attorney Alan Jackson blamed Brian Albert and Brian Higgins for killing John and stated that John was bitten by the Alberts' German Shepherd. Jackson stated that Karen left Fairview at 12:30 a.m. He said glass on Karen's SUV bumper did not match the cocktail glass. On February 11th, Michael Proctor, without any other person with him, found a single piece of glass at the scene. Jackson said that glass had to be placed there. He then talked about the hair on the back of Karen's SUV and how it changed positions in two different police photos. Karen's SUV was at the Canton Police Sallyport, which is missing 42 minutes of video. There was a second video of the Sallyport that was clearer than the first video, but the defense team did not get it for 2 years, and the video was inverted. Jackson then said that police found 47 pieces of taillight over a few weeks. In one instance, 3 pieces of plastic were found at the scene, but Officer Tully opened the bags in the courtroom, and there were 5 pieces. Jackson said that was evidence manipulation. Medical examiner Dr. Scordy Bello conducted John's autopsy and said it was not a homicide. Dr. Russell looked at John's arm injuries and said it was from an animal, likely a large dog. Doctors Wolf and Rentschler from ARCA said John was not hit by a car. Jackson stated that State Trooper Paul lacked experience and knowledge. He also noted that John had a lack of injuries from the neck down. Quote, "When you stare the truth down, you'll see the Commonwealth has not proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty, not even close. Ladies and gentlemen, Karen Read is innocent. Do justice and find her not guilty." And finally, for the prosecution, Adam Lally said, quote, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." Those are the words of the defendant, 4 different witnesses overheard on January 29th, 2022, end quote. He noted that Karen made dozens of phone calls and sent text messages, but never called police when she discovered John was missing. John's sister-in-law called Karen after learning that John had died, and Karen told her to remember the bad times, and also that she didn't think she would see John's family ever again. Lally wondered if she did not kill John, why would she say that? The text messages from Trooper Proctor were unprofessional and inexcusable, but they had no impact on the integrity of the investigation. Proctor's texts showed there was no framing or planting of evidence or any kind of conspiracy or cover-up. The day before John's body was found, Brian Higgins and Brian Albert were in New York City for the funeral of a police officer they did not even know. However, according to the defense theory, the men then returned home, quote, only to come back to Mr. Albert's house to then murder another police officer who they did know, who worked for the same department as them, end quote. Another quote by Lally, and then criminal mastermind genius that Brian Albert is, 28 years on the Boston Police Department, he's then going to just leave Mr. O'Keefe's body on his front lawn? Really? That's the conspiracy? What evidence do you have of that? End quote. All of the witnesses at the Alberts party testified that John and Karen never came inside. 3 people parked behind Karen for several minutes said John never exited. And as one of the guests was leaving, they looked out the window and thought they saw a black blob. Karen said, "This is all my fault." Her story has changed. Lally showed a timeline graphic and noted that Karen lied about taking a glass from C.F. McCarthy's. He then played her voicemails to John. Later, when Karen was out searching with Jen and Carrie and said she saw John's body in the snow, why can she see John when other people can't? According to John's niece and nephew, John tried to break up with Karen several times, but she refused. Trooper Guarino checked John's computers, and there was no access to Ring on those computers. Side note, but Lally did not even show how Karen could have deleted the 3 missing videos. He only referenced that she texted Brian Higgins that she knows where the cameras are. Next, he said that Curt Roberts and Jen McCabe saw Karen's broken taillight while it was still dark out. And Karen was asking people, is he dead? Not, is he going to be okay? It was like she was looking for confirmation that he had died. John did not like when people would wear shoes inside his house, which Karen knew, and when Jen, Carrie, and Karen came to his house that morning to look for him, Jen and Carrie removed their shoes. However, Karen did not, because she knew he was not coming home. John's hair was frozen to the back of Karen's SUV, and there was glass on the bumper because it was so cold. The dimples on Karen's taillight caused the injuries to John's arm. John's DNA was on Karen's taillight. His hair was on her car. Pieces of Karen's taillight were in John's clothes. However, there was no dog or human DNA that was found. Lally finished by saying, the evidence demonstrates that the defendant drove her vehicle in reverse at 24.2 miles per hour and struck Mr. O'Keefe, causing his death. That's it for my summary of Trial 1. I'm making another video with a summary of Trial number 2. Thanks for watching. Karen Read's first trial started in April 2024 and ended in a mistrial in July after jurors returned deadlocked. Almost exactly 1 year later, in 2025, her second trial started. I did another video where I summarized the testimony of every single witness from Trial 1, and this video is also a summary of every single witness from Trial number 2. I tried my best to capture the most important things every witness said, while trying to keep it as short as possible. First up were opening statements on April 22nd, 2025. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts hired a special prosecutor, Hank Brennan. The prosecutor from the first trial, Adam Lally, did help out. Hank Brennan started out by saying John O'Keefe did not return home from the after party, so Karen, Curt Roberts, and Jen McCabe went out looking for him and found him unresponsive outside 34 Fairview Road, in Canton, Massachusetts. Soon after, a Canton firefighter asked Karen what happened. She said, quote, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." Brennan continued, and it was at that time, through the words of the defendant, that she admitted what she had done that night, that she hit John O'Keefe. He said that John and Karen had argued on their way to Fairview Road and alleged that Karen slammed her foot down on the gas pedal and accelerated toward John in reverse. Quote, "She clipped John O'Keefe, who fell backward, hit his head, and broke his skull." End quote. And then Karen drove away. John's cell phone battery temperature showed the cold gradually seeping in as John lay in the snow for hours. Investigators found John's DNA on Karen's SUV, and pieces of broken taillight were littered around his body. Brennan played a video from Karen's appearance on the NBC show Dateline, where she questioned whether she could have struck John and said her boyfriend, quote, "didn't look mortally wounded as far as I could see," end quote. Next, it was the defense's turn for their opening statement. The judge had previously set limitations on Karen's third-party culprit defense and barred the defense from trying to blame somebody else for John's death during their opening statements. Jackson started out by saying, quote, "John O'Keefe did not die from being hit by a vehicle. The facts, evidence, data, and science will show that, and the experts will tell you that," end quote. He said Karen broke her taillight while she was backing out of John's driveway. He also cast doubt on prosecution witnesses Brian Albert, his sister-in-law Jennifer McCabe, and fellow after-party guest Brian Higgins. Jackson said that Higgins had romantic designs on Karen during her relationship with John, even though Karen had ghosted him on text message shortly before John died. Jackson said the investigation was riddled with errors from the beginning, corrupted by bias, incompetence, and deceit, and also a deliberate effort to avoid and cover up the very truth that you are seeking. Jackson noted that State Trooper Michael Proctor's personal ties to the Albert family and accused him of lying and fabricating evidence. Proctor's priority was to protect the Brotherhood, that blue wall, and his friends that were at the Albert house that night. He said John's head wound came from a raised or ledged surface, which he said did not exist where John was found on the Albert's lawn. Quote, "The data, the science, the witnesses will all unequivocally establish that John O'Keefe went into the Albert home that night," end quote. Investigators found no pieces of the broken taillight outside 34 Fairview Road before Proctor gained access to Karen's SUV. John's DNA did not appear on the taillight shards that prosecutors claim slashed into his arm. And finally, Karen's speculation about whether she could have struck John was not an admission of guilt, but, quote, "a woman desperately trying to piece together what could have happened on this tragic night," end quote. The first witness for the prosecution was Canton firefighter and paramedic Timothy Nuttall. He said snow was coming down heavily when he arrived at 34 Fairview Road and followed the sounds of women screaming. He saw John O'Keefe lying on his back and looked for signs of breathing, but he did not find any and said John was very cold to the touch. He also saw Karen Reed and said that she had blood on her face. In the courtroom, they played dash cam video, which shows Nuttall arriving at John's body and Karen coming over. Nuttall testified that is when he asked, "Do you know him?" And Karen replied, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." Nuttall said he remembered it very distinctly. John had a pretty good bump over his right eye and several notably deep scratches on his right arm. During cross-examination, defense attorney Alan Jackson asked Nuttall about his previous meetings with prosecutors and pointed out that Nuttall testified in the first trial that Karen said, "I hit him," only one time. State Trooper Michael Proctor wrote a report on February 8, 2022, which said that Nuttall stated he overheard Karen say, "I hit him," to a female that Karen was talking to. Nuttall testified that he heard Karen say, "I hit him," several times to other people, in addition to when Karen told him specifically. Jackson asked, quote, "If you testified last year that you heard the phrase twice, and now a year goes by and you're testifying in front of this jury this year that you heard it 3 times, those 2 statements are inconsistent with one another, correct?" End quote. Nuttall replied, "Yes, sir." Jackson also brought up that Nuttall previously testified that John was wearing a coat, but that was not true. The next witness was Curt Roberts. On January 29, 2022, Kerry woke up at 5 a.m. to a phone call from Karen. Carrie had been friends with John since high school, and she listed him as an emergency contact at her children's schools. Describing that 5 a.m. phone call, Carrie said, quote, "The first thing she said was, 'Carrie, Carrie, Carrie, John's dead.' And then she hung up. She was yelling loud enough that she woke my husband." In a second call, Carrie learned that John had not returned home after going out drinking the night before. Karen said, quote, "I think something happened to John. I think he got hit by a plow. He didn't come home last night. We drank so much I don't remember anything from last night," end quote. At the time, Karen was driving around, and Carrie said, "You're going to get a DUI. You need to go home." Carrie tried to call John, but he did not answer. So she called police and a local hospital to see if John had been involved in any accidents. After that, Carrie headed over to Jen McCabe's house and met Karen and Jen, and Karen told them she left John at a local bar the night before. But Jen said, "No, I saw you pull up in front of my sister's house." So the three ladies went to John O'Keefe's house to look for him, but did not find him. After about 6 minutes, they went to Fairview Road. Karen was acting frantic, and Carrie told her to shut up and buckle her seatbelt. Carrie said she could not control Karen. As they approached the Alberts' house at 34 Fairview Road, Karen began kicking the back door to get out, screaming, there he is, let me the F out of this car." Carrie looked at the lawn but did not see anything, but she said Karen ran right over to a mound of snow, which ended up being John. Carrie testified that Karen showed her damaged taillight as they stood in John's driveway, and noted that Karen asked, "Do you think I hit him?" Carrie said, "No, I don't think you hit him. What are you talking about? Let's just go find him." Carrie said a piece was missing from Karen's taillight. She said there's a metal sort of square, and one of the pieces was sort of sticking out. Describing the scene of finding John, she said his right eye looked huge, so she started CPR. After John was taken away, Carrie called John's mom and told her that John had been in an accident, and his mother screamed, "I can't do this again," because years earlier, John's sister had died of brain cancer, and soon after, her husband died. While Karen and Carrie were driving away from Fairview Road, Karen said, "If anything happens to John, I'm going to kill myself. You're going to have to take care of the kids." Soon after that, Canton police contacted Carrie and asked her to bring Karen back to Fairview because her parents had called in expressing concern about her mental health. Carrie had only met Jen McCabe once before, but they have spoken frequently since John died. At the request of John's mom, Carrie and Jen made a timeline of what happened that morning. Defense attorney Alan Jackson conducted the cross-examination. Initially, Carrie did not mention Karen's taillight to state troopers on January 29th. She said, quote, "I didn't want to accuse anybody of anything," end quote. But she told them during a second interview a few days later. Carrie denied discussing her testimony with Jen McCabe. Jackson brought up Carrie's prior testimony before a grand jury and testified that she heard Karen ask Jen to Google hypothermia. Carrie acknowledged she did not actually hear Karen make the request, but she knew about Karen's request from the timeline that she and Jen drafted. Carrie stated that she misunderstood the question that Assistant District Attorney Adam Lally had asked her before the grand jury, and she denied trying to mislead the jurors. The reason that is important is because the defense argues that Jen McCabe made a search for how long to die in the cold at 2:27 a.m. before John's body was found. But Jen claims she made the search after finding John's body and due to Karen's request. The next witness was John's mother, Peggy, who has been married to John's father for 53 years. The two of them had 3 children. John, Paul, and her daughter Kristen died of cancer in 2013, and 2 months later, Kristen's husband died of a heart attack. At that time, Kristen's daughter was 6 and her son was 3, so John became their main guardian, but Peggy and other family members helped out after school and on the weekends. She said that John's nickname was JJ, and he was born in 1975, liked sports, was a police officer, and was great with children. On January 29, 2022, Peggy received a phone call from Curt Roberts, who said John was found in a snowbank, so Carrie picked up John's parents and drove them to the hospital. In the car, they spoke to Karen on speakerphone, who told them she went to a party with John and left him there. Peggy replied, "You just left him there?" And Karen answered, "Yeah, I just left him there." But she did not specify if it was in the driveway or the street. Peggy said when they went to the hospital, they were walking down the corridor and she heard Karen loudly yell, "Peg, is he dead? Is he dead? Peg, "Peg, is he dead?" But Peggy said she kept walking, and one of the hospital employees said Karen was being psych evaluated. She was brought to John's body, and he was bruised up and his eyes were closed. Later on, her 2 grandchildren came home and she tried to take care of them. And then Karen arrived with her father and brother and asked to get her things upstairs. Peggy testified that she never should have let them go upstairs, but at the time she just couldn't think straight. She did not know what they did or got upstairs, but they were up there for about 10 to 15 minutes. She said that she did not see them come downstairs, and she did not personally interact with Karen, who did not offer any kind of condolences that Peggy just lost her son. Peggy was asked, "Did you ever confront the defendant with any accusations that morning?" She replied, "I don't remember her being in the house. When she went upstairs, that was the last I saw of her." Next, she was asked, "Did you ever lean over a kitchen island and say, quote, 'I think he looks like he got hit by a car,' end quote?" Peggy said, "No, I don't remember talking to her that morning." "Did you ever see her Lexus in the driveway?" Peggy testified, "No." Finally, Peggy said 4 people are now the guardians of the 2 children, and they live with her. The next witness was State Trooper Nicholas Guarino. He testified 3 times, April 23rd, April 24th, and May 6th. All of these other summaries that I'm doing are in chronological order, but for him, I'm just going to review all 3 days at once. So the first time he testified, April 23rd, it was very brief about accessing data from cell phones. He does phone and computer forensic investigative work for the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office and has received on-the-job training in digital extraction. He said that once a device's contents are downloaded, any later edits or alterations would leave a digital footprint. That was the majority of what he said day 1. The next day, he testified again and reviewed a lot of text messages between Karen and John from January 28th, 2022, while they were fighting about what Karen bought John's niece and nephew for breakfast on January 28th. I don't want to spend a lot of time reading all of these text messages, so I'm going to summarize the most relevant comments from both Karen and John. Karen texted, "You have really hurt me this time." John apologized and said he felt like he was, quote, "forced to always be the bad guy," end quote, while raising his niece and nephew. Karen texted, "Most of the time I try to do what is healthy and smart for them. You just lashed out at me and said terrible things. I am just your girlfriend. I am not a perfect parent. I'm trying very hard and sometimes treat them, nothing like I used to." John then apologized again and said, quote, "I always feel like I'm failing at this parenting thing. I wasn't built for this." Karen then politely replied that everything wonderful about his niece was because of John. They discussed meeting up later that day, with Karen texting, "I feel like a loser turning around is coming back over after everything you said." She also called John several times that afternoon, and he answered 3 of those phone calls, but missed or rejected the majority of them. Karen texted, "Tell me if you are interested in someone else," stating that she can't think of any other reason you've been like this. John replied, "Nope. Things haven't been great between us for a while. Ever consider that?" Karen texted, "Can you please admit your head is out of the game with us?" John said he was sick of always arguing and fighting. "It's been weekly for several months now." Karen replied, "If you tell me you're interested in someone else, you will never hear from me again." John replied with an eye roll emoji, which is something I do a lot. Karen said, quote, "I think it's clear me around with the kids around is slowly killing our relationship, and our relationship is much more important to me. I think the 4 of us together is toxic to this relationship. Would like to limit it," end quote. And that concludes the Tom Webster Community Theater dramatic reenactment of Karen and John's text messages, which at one point, Officer Guarino on the stand showed frustration that he had to read these text messages. Finally, the 3rd time Guarino testified was May 6th. He said Karen left John voicemails calling him an effing pervert, telling him she hated him, and accused him of cheating on her with another girl. Next, he played all 8 voicemails that Karen left John on the 29th. I'm going to play them all now. Karen said, quote, "John, I effing hate you," end quote, which she screamed in her first voicemail to John at 12:37 a.m. A few seconds later, Karen's cell phone auto-connected to the Wi-Fi at John's home. Just a warning for these Karen Reed voicemails, I did not bleep her curses.
the voice message at 12:41:35.
John, I'm here with your fucking kids. Nobody knows what the fuck you want, you fucking pervert.
Voicemail number 4 is left. It's 1 second called, no sound.
Ms. Gilman?
Yeah, it's 1 in the morning. I'm with your fucking niece and nephew. You fucking pervert. You're a fucking pervert. John, I'm going home. I cannot babysit your niece. I need to go home. You are fucking using me right now. You're fucking another girl. Kim's sleeping next to me. You're a fucking loser. Fuck yourself. John, I'm gonna kill you. Follow me.
Yes, I need some of these. 34 beautiful Vietnam living in Capital now. Yeah. I can see that. Okay, I know. Where's the blankets? I don't see blankets, Terry. Yes, I need
Guarino noted that Karen called John more than 50 times between 12:33 a.m. and 6:03 a.m. Jen McCabe's phone call to 911 could be heard in the background of the last voicemail, and you can hear in the background Karen frantically screaming. The defense did not do any cross-examination, and that was the last time Guarino testified. The next witness was Canton firefighter and paramedic Daniel Whitley. He testified that first responders received orders to take Karen to the hospital for a mental health evaluation. Karen argued that she did not need to go, but once the Section 12 order was written, it does not matter what the patient says. Whitley said Karen kept asking if there was any chance her husband could be alive, and the firefighters tried to give her some hope. Karen showed a range of emotions, including crying. Whitley said, quote, "There was one instance where she kept saying, 'I can't take care of these kids. I can't take care of these kids. They're not my kids, and they're not his kids,' end quote. He realized Karen was talking about John O'Keefe, who was known around town for taking custody of his niece and nephew after their parents died. In the ambulance on the way to the hospital, Whitley told Karen, "It looks like you have a very strong support system." At that point, Karen lifted her head and asked if he knew Kerry Roberts. When Whitley confirmed that he did, Karen replied, quote, "Anybody who knows Kerry Roberts wouldn't say that about her," end quote. So Whitley replied, "Well, she did come out early in the morning to look for your husband in a blizzard," and Karen rolled her eyes. Whitley thought that was bizarre. Cross-examination was done by defense attorney David Yannetti. He noted that Whitley testified last year that Karen spoke about Kerry Roberts with a snarky tone, but Whitley did not use that descriptor when he spoke to police in February 2022. Whitley said that he lives in the same neighborhood as Kerry Roberts, and he also went to school with Trooper Michael Proctor. Yannetti highlighted that Whitley's phrasing changed slightly each time he testified, focusing on Whitley's comments that Karen, quote, "kept asking if there was any chance her husband could be alive, even sitting outside in the snow with no coat on for many hours," end quote. Whitley did not include the many hours detail in his 2022 grand jury testimony. On redirect examination, Whitley clarified that his grand jury testimony was not as in-depth as his testimony during Reed's first trial. He denied inventing facts. The names of the next two witnesses were Jean DeMulis and Bridget Meehan. I combined both of them into one short summary. Jean is the general manager of C.F. McCarthy's bar, and Bridget is the owner of Waterfall Bar and Grill. Both of them testified very briefly about providing surveillance footage to state police from the night John died. There was no cross-examination by the defense. Next up was Michael Camerano. He said that he and John were close friends because his children were friendly with John's niece and nephew. When Michael's daughter and John's niece were both accepted to a high school, he and John made plans to celebrate the night of January 28, 2022, at C.F. McCarthy's bar, where Karen later joined them. He testified that he saw no arguments or tension during their time together at the bar, or during the month before John died. However, he said John would get upset if Karen bought expensive things for his niece and nephew. And Michael did sometimes detect hints of jealousy in their relationship. At times, he said you could see that Karen did not want other women around John. On January 29th, he woke up to missed phone calls from both Karen and his wife, who was at work. Once he heard John was missing, he drove to John's house to pick up his niece because she was home alone. A few hours later, John's brother called him to bring his niece home. Michael did not tell the niece that John had died, but she had a feeling and she did not want to go home. The next witness was Dr. Gary Fowler. He works as a pathologist and was the laboratory medical director at Good Samaritan Medical Center, where John and Karen were taken. He talked about the testing protocols for when Karen had her blood alcohol checked at 9 a.m., and she registered an alcohol level of 93 milligrams per deciliter. Cross-examination was done by defense attorney Elizabeth Little. She noted that Good Samaritan Laboratory is a clinical lab and not a forensic one, but Fowler testified that the methodology used in hospitals is just as good as the forensic methodology. Little asked Fowler about possible interferences with test results and confirmed that anemia is one of the health conditions that can lead to a rise in serum LDH levels. She also asked about potential testing impacts from multiple sclerosis, which is a chronic autoimmune disease that Karen has. Fowler replied that MS patients can have elevated LDH and lactic acid, but it is not to the extent that it can interfere with the alcohol levels. Little asked him if the lab took Karen's MS and anemia into consideration when conducting its testing, and he said no. The next witness was Canton firefighter and paramedic Jason Becker. He said first responders brought Karen to Good Samaritan Medical Center for a psychiatric evaluation after she expressed suicidal thoughts. While they were in the ambulance to the hospital, Karen said she was upset because her last conversation with John had been an argument. "We didn't know circumstances, we just knew that Miss Reed had found her husband dead on the side of the road." Karen was initially agitated as she did not feel she needed to go to the hospital, but then there were periods when she was calm. Alan Jackson conducted the cross-examination for the defense. He asked Becker if Karen told him that her last words to John were in voicemails. Becker replied that Karen did not give him any details, but said that Karen tried to show him her cell phone, but, quote, "I wasn't going to look through her phone," end quote. Finally, he answered some questions from prosecutor Hank Brennan, and he said he remembered Karen using the word argument, but did not remember her mentioning voice messages. The next witness was Ian Whiffen, who works for the company Celebrate, and they specialize in digital forensics. He analyzed the phone extractions of Jen McCabe and John O'Keefe. Defense expert Richard Green reached out to Celebrate about a timestamp for Jen McCabe's Safari browser at 2:27 a.m. that did not make sense to him. So Whiffen looked into it and then reached out to Green to clear it up, but never heard back. Whiffen testified in depth about Jen's internet searches on her phone after she returned home from the party at Fairview Road. He concluded the 2:27 a.m. timestamp was when the internet browser tab was first opened and had no relevance to when the actual web search was made. He testified that between 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. is when Jen went back to the internet browser tab and searched how long to digest food, which was based on what Jen started to type in the Safari search bar. At 6:23 and 51 seconds, it submitted a search for how long, and then the word TI, die, in CIKD, which was supposed to be how long to die in the cold. This search was not deleted, but Whiffen thinks the page never completely loaded. Side note, Brian Albert, the homeowner, said reception at his home was not good sometimes. At 6:24 and 18 seconds, Jen searched HOS long to die in cold instead of how long to die in cold, but that page also never loaded. 6 seconds later, at 6:24 and 24 seconds, the Safari browser tab was minimized by Jen. Whiffen said neither search was deleted by Jen. The phone system purged them later. Whiffen went into detail regarding Celebrate's analysis of an internet browser's last visited timestamp, which was not accurate and caused confusion to people like the defense expert Richard Green, so Celebrate has since updated their software. Regarding John O'Keefe's phone, he looked mostly at location and health data and noted that location accuracy ranges between 2 to 5 meters or several miles. The Waze navigation app has a higher degree of accuracy. According to Apple Health data, a flight climbed is essentially an incline of 3 meters, which is like 9 to 10 feet, over 16 steps taken. Whiffen tested his phone in a rental car in the Canton area, and while it was in the phone dock, it did not register movement or flights of stairs. But when he held the phone in his hand, it registered steps as his arm and hand moved, and if he was driving up a hill, it registered flights of stairs. He stated that the definition of pocket state is when an iPhone camera is blocked when a call comes in and it looks to initiate Face ID. Next, Whiffen reviewed the location data from John's phone between 12:19 a.m. to 6 a.m. when his body was found. The location was mapped using a center point with a radius size depending on the signal strength, which varied greatly. As several witnesses testified, phone reception at Fairview is bad. The center point of John's phone location was never inside the Alberts' house. Between 12:25 to 6 a.m., with an accuracy of 10 meters or less, all of the center points of John's phone were on the Alberts' lawn or in the street, and mostly near the flagpole where John's body was found. The summary is, at 12:23 and 58 seconds, Karen was driving on Cedar Crest and passed Fairview Road and then turned around. At 12:24 and 38 seconds, John's phone came to a complete stop at 34 Fairview Road, very close to the flagpole. There was no data showing that the SUV stopped near the Alberts driveway. Side note, that goes against Karen's statements that she dropped John off at the driveway, and her defense team stating that they arrived at 12:21 a.m. when they arrived at 12:24. In the courtroom, Whiffen showed the following slide. He testified that between 12:25 to 6 a.m., John's phone records of 10 meters accuracy or less, his phone center point was never in the house after they arrived. It was only on the lawn. The center dots can indicate movement or changes of the phone's accuracy based on signal strength. John's phone was likely near the flagpole and did not move the entire night. Next, Whiffen reviewed the data reflecting the steps that John took according to his phone. From 12:11 and 9 seconds to 12:21 and 5 seconds, John took 170 steps. This time includes when he was still at Waterfall with Karen, and he began using the Waze navigation app at 12:19. Between 12:21 and 10 seconds and 12:24 and 22 seconds, John's phone moved 87 meters and 80 steps. However, Whiffen said he was in Karen's SUV at that time. Between 12:22 and 14 seconds and 12:24 and 37 seconds, John's phone calculated 3 flights climbed. Again, he was in the car at this time, and that end time was 1 second before it came to a complete stop at 12:24 and 38 seconds. Next, between 12:31 and 56 seconds and 12:32 and 16 seconds, John's phone took 36 steps and traveled 83 feet. Later that morning, between 6:04 and 1 second and 6:11 and 3 seconds, there were 432 steps after John's phone and body were found. Defense expert Richard Green talked about 3 clocks inside the iPhone, and some people think the timestamps are off, and John climbed 3 flights of stairs inside the Alberts house. However, Whiffen explained there is 1 clock on an iPhone, and that's the clock that you see displayed on the front. All phone activity is related to that time. The difference is within the power log database. They use a monotonic clock, but it's not a clock that can be trusted to see when events occurred. It's essentially a counter that's just counting seconds since the device was reset. Whiffen said it would be really bad to look at these values and think that they are accurate timestamps at face value, because they are not. Another calculation needs to be done with the monotonic time to get the actual time of an event. Next up, he talked about John's phone battery temperature. It steadily decreased after they left the Waterfall bar and never increased. Regarding his device usage, Whiffen noted the physical interaction with his phone. At 12:32 and 9 seconds a.m. on January 29, 2022, was the final user interaction with John's phone. And that last interaction was when the lock button was pushed 5 seconds after John used Face ID. Next, he talked about the Doppler pocket state, which is when a user takes the phone out of the pocket or removes an item that is blocking the camera. The phone tries to recognize a face, but records pocket state until the obstruction is removed. At 12:33 and 14 seconds a.m., John's phone started pocket state, which meant the camera was blocked, until 6:15 a.m. Whiffen reviewed the timeline of John's messages and activity. Whiffen concluded that John's phone likely never went far from the flagpole the entire time after he arrived at 34 Fairview Road. Next up, defense attorney Alessi cross-examined Whiffen. Whiffen said that at 12:24 and 38 seconds a.m. was when Karen and John arrived, and the speed of Karen's SUV reached 0 miles per hour. Whiffen came back the following day for more testimony. Alessi noted that Whiffen's presentation to the jury yesterday did not include that John's phone could have been inside the Alberts house, but it was in his report. The map with a black and white radius shows the white circle could have overlapped the Alberts house. However, the time shows it was only a 5-second interval between 12:38 and 16 seconds and 12:38 and 21 seconds a.m., and the phone's location never moved. But the accuracy of the phone improved every second until it reached a radius of 7 meters, which did not include any part of the Alberts house. So you have to ignore the higher accuracy data to make the argument that the phone and John were inside the Alberts house, when the most reliable data shows he was not. The black radius covered the time 12:53 and 7 seconds through 12:53 and 11 seconds. Alessi said, over the next few hours, according to your report, the phone of John O'Keefe could be in the Albert's house. Whiffen said that was correct, but only based on the low accuracy information. Next, they talked about how the prosecution expert firm Aperture issued a report that states there was a trigger event at 12:31 and 56 seconds that they refer to as the supposed collision between the SUV and John. And Aperture used data from Whiffen's report. Trigger number 1162-2 had the timestamp 12:31 and 38 seconds a.m. The distance from the flagpole to the front door of the Albert's house is approximately 72 feet. 84 feet is approximately how much John walked in the last event on his phone. Regarding John's phone battery temperature, Whiffen conducted 2 tests. He put an iPhone in a freezer, and the battery temperature dropped 50 degrees Fahrenheit in 15 minutes. In the second test, he left a phone outside when the temperature was 33.8 Fahrenheit. The phone battery temperature dropped about 30 degrees in 13 minutes. Regarding John's phone battery temperature, between 12:37 to 12:53 a.m., it dropped from 72 to 61 Fahrenheit, which is only 11 degrees in about 15 minutes. However, John's phone was underneath his body. Regarding Jen McCabe's Google search about how long to die in the cold, Whiffen discussed the phone extraction process and stated he did not see anything that raised any flags that Jen's data was altered. Next, Whiffen gave some possibilities of how the search deletion happened, but could not say with certainty. Next, there was more follow-up from Prosecutor Brennan. The satellite map of Fairview, with the 12:38 and 12:53 black and white radius, represents 2 instances of 5 seconds when multiple records showed identical latitude and longitude, but during those 5 seconds, John's phone location accuracy improved from 18 meters to 7 meters as each second progressed, and when the accuracy was 7 meters, the radius did not show that John's phone ever went in the Albert's house. Whiffen testified that he believes John's phone was near the flagpole the entire night. Next, Whiffen showed a live demonstration of the closed phone browser tab, and he opened it at 2:10 p.m. He then searched a few terms and websites and then closed it at 2:12. When he ran an analysis, it showed the last viewed was at 2:10, not 2:12, which proved that Jen did not search for how long to die in the cold at 2:27 a.m. Finally, defense attorney Alessi stated that a rival company, Axiom, has software that analyzed the data, and it still shows that Jen searched at 2:27 a.m. Whiffen agreed that Axiom is a reliable company. Next up was Jen McCabe. She has 4 daughters and was good friends with John O'Keefe, and one of her daughters was friends with his niece. On January 28, 2022, there was a snowstorm coming to the Boston area, and her sister Nicole texted her about a birthday get-together for Brian Albert Jr. at Waterfall Bar around 9 p.m. The small group of friends and family met at Waterfall Bar, and Jen and her husband Matt arrived around 9 p.m. Jen listed the names of people at Waterfall. Nicole and Brian Albert and their daughter Caitlin, and also Caitlin's fiance Tristin was there for a while. Julie and Chris Albert, Nicholas and Karina Kolokithas. Jen testified that she had about 2 to 3 alcoholic drinks. Later on, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins joined, and then Karen and John showed up around 11 p.m. Jen told John and Karen about the after party at her sister's house, and they said they were going to come. Once they got outside, Jen offered to drive Karen, but she declined. After they left the Waterfall Bar, Jen and her husband were driving when John texted asking for directions. Because she was driving, Jen called John, gave him directions, but then John called back again asking for further directions. When Jen and her husband arrived at 34 Fairview Road, they said there was a Jeep parked on the street and maybe a couple of cars in the driveway. Inside the Albert's house, she described seeing her niece and also her nephew, Brian Jr., who was celebrating his 23rd birthday at midnight. They were sitting at a table with Brian Jr.'s friends, Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson. Jen's sister Nicole was cleaning in the kitchen, and Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were in the TV room. Inside the house, Jen sat at the table, there was music playing, and Jen showed the younger people at the party a YouTube video about the song It's Raining Men. From the kitchen, Jen said she could see outside, but the window blinds were down. The front door was open, but she could see out the glass door. She said that she looked outside at some point and saw a dark SUV and thought it was Karen. She noted the brake lights were on and did not see the SUV move, although she saw it in several different locations. The first time she saw Karen's SUV, it was straight out the front door. Second, it was up at the flagpole. And third, it was further up past the flagpole. She testified that she would glance quickly outside and then text John. According to Jen's phone records, she called John at 12:29 a.m. He answered, and the call lasted 7 seconds. She said she does not remember that, and she did not talk to him after giving him directions twice on the phone as they were looking for the house. Jen did remember texting John the word here, and later she saw it move up to the flagpole and texted, "Pull behind me." She said John never texted her again, although she continued to text him. She realized John and Karen were not coming in when Karen's SUV was no longer outside. Inside the Alberts' house, Jen said there was no fighting or arguing. When the party was winding down, Brian Higgins left first, maybe 15 to 20 minutes before the McCabes. Jen said she left around 1:30 to 1:45 a.m. with her husband Matt, and they offered to drive home Brian Jr.'s friends, Julie and Sarah. Julie's brother had come to pick her up earlier, but the McCabes offered to take them home. When they walked outside, it was snowing, windy, and cold, and they ran to the car. Once inside the McCabes' car, the two girls saw bread and peanut butter in the back and made fun of it. Jen was sitting in the front passenger seat and turned around to talk to them, so Jen could not see the flagpole area as they were driving by. She testified that once she got home, she texted and then did some Google searches for her daughter's sports teams and then went to sleep. At 4:53 a.m., Jen received a phone call from John's niece. In the background, she heard Karen screaming loudly, "Jen, Jen." Karen said she got in a fight with John and she left him at Waterfall Bar. She described Karen as hysterical and hard to follow. During this phone call, Jen's husband woke up thinking that one of their daughters came in the room screaming because Karen was so loud. As Jen tried to process this information, she remembered that Chris Albert was still at the Waterfall Bar when she left, so she thought of calling Chris's wife Julie. However, her husband Matt reminded her that they saw Karen's SUV outside Fairview Road. So Jen called John's niece again and could still hear Karen in the background screaming. Jen told Karen that she saw her car outside the Alberts. Karen said she didn't even remember being there and started asking, "Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?" And Karen also stated that she cracked her taillight. This was during one of the phone calls when Jen was still in bed. After that phone call, Jen wondered where John could be because he never came inside the Alberts' house. Jen knew that another guy named Tom Beatty was supposed to meet them at the bar. Jen wondered maybe John and Karen got into a fight and John got out of Karen's car and somehow connected with Tom Beatty. Jen called her sister, John O'Keefe, Tom Beatty, and also his daughter trying to find where John was. Tom Beatty did not answer the phone, so Jen and her husband planned to drive to his house to see if John maybe passed out on his couch. But around 5:30 a.m., Jen heard Karen screaming at her front door, "Jen, Jen, Jen, we have to go to Fairview. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him?" Jen said Karen was on repeat. Jen's husband said, "Tell her to shut up. She's going to wake up the neighbors." So Jen was going to go out with Karen to look for John, but her husband said, "You can't be driving around in this kind of weather with a broken taillight." At that point, Jen noticed another car at the end of her driveway, and Karen said it was Kerry Roberts. Jen testified that she had met Kerry Roberts once. In order to help out John raising his niece and nephew, Jen would have John's niece stay at her house on Friday night, and Kerry would have John's nephew sleep at her house. To thank them for this, John once took them to lunch and also bought sneakers for their kids. At this point, Jen got in the driver's seat of Karen's SUV because Karen was hysterical. As they went out driving looking for John, Kerry was on speakerphone. Before this point, Jen said she did not see Karen's taillight. Karen said she wanted to drive to Fairview Road to look for John, but Kerry said no, we're not driving in this weather in two different cars, and that they should go to John's house first to look for him. Karen was screaming and said most things 3 times. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? And she would not stop, and Kerry told her to shut up. Jen said she did not ask Karen for any kind of clarification on those statements. When they arrived at John's house, Jen and Kerry both took off their shoes before they walked inside because they knew John would yell at them for bringing snow inside because he did not like people wearing shoes inside. But Karen did not take her shoes off, which Jen thought was strange. Inside, they looked for John and saw John's niece, who seemed terrified. Jen told her that she would look for John and everything would be okay. While the three ladies were in John's driveway, Karen showed them her cracked taillight. Jen said the taillight was missing pieces, and Kerry told Karen to shut up, that she was so drunk she could have hit anything last night. Kerry pointed to a piece that was sticking out and was concerned someone would catch their coat on it. Jen wanted to go to Tom Beatty's house to look for John, but Karen was adamant to go to Fairview first. So the three of them got into Kerry's car. Jen was in the passenger seat, and Karen was in the back middle. She was screaming, and she would sit back and then come forward, and then scream Kerry's name 3 times, and then scream Jen's name 3 times, and say, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? It was over and over. Karen asked the other 2 ladies if John could be cheating on her and be with Bella's mom. When they got to 34 Fairview Road, they drove past the bushes and the flagpole, and Karen screamed, there he is, let me out. However, Jen saw nothing but snow outside the window. At that point, Kerry looked at Jen like Karen was crazy. They looked at the area of the flagpole and did not see anything. As Jen walked closer, she saw Kerry removing snow from John's face. Karen straddled John's body and lifted her shirt and also his shirt, so Kerry screamed at Karen to get off of John. Jen saw that John was dead, but she called 911 away from Karen and Kerry because they were both screaming. Kerry said to get blankets and towels from the back of her SUV, and once her phone call with 911 finished, Kerry asked Jen to take over compressions on John, which Jen did and said she felt resistance in John's body. Karen was doing mouth-to-mouth with John. Jen returned to the courtroom the next day for more testimony, and they played her 911 phone call.
No, police is square line. What is your emergency?
Yes, I need someone to come to 34 Fairview Road in Canton, Mass. There's a man passed out in the snow.
You're in Canton? Hold on. I'm going to transfer over to Canton Police. You call them. You're connected to Nuttall, okay?
Yeah, I don't know why I did that.
It's the towers. That's right. Stay on the line.
I think he's dead. We need, you got to get here ASAP, okay?
All right, I'm going to transfer the line. I'm going to transfer to Canton.
Okay. I know. Where are the blankets? I don't see blankets, Kerry.
911, what's your emergency?
Yes, I need someone to come immediately to 34 Fairview Road, Canton, Mass.
What's going on?
There's a guy unresponsive in the snow.
In the snow at 34?
He passed out, yes. 34, the Albert resident, yes. I just pulled up and found him.
Okay, 34 Fairview?
34 Fairview, Canton, Mass, yes.
911, that's not recorded. Where's your emergency? Hello?
Yes, I'm sorry. Can you come to 34 Fairview Road in Canton?
34 Fairview?
Yes, there's a man unresponsive in the snow.
Okay. Is he blue at all?
Yeah, you've got to get here, okay?
Okay. What's going on? Is he face down?
We just flipped him over.
Okay. And who's that in the background? Is that someone related?
Okay, that's his girlfriend. His name is Jen McCabe.
Okay, how old is he?
John is 46 years old.
46. How long has he been outside?
I don't know. I don't know. He got out of the car and
is he breathing?
A couple of hours. Is he Kerry? Is he? I don't know if he's breathing. There are 2 women trying to do his body heat, and they're hysterical.
Okay, can you just try to ask him? I know it's tough, but we already have the fire department going. They just got to know if he's breathing.
Is he breathing, you guys? It doesn't seem to be breathing.
Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to attempt CPR?
Can you guys, Carrie, can you guys do CPR? No, I guess he's gone.
Okay. They don't feel comfortable doing so?
No, I think he's passed away.
Okay. All right, we got the fire department and the police department on the way. If everyone's declining CPR, then I'll hang up with you, and if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys outside?
Oh, right out front. You'll see the car. Oh. I know. I'm on the phone with the ambulance. I know, honey. I know.
He's not
So, Carrie, you got to get off him, honey. Carrie, you got to get off of him. Oh, my God, this is a scene.
Do you know if there was any alcohol or drugs involved?
They had been out.
They've been out drinking?
Yes, but I'm talking hours ago, maybe And I think I don't know how long he's been in the snow.
Okay. Is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe hit his head out?
Yes, possibly. There seems to be bleeding in the face.
Okay, bleeding from the face. All right.
Yes.
And how big's the pool of blood, if there is any?
Something's coming out of his nose, and one of the women is doing CPR.
Okay, one of the women is doing CPR?
Yes, they're both working on him.
All right, if she's doing CPR, just just give us a call back if he becomes responsive, all right? But we're on the way.
Okay, thank you.
Let me say.
What?
Jen said she tried to call her sister inside Fairview Road, but she did not answer. When Jen took over compressions, Karen was running around crazy, saying, "Is he dead? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?" The first responders arrived, and at one point, Karen and Jen went in the back of a police car. Karen wanted to pray and also noticed that she had blood on her hands and asked, "Could I have gotten my period?" Karen also asked who was going to take care of John's niece and nephew. When John was being put into the ambulance, they got out of the car. Soon after, Karen asked Jen to Google hypothermia and how long it takes someone to die in the cold. Jen testified that both she and Karen had multiple sclerosis, which causes her to lose sensation in her fingers in extreme weather. Regarding the internet searches, she did not remember what came up and remembered that she misspelled something and did a second search, but Karen was screaming, so she moved on. Jen said she was near Karen when she talked to an officer and a first responder. Karen told the first responder, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." But Jen thought Karen was just talking crazy. Canton police officer Lank asked Jen to go inside and wake up her sister, Nicole. So Jen went inside and up to the bedroom of Nicole and Brian Albert. When they woke up, they were startled and confused. The three of them went downstairs and talked to Officer Lank. Soon after, Jen's husband, Matt, arrived and also talked to police. Exhibit 4 was the dash cam video from outside at 6:09 and 57 seconds. After the police arrived, at 6:15 a.m., they moved John's body from the flagpole area into the ambulance. And then Karen and Jen talked to a first responder. The dash cam video showing 6:23 to 6:24 a.m. was not a time that Jen and Karen were on video. Jen said they were behind the police car, so the video does not show when Karen asked her to search on her phone for how long it takes to die in the cold. Around that time, Carrie Roberts said she would pick up John's parents. Later, Julie Albert arrived at 34 Fairview, and the group talked at the table, trying to figure out what could have happened to John. Karen was taken away from the scene in a second ambulance, and later, Jen texted Karen trying to get Carrie Roberts' phone number, but Karen did not reply, and they have never spoken since. Later that morning, Jen called Canton police officer Lank because she remembered hearing Karen say that she hit John. The McCabes went home around 11:30 a.m., Later that afternoon, state troopers Michael Proctor and Yuri Buchanan came over to interview Jen, her husband Matt, and also her brother-in-law Brian Albert, who also was at her house. At some point, Jen and Carrie met and created a timeline of what they remembered happened that morning after John's mom asked them to remember. Next up was cross-examination by Alan Jackson. He noted that in April 2023, Jen was contacted by an agency that was not Canton Police or State Police. Jackson said it is a crime to lie to them during an interview. Jen recalled this interaction when they walked up to her car at her house and she thought they were selling something and she said, "I'm not the homeowner." She gave her sister's name, Nicole Albert. After she went inside her home, the investigators called her and said they were outside and they wanted to interview her. Jen asked them for a few minutes before she allowed them inside and called her husband to say what was going on, so he came home. But after a little bit of the interview, she asked to stop because she did not feel comfortable. So they asked her if she had contacted anyone in the 10 minutes since they arrived. Jen told them she called her husband and Carrie Roberts, and then the officers left. Jen talked to her husband about what just happened, and he said she should call the officers back to say that during the 10 minutes she also called John O'Keefe's mom, Brian Albert, and her witness advocate at the district attorney's office. Next, Jackson asked about the mood at Waterfall Bar, and Jen said there was no tension between John and Karen, and also Karen did not appear drunk. When the McCabes pulled up to Fairview Road, Brian Higgins' Jeep was in front of the mailbox on the street. Jackson asked, "Did you tell Trooper Proctor on January 29th that you saw the SUV by the driveway facing the direction toward Chapman?" Jen denied ever saying that. Also, she has not spoken to Brian Higgins since John's wake. Jen said the front storm door at the Alberts house is all glass. She recalled seeing Karen's SUV, and to the left of that were lights from a pickup truck. After John died, Jen asked Julie Nagel for a screenshot of the text message from her brother as he was about to arrive at Fairview Road. The timestamp was 12:23 a.m. Next, they reviewed Jen's text messages with John. The timestamps on all of these are a.m., not p.m. At 12:14, John texted Jen, "Where to?" Jen testified that she went to the front door a few times. She saw the SUV in the front, at the flagpole, and then further up. She also looked out and noticed that the SUV was no longer there, but she was only certain that she texted John the first 2 times when she went to the door, but she is not sure if she texted at the same time as the last 2 times she looked out the front door. At 12:27, Jen saw Karen's SUV straight out front and sent a text to John that said, "Here." At 12:31 and 47 seconds, Jen texted John, "Pull behind me." She said that was her second time at the front door when she saw the SUV was at the flagpole area. Jen next texted John at 12:40 and 31 seconds with the word "hello." At 12:42 and 9 seconds, she asked, "Where are you?" And finally, at 12:45, again she wrote the word "hello." Jackson said that during trial 1, Jen agreed with him when he asked her if she was at the front door 5 times and then would text John after each time at the front door. Jen said she may not have been clear on that detail, but can't say she was at the door for all 5 of her text messages to John. At one point, she went to the door and the SUV was gone. Previously, she testified it was after 12:45 a.m. She said she never heard any noise outside. There was a street light across the street that illuminated wavy tire tracks on the street over to the left as she looked out the front door. She left her sister's house about 1:30 to 1:45 a.m. with her husband, Julie Nagel, and Sarah Levinson. While she was sitting in the front passenger seat, she turned to her left to talk to them when they passed the flagpole. Jen does not remember anybody inside the car saying, "What was that?" in reference to an object on the Alberts front lawn. During her April 2022 grand jury testimony, Jen was asked multiple times what Karen said, but she never revealed Karen said, "I hit him" 3 times. Jen testified that she talked to Karen on the phone before they went to Fairview, and Karen was asking, "Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?" Then, while they were in the car, Karen again said, "Could I have hit him?" Later, when Karen was showing her taillight was damaged, again she said, "Could I have hit him?" And finally, when Jen and Karen were outside the Alberts house talking to the female EMT, Karen asked, "Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead?" Jen said there were many different times talking to different EMTs and police. She knows that Karen said, "I hit him" 3 times, and there was a female EMT there. Jen testified that she told Trooper Proctor that same day what Karen said, but Alan Jackson said that phrase is not in Proctor's report. Jackson brought up Jen's testimony from the day before, talking about the 4:53 a.m. phone call where Karen said she and John got in a fight, her taillight was cracked, and said, "Did I hit him or could I have hit him?" Jen testified that was incorrect. Jen said during that first phone call, Karen said that she and John got in a fight, she left him at Waterfall Bar, and he did not come home. During the second phone call, Jen told Karen that she saw her SUV at Fairview, and that is when Karen said, "Could she have hit him?" and talked about her taillight. That was it for that day of testimony, but Jen came back for more. Jen previously testified that Karen's SUV was still outside Fairview at 12:45 a.m. when Jen sent her last text message to John. They reviewed Jen's statements to the police and the grand jury about the people that she called after Karen called her at 4:53 a.m. Jen called Julie Albert and Tom Beatty, but Alan Jackson said Jen did not reveal that she called Nicole Albert at 5:07 a.m. and the call lasted 38 seconds. Jen replied that she does not remember if the phone call went to voicemail, but Jen said she never talked to her sister Nicole that morning before she went inside and woke her and her husband Brian up, and that she did not leave that phone call out of her recollection for any nefarious purpose. Jen said there was never any plan for Karen to come to her house at 5:30 a.m., despite Trooper Proctor's report stating that Jen told her to. Karen told Jen she had a broken taillight when Karen called while Jen was still at home, but she also mentioned it again on the drive to John's house. Jen told Proctor the taillight was broken and cracked and missing pieces. Jen and her family did not collaborate to make up stories about what happened that morning. Next, they reviewed some group chat text messages that Jen was in, talking about the case, and Jen denied any wrongdoing. Next, Jen explained an event where she and Kerry Roberts and Kerry's daughter had been at John O'Keefe's house soon after his death. After they left John's house, Kerry had to drop her daughter off at a friend's house to hang out. The father of Kerry's daughter's friend is Officer Lank. So when they arrived at Officer Lank's house, Kerry's daughter got out, and Officer Lank's wife got inside the car to ask how everyone was doing. Officer Lank was not there, and Jen did not speak to him. Alan Jackson said Jen drove from her house to the Lanks, but she only remembers leaving John O'Keefe's house and dropping off Kerry's daughter with Kerry. In the courtroom, Jackson displayed a map that had locations from this afternoon in question based on Jen's phone data. All of this pretty much was the defense trying to point to Jen as being a liar. Jen's phone data showed she was at her house until 12:13 p.m. and then got to John O'Keefe's house at 12:19 p.m. to console his family, and her phone left John's at 5:12 p.m. Her phone was next at her house at 5:21 p.m., and it left her house at 5:28. At 5:36 p.m., her phone was at Fairview Road at her sister's house until 5:40. Next, it registered at Officer Lank's house at 5:43 until it left at 6:28, and finally got back to Jen's house at 6:34 p.m. Jen testified that she and Kerry drove by 34 Fairview Road to look and try to figure things out. Jen testified she did not remember going by her house before going to the Lanks. Next, Jackson reviewed a timeline of phone calls with Proctor. Officer Tully's report stated that Jen said she did not meet Proctor and his wife before September 2023, but Jen said Proctor was at her house soon after John was found dead. Jen clarified that she did not meet Officer Proctor's wife until September 2023. Next, Jackson reviewed Jen's phone calls with John O'Keefe. The time frame was between 12:14 to 12:50 a.m. the night John died. The call logs showed a phone call at 12:14 that was answered. At 12:18, John called Jen for 36 seconds. At 12:29 and 44 seconds, the phone records showed Jen called John. The duration was 7 seconds. It shows as answered, but Jen said she never spoke to him at that time or later. After 12:29, there were 6 more phone calls from Jen to John that showed as missed. At 12:41 and 10 seconds, 12:41 and 59 seconds, 12:43 and 19 seconds, 12:46 and 16 seconds, 12:47 and 52 seconds, and finally at 12:50 and 30 seconds. Jen testified she does not remember any of those 7 phone calls. She said she only spoke to John twice that night. She explained that she was walking back and forth to the front door and would put her phone in her pocket and possibly inadvertently called John. Jackson said they only know this information because of the extraction of John's phone. Jen said she voluntarily gave her phone to police, but Jackson said none of the butt dial phone calls showed on Jen's phone extraction. Jen said she could have been texting and then left her phone open and accidentally called John, and said that happens to her a lot. However, Jackson replied that there were no voicemails from Jen to John, so Jen would have had to hung up before the voicemail started, or it would have gone on continuously. Jen reiterated she does not remember making those phone calls or ending them before voicemail. Next, Jackson reviewed Jen's internet searches after 2 a.m. Jen said she only searched for information about her daughter's sports teams before going to sleep, and the searches about how long to die in the cold were only after Karen asked her. Jen denied telling Kerry to lie at the grand jury, stating that she heard Karen tell Jen to search for hypothermia. Next, they showed the dash cam video at the scene, and Jen described who she was talking to at various times. After that, they played Jen's 911 phone call. Jen testified that after that phone call finished, Kerry asked her to help with compressions on John, so at that time she was more focused on helping John and not going inside to ask Brian Albert, a trained first responder, to help them because she knew that 911 was on the way. At some point, Jen called her sister Nicole as she walked to John after the 911 phone call, but her sister never answered the 2 phone calls. Jen knew that Karen said she had hit John and had a cracked taillight, and that John never went inside Fairview, so that is why Jen had no concern for the safety of anybody inside 34 Fairview Road after they discovered John dead outside. Next, Prosecutor Brennan had his redirect. Jen described the weather on the 29th. She said the snow had started to accumulate after they left the party after 1:30 a.m., and the storm got worse in the morning. After they found John's body, she said no law enforcement vehicles had their sirens on, no neighbors came outside, and talked about Karen asking to search about dying in the cold. Regarding the issue of Jen's visit to Officer Lank's house, she testified that she and Kerry went to John's house for a few hours to offer support to his family the day after John died. Regarding calls and text messages to John, Jen said she has inadvertently called other people, and she called John the next morning because Karen said he did not return home. Jen voluntarily gave her phone to police. Jen also texted John the next morning asking him to please answer because she did not know where he was. Next, Alan Jackson had a few more questions. Jen stated law enforcement vehicles had their lights on, but not the sirens. Jen said she stopped the interview at her home with the federal agency and said she was going to seek legal counsel. She later met with the same agency multiple times and answered all of their questions. Finally, there was a brief discussion about her text messages. That was nothing really important. The next witness was Hannah Knowles. She works as a forensic scientist for state police. She testified that a retrograde analysis put Karen's blood alcohol level between 0.14% and 0.28% at 12:45 a.m. on January 29, 2022. Testimony revealed that Karen's blood alcohol level at 12:45 a.m. would have been between 0.135% and 0.292%. And Knowles explained that the difference between the two trials was because the industry standard conversion factors changed last year. Karen's blood alcohol level was between 0.078% and 0.092% just after 9 a.m. on the 29th. The legal limit for driving is 0.08%. The next witness was Ryan Nagel. His sister, Julie Nagel, was hanging out with Brian Albert Jr. at his birthday party. Ryan testified that he was hanging out that night with his girlfriend Heather Maxson and his friend Ricky D'Antano. Ricky was driving them around in his pickup truck. The three of them left C.F. McCarthy's bar around midnight, and Julie texted Ryan to pick her up. Ryan said they arrived at 34 Fairview Road before 12:30 a.m. He recalled seeing an SUV coming from the opposite side of the road, and the SUV turned first onto Fairview Road. After that, the pickup truck made a left onto Fairview and followed the SUV to the Alberts' house. Ryan testified that the pickup truck stopped in front of the Alberts' driveway. The other car was about a car length ahead, and he never saw the SUV stop at the driveway. Side note, Karen has said in TV interviews that she stopped at the driveway and dropped John off. So Ryan said his sister Julie came outside and asked if Ryan and his two friends wanted to come into the party, but they declined. He estimated the pickup truck was outside the Alberts' house for about 5 minutes. As they pulled away from the Alberts' driveway, Ryan looked over as they passed the SUV, which he estimated was a car length from the flagpole. As they drove by the SUV, Ryan's primary focus was his sister getting back inside the house, but inside the SUV, he saw a woman with her hands on the steering wheel. He said it was too brief to identify who the woman was. Prosecutor Brennan asked a few questions. Could there have been someone else in the vehicle at that time? Ryan said yes. Did you ever see anyone get out of the SUV the entire time you were there? No. Did anyone cross the front yard? No. Did any men enter or stand in the front door? No. Did you see anyone enter the side door other than your sister? Ryan said no. Next up for cross-examination was defense attorney Yannetti. Ryan said both the SUV and the pickup truck both turned onto Fairview Road around the same time. Yannetti asked if Ryan saw any tire marks on the street. He said no. Ryan said he opened the door to the pickup truck to talk to his sister for about 2 to 3 minutes. Yannetti followed up saying he previously testified at Trial 1 that he talked to his sister for 5 minutes. Ryan replied that he would not say it was 5 minutes, but it could have been. Ryan testified that inside the SUV, he noticed the interior dome light was on. He could only see the driver and could not see past the woman. Yannetti asked, "You saw the passenger seat was empty?" Ryan replied, "Correct." Ryan said he did not hear any arguing, yelling, or noises coming from the SUV. Brennan came back to ask a few more questions. Ryan estimated they pulled away from the Alberts house between 12:30 and 12:35. Ryan did not notice any missing parts from the taillights of the SUV. Ryan said there could have been other people in the SUV, but as they passed, he could not see on the other side to see if somebody was standing. Finally, Yannetti came back for one more question. "You said the passenger seat was empty." Ryan replied, "Yes, I'm not changing that." The next witness was Ryan's girlfriend, Heather Maxson, who was also in the pickup truck. Although it was stated that they're no longer dating, if I was a prosecutor, I'd be asking, "Why did you break up?" But I'm sure the judge would yell at me. Heather testified that on January 28th, she went out drinking with Ryan and their friend Ricky, and then they went to pick up Ryan's sister, Julie. Ricky was driving, and Heather was in the back seat, and Ryan was in the front passenger seat. When they turned onto Fairview Road, Heather noticed an SUV coming from the opposite side, and they let it turn first onto Fairview. Heather recalled that at the intersection, she could see that there was a male in the passenger seat and a female in the driver's seat. After they turned onto Fairview, the SUV was maybe 100 feet ahead of them, and they both stopped in front of the Alberts house. Julie came outside and invited them to come in, but Heather wanted to go home. Heather testified she never saw anybody get out of Karen's SUV. As they drove by, Heather noticed a female in the driver's seat with the dome light on. However, she did not see anybody else inside. She said she looked at the SUV for a couple seconds as they drove by. She did not look to see if there was a man standing outside the door on the opposite side, and did not see a man on the front lawn. Defense attorney Yannetti cross-examined, and Heather said it took Julie a couple of minutes to come out after they arrived. Heather does not recall if she looked at her phone while she was sitting in the truck. When Julie did come out to the pickup truck, Heather estimated they spoke to her for about 5 minutes. Yannetti's final question was, "You did not see an off-duty police officer in the SUV?" And Heather said, "Correct." The next witness is Sarah Levinson. She was at 34 Fairview Road because she has been friends with Brian Albert Jr. since high school, and he was turning 23 years old on January 29th. Sarah testified that Colin Albert arrived at one point and stayed for about 30 to 45 minutes. Later, a group of adults turned up, including Brian's parents, his sister Caitlin, Jen and Matt McCabe, and Brian Higgins. Sarah said there was no arguing or fighting during the party. Sarah's friend, Julie Nagel, had arranged for her brother Ryan to give Julie and Sarah a ride home. However, the two girls decided to stay later after the McCabes offered them a ride. Julie had gone outside to talk to her brother and came back, but nobody else came inside the house. She estimated that they left the Alberts between 1:30 to 2 a.m. Sarah testified, quote, "I was wearing shoes that did not really have traction, so I was looking at my feet so I didn't slip," end quote, as she described walking at Albert's house to the McCabe's car. As they drove away, Sarah was using her cell phone and heard Julie say something, though she did not specify what she heard. Next, she looked up as they passed trees at the edge of the property, but did not notice anything. Cross-examination was done by Jackson. Sarah stated that she had not met the Alberts dog during previous visits to 34 Fairview Road. And finally, Sarah said she had spoken about the case with Julie Nagel before she was first interviewed by police in October 2022. Next on the witness stand was Canton firefighter and paramedic Katie McLaughlin. They were called to 34 Fairview Road for a report of a man unresponsive in the snow. While her colleagues were working on John, Katie tried to get information from a woman who, quote, "seemed to be really concerned and involved with the patient's status," end quote. Karen provided John's name, his birthday, and also basic medical history. Quote, "I asked if there had been any significant trauma that happened that preceded this, and she answered with a series of statements that she repeated, 'I hit him, end quote." Katie also recalled Jen McCabe telling Karen to calm down. Karen repeated, "I hit him," within earshot of a police officer, who then signaled for his sergeant to come to 34 Fairview Road. Katie did not try any further to get clarification about what Karen had just said in light of the emotional situation, and she felt that was the responsibility of the police. Inside the courtroom, they showed dashboard camera footage from a police cruiser that showed Katie talking to Karen and Jen McCabe at the scene. Katie went to high school with Caitlin Albert, whose parents own 34 Fairview Road. Katie does not consider Caitlin to be a friend, but they have mutual friends and will see each other occasionally in group settings. Alan Jackson conducted the cross-examination. In anticipation of her testimony, Katie spoke with Prosecutor Brennan, a witness advocate, and various state police troopers on 3 occasions. Brennan informed her that during the trial, he would ask her about her relationship with Caitlin Albert. Katie testified that she informed prosecutors of her relationship with Caitlin Albert after, quote, there started to be a lot of harassment and insinuations and stuff that started coming out online, end quote. Jackson tried to make it look like they were friends, but Katie denied it. Jackson asked if Katie's initial police interview was arranged by Canton police officer Kevin Albert, who was the brother of Brian Albert. Katie said she has never spoken to Kevin Albert. Katie heard Karen say, I hit him a total of 4 times, but she did not hear Karen say, could I have hit him or did I hit him? When she was talking to Karen, Katie wrote down John's basic demographic information on her latex glove, but did not write that Karen said, I hit him, which Katie intended to tell the other first responders. Prosecutor Brennan came back for redirect examination and asked Katie how could she remember Karen's comments without writing them down. Katie said, quote, I won't ever forget those statements, end quote. The next witness was Canton Police Lieutenant Paul Gallagher. He was the highest-ranking officer at Fairview Road and recalled that the weather conditions were terrible shortly after 6 a.m. when he arrived. Officers saw spots of pink in the snow near where John's body was found, and they thought it might be coagulated blood. Gallagher was afraid that a shovel could break or miss evidence, so he decided to use a leaf blower. He also noted that they could not use a tent or crime scene tape due to the high winds from the snowstorm. Canton Police Sergeant Sean Goode and Lieutenant Michael Lank both entered the Alberts' house before Gallagher arrived. Gallagher said no civilians exited any of the surrounding homes. Gallagher decided to process the area where John was found when state police did not immediately respond. He had Sergeant Goode use his cell phone to take a video of the excavation process. They decided to collect the apparent blood drops in red Solo cups that he got from Deputy Police Chief Thomas Kelleher, who lived in a neighboring home. In the courtroom, Brennan played a video of the leaf blower. There was no evidence in the snow that John had been dragged from the home to the flagpole area. Police found a broken cocktail glass in the snow, and he showed the jurors. The Canton Police Department recused itself from the case because Detective Kevin Albert was the brother of the homeowner, and they did not want any potential bias to be perceived by the O'Keefe family. Cross-examination was done by Alan Jackson, who criticized Gallagher over his lack of formal reports memorializing what he did or observed at the scene. Gallagher replied that other officers wrote reports. Jackson asked what Canton Police did to preserve the crime scene. Gallagher explained there were no civilians in the area, and once the paramedics left, police took photographs and collected evidence. Gallagher testified that investigators used a paper grocery bag from Stop & Shop to transport the cups to the police station. He was not sure where that bag came from, but noted it was the same size and material as the evidence bags police use. Gallagher argued the 15 minutes it may have taken an officer to go to the station would have made a difference, and he needed officers to stay there to secure the scene. Gallagher and Lank were the only 2 police officers who would have had access to the area at the Canton Police Department where they keep the evidence swabs, and both of them were at Fairview Road. He talked about the Solo cups were makeshift evidence collection containers, but were not sealed. Gallagher said DNA is forensically stable, and he did not think the cups would affect it. Police did not photograph or document exactly where they collected the blood samples. The Stop & Shop grocery bag was folded over and not forensically sealed. He came back the next day for more testimony and denied giving any kind of special treatment to Brian Albert. The police did not find John's hat or sneaker until state police found them during a later search that day. Gallagher confirmed that on January 29th, police did not see a single piece of bright red plastic taillight material or 46 pieces of taillight material. He did not conduct a search inside the Alberts' house to see if there were any kind of cups matching the broken cocktail glass found by John's body on the lawn. Gallagher did enter the Alberts' home but did not search it, and he did not see a dog inside the Alberts' house. Gallagher testified that in the past he has executed search warrants on the homes of police officers, including officers that he personally worked with, and had to charge some of their children with crimes. Brian Albert, being a police officer, had nothing to do with the decision not to search his home. Gallagher did not seek the home security camera video from the nearby home of Canton Deputy Police Chief Thomas Kelleher because he said the camera would not have captured the scene at 34 Fairview Road. Gallagher said he knew from prior interactions with Kelleher that his security camera pointed to the ground. Gallagher considers Brian Higgins a close friend, but Canton Police Department recused itself before he learned that Higgins was connected to the case. Jackson highlighted Higgins' access to areas of the Canton Police Department, particularly the Sallyport garage where Karen's SUV was kept. Hank Brennan came back for some redirect examination. Gallagher said no witness ever suggested to him that John had been in a fight. Then defense attorney Jackson had some more questions. Gallagher confirmed he did not formally search inside the Alberts' house because nobody could put John inside the house, including Karen. And police found a drinking glass outside after John and Karen had come from a bar. Gallagher saw nothing unusual when inside the house. The next witness was a meteorologist named Robert Gilman. The weekend that John died, there were 27 inches of snow in one of the biggest January storms in the history of Boston. He said the ground would have been impenetrable in the days leading up to January 29, 2022. 3.9 inches of snow had accumulated by 6 a.m. on the 29th, around the time John was found. The soil would have been frozen. Defense attorney Alessi conducted the cross-examination. Gilman described the hour-by-hour accumulation of snow. The visibility reported at 1 a.m. was about 1.25 miles, which is not considered good, but somebody could see an object from 30 feet away under those conditions. The next witness was Canton Police Lieutenant Charles Rae, who testified briefly about performing a wellness check on John O'Keefe's young niece and nephew, because the police were concerned, based on statements, that the children might be home alone. In the courtroom, Brennan played a dashboard camera from Ray's car, showing Karen's SUV in John's driveway. Brennan enlarged a still photo of the SUV and called attention to its right taillight. The defense declined any kind of cross-examination. The next witness was State Police Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara. He is the team commander for the State Police Special Emergency Response Team, also known as CERT. He received a phone call from Lieutenant Brian Tully at 2:32 p.m. on January 29th, requesting a search team outside Fairview Road. O'Hara was informed that John had been hit by a car, and officers were looking for taillight pieces and John's missing shoe. O'Hara arrived at 34 Fairview Road at 4:56 p.m. Also there were 6 other search investigators, and they sifted through the snow with shovels, a broom, and rakes, while using headlamps and cruiser headlights to illuminate the scene. He testified that it did not appear that any snow displaced by snowplows had reached the area where John's body had been. They found the first piece of taillight at 5:45 p.m., and then John's sneaker against the curb, and 6 or 7 pieces of taillight. A couple of the pieces were found at ground level, touching the asphalt of the street, not on top of the snow. He noted that journalists arrived during the search and started taking photos. Alan Jackson conducted the cross-examination. O'Hara saw an adult male exit the Alberts' house and stand at the front door. He asked if they were there for what happened earlier, and they replied yes, and he went back inside. The search investigators suspended their search around 6:15 p.m. after they failed to find any additional evidence. O'Hara debriefed Tully that there was a good chance they did not locate everything and offered for the search team to return at a later date. However, his team never returned to the crime scene, but other state troopers did and found John's hat in the melting snow days later. Jackson highlighted the lack of security around the crime scene. O'Hara replied that the snow was undisturbed when they searched it, so it did not appear that anyone had accessed the area. Jackson brought up that over the next few weeks, 40 more pieces of taillight were recovered at the scene. O'Hara said he was aware but did not know that was the total number. Prosecutor Brennan had a few questions. O'Hara stated that he never saw anybody place or toss or throw anything while his team searched and found items on January 29th. The next witness was State Police Trooper Connor Keefe. He responded to Fairview Road between 5 and 5:30 p.m. on January 29th. He recalled that Lieutenant Tully would photograph the evidence and then Keefe would secure it in an evidence bag. Inside the courtroom, he showed John's sneaker and pieces of clear and red plastic taillight. He said he initially placed 2 pieces of red plastic in one of the evidence bags and did not know whether a third chip in the bag had broken off from one of the larger fragments. He said the small chip was consistent with the 2 bigger pieces. Keefe also extracted data from Jen McCabe and Curt Roberts' phones, but did not analyze the contents. Attorney Yannetti conducted the cross-examination. Officer Keefe had worked on a few cases with Michael Proctor in the past. Yannetti asked whether Proctor and Keefe interviewed Sarah Levinson together on October 21st, 2022, and Keefe said he did not recall. Yannetti showed him a copy of a report to refresh his memory, and Keefe confirmed that Proctor was the one who wrote the report. Keefe retrieved surveillance video from the bars where Karen and John drank, but Proctor was the one who analyzed them. Keefe attended John's autopsy and said his injuries included 2 black eyes, a swollen right eye, and a small cut above his right eye. He did not recall any bruising on John's arm. When Yannetti asked if he noticed any obvious broken bones, Keefe said he was not a medical expert. The next witness was digital forensics examiner Jessica Hyde. She testified about Jen McCabe's How Long to Die in the Cold Google search. Hyde said, quote, "What I can state to a scientific degree of certainty is that that search occurred at 6:24 a.m. and was the last search in the tab that had been opened at 2:27, end quote. For her analysis, Hyde used forensics tools including Celebrate and Magnet Axiom. Previously, Hyde had served as the director of forensics for Magnet Forensics. Jen had testified that she was outside and her hands were cold, so she had some misspellings, and Hyde said Jen's phone showed multiple artifacts for the Haas long search, but only one is associated with the 2:27 a.m. timestamp. Hyde said Jen did not delete her Haas long search, as the defense has claimed, because it is not something that a user can delete. Jen also did not delete any calls from her phone. The phone only stores the 200 most recent phone calls, and the log will delete the earliest entry each time the 201st phone call comes in. Attorney Alessi conducted the cross-examination and discussed Hyde's testimony in other trials. They reviewed Hyde's report. After 12:20 and 50 seconds a.m. on January 29th, there was no indication of active user interaction with the device until 6:04 a.m., according to the Apple Health data. However, the other expert, Ian Whiffen, noted that John's iPhone was locked by somebody at 12:32 and 9 seconds a.m. Hyde said she did not review that 12:32 a.m. artifact, so cannot attest to the other forensic examiner Whiffen's exam, but admitted she had access to the user interactions with the phone lock button when she wrote her report. She did not give an explanation why her last user interaction time was 12 minutes before Whiffen's. Alessi noted that Hyde's report stated, starting at 12:01 a.m., John's phone used Waze navigation app and active interaction with the screen, steps, texts, and phone calls until 12:31 a.m. Alessi told Hyde, "Your statement is incorrect." Hyde said it was correct, but then Alessi reviewed John's steps started at 12:31 and 56 a.m. and ended at 12:32 and 16 a.m., so her conclusion was incorrect. Hyde replied that the data could be interpreted that John's steps could not be considered user interaction with the phone. Alessi reviewed Hyde's report, where she wrote that Jen's Haas Long to Die in Cold Google search was marked by Celebrate as having this 2:27 a.m. timestamp and being deleted. Hyde replied that search was conducted after 6 a.m. Alessi asked about the forensic tools that Hyde used examining Jen's iPhone and whether Apple's closed source code would have given the best information to clear up the timestamp dispute. Hyde replied that Apple's source code is not good for an examination compared to other tools. Hyde said that John and Jen's phones did not appear to have been stored in accordance with the best digital forensics practices, which would include securing the device in a Faraday box or bag or placed in airplane mode to shield it from electromagnetic signals that could wipe the phone's data. The next witness was State Trooper Yuri Buchanek. He pronounced his last name once as Buchanek or something, but then he said Buchanek, so I'm going to go with Buchanek. He testified for 3 days, so this section is very long. I tried to get to the most important points, but he made a lot of important points. He received a phone call at 6:44 a.m. on the 29th, informing him that a man had been found in a snowbank. He alerted Trooper Proctor, who was the trooper on call at that time, and then they launched an investigation and met up at the Canton Police Department around 9:15 a.m. Troopers received John's cell phone, a broken cocktail glass, and blood samples that were collected in the snow. They learned that Karen was questioning whether she had hit John. Buchanek and Proctor interviewed Brian Albert and Jen and Matt McCabe, and then they went to Good Samaritan Medical Center to view John's body. John had blood pooled under his head, and both eyelids were swollen and discolored, a tiny cut near one of his eyelids, a small laceration on the left side of his nose, an abrasion on his right knee, and a series of cuts and bruises on the exterior of his right arm. They collected John's soaking wet clothing, and one of John's sneakers was missing. Buchanan explained, quote, "At that point, our theory had evolved to a vehicle strike based on the injuries," end quote. The state police search team found John's other sneaker outside the Alberts' home. He and Proctor then drove to Karen's parents' house, and Karen was willing to answer their questions, but did not want to go into too many details. He testified that Karen recalled meeting up with John at C.F. McCarthy's bar. She drank vodka sodas, and John had Bud Light. After that, they went to the Waterfall bar, and then the party at 34 Fairview Road. Karen said she made a 3-point turn after dropping John off at the home and did not see him go inside. Karen stated that John had bumped his head 2 nights prior, though she did not see any injuries on him the evening of the 28th. The troopers seized Karen's cell phone and her SUV at her parents' house. He denied that he or Proctor manipulated Karen's phone or touched her SUV, which was taken to the Canton Police Department Sally Port Garage at 5:35 p.m. Buchanan put up caution tape around the vehicle to prevent anyone from getting close. In the courtroom, they showed videos of Ring camera surveillance footage from John's driveway. Buchanan testified that the video showed Karen's right taillight was missing part of its red lens around 5:07 a.m., which was consistent with the damage that he saw at her parents' later that afternoon. However, there was no Ring video from 12:36 a.m., which was when Karen's phone connected to the Wi-Fi at John's house after she got back from Fairview Road. There was also a missing video of when Karen, Jen McCabe, and Curt Roberts were standing in John's driveway, and Karen showed the 2 other ladies that she had damaged her taillight, which was before 6 a.m. when they found John's body. And finally, they could not find any video showing Karen's SUV leaving John's home for the last time. Over the next few days and weeks, as the snow melted, Buchanan returned to Fairview Road to search for more evidence. On February 3rd, they found several pieces of plastic and a black plastic drinking straw, as well as John's baseball hat. Buchanan directed other troopers to drive past 34 Fairview Road on their way to and from work to see if the melting snow would reveal any further clues. They found some more items on February 4th and February 10th, but the State Police Crime Scene Services section did not come to photograph those searches. Next, they talked about Trooper Proctor sending a text to his coworkers responding to a picture of defense attorney David Yannetti. Proctor replied, quote, "Funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone. No nudes so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him," end quote. When he received that message, Buchanan said he was working traffic at the airport, and he only glanced at that message on his Apple Watch and acknowledged it with a thumbs-up emoji. He only viewed the full text chain during the State Police Internal Affairs investigation. Next, Buchanan reviewed the timeline of Karen and John's bar hopping on January 28th. John gave Karen a hug when she arrived at C.F. McCarthy's bar, and Karen drank her first alcoholic beverage, which was in a tall, cylindrical glass with a straw. He said that Karen had 5 drinks at C.F. McCarthy's and walked out of that bar, heading to the Waterfall, while carrying the glass outside. Finally, he said Trooper Proctor's investigation was one of integrity. Next up was defense attorney Alan Jackson for the cross-examination. He questioned Buchanan about the division of labor and chain of command during state police homicide investigations. Buchanan said any kind of bias by Proctor or police did not affect any outcome of this investigation. The state police disciplined Buchanan after finding that he failed to properly supervise and/or counsel Proctor regarding Proctor's vulgar texts about Karen. Buchanan repeated, the investigation was done with honor, integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction and one direction only. He said Proctor played a more significant role in the investigation than other troopers, but other members of the team also assisted. Buchanan contacted the medical examiner's office on January 29th and may have told them there was a possibility that John was struck in the face with a cocktail glass. The initial investigation led him to believe there was at least a possibility that John had been wounded in a physical altercation. Jackson noted that Buchanan did not enter the Alberts' house on the 29th, secure the yard as a crime scene, search or photograph inside the house, or set up a crime scene log to track people coming and going. Also, Buchanan did not write reports documenting the searches at Fairview on February 3rd, 4th, and 10th. However, Buchanan said somebody else authored a report, though he was not sure who. Jackson said no reports were written about any of these searches until November 4th, 2023. Buchanan replied, quote, each bag that the evidence went into was documented with the time, location, who recovered it, where it was recovered, and a brief description of the items that were recovered from the scene, end quote. On February 4th, 2022, Canton Police Chief Kenneth Berkowitz spotted a potential piece of evidence as he drove past 34 Fairview Road. However, Buchanan did not question Berkowitz about how he found it or why he was driving past 34 Fairview Road looking for evidence when Canton Police had recused itself. But Buchanan said that was only from conducting interviews in the investigation to prevent any kind of perceived conflict of interest. Buchanan came back for a second day of testimony where he read through Karen's flirty text with Brian Higgins about sharing a kiss, and they both expressed a mutual attraction as Karen described her relationship with John as very, very complicated. Karen wrote to Higgins, none of us is married. Higgins replied, true, so game on. Karen wrote back, we can say whatever we want. Jackson asked Buchanan if he worked under the assumption that John had been struck by an SUV. Buchanan replied that the evidence was pointing to an impact had taken place, and there was damage to Karen's taillight, and police were locating pieces on the lawn, plus Karen's statement, I hit him. In the February 10th, 2022 report, it stated that police recovered fragments of glass and red, black, and clear plastic. Buchanan testified that those items were all found in the area where John's body was found, but police did not document the exact location of each item with GPS coordinates or photographs. Jackson displayed a photo of an evidence envelope from the February 10th search, and Buchanan said he bagged the evidence himself, but did not recognize the handwriting on the envelope. The first time the State Police Crime Lab received the items for processing was March 14, 2022. Jackson asked if any documentation indicates where those items went between February 10th and March 14th. Buchanan said the evidence was in the custody of the Norfolk District Attorney's Office before it was submitted to the crime lab. Next, Jackson displayed the February 11th evidence envelope, signed by Proctor, that noted they collected 3 pieces of clear plastic and 5 pieces of red plastic. Noting the large size of one piece, Jackson asked, quote, you didn't see this item on February 10th when you were there, correct? End quote. Buchanan said he did not, or he would have picked it up, but denied Jackson's statement that the piece was not there. The February 18th evidence envelope contained 2 more red taillight pieces that were over 7 inches long. Buchanan explained that there was still some snow on the ground when he visited on February 10th. Quote, we did not excavate anything. We simply allowed the thawing and natural recession of the snow to reveal additional items, end quote. Buchanan confirmed that Brian Higgins provided an extraction of his own text messages with Karen and John. Jackson had Buchanan read the full text chain between Karen and Brian Higgins that started on January 12, 2022. I'm only going to review some of these messages. After Higgins texted that Karen was trouble, she wrote back, you're hot. Higgins asked, are you serious or messing with me? Karen replied, no, I'm serious. Higgins responded, feeling is mutual. Is that bad? Their text messages also referenced a kiss between the two of them. Higgins testified in Trial 1 that Karen planted a kiss on him after he visited John's house in January 2022 to watch a football game. Karen texted Higgins, I just think you're like me and I am attracted to you. A lot. Higgins replied, feeling is mutual. I just never saw this coming. Across various text messages, Karen mentioned her very effed up situation with John. She alleged that John had hooked up with another girl on vacation and that she found him in their hotel lobby all over one of his friends. Karen also expressed her frustration at the transition from living as a single woman to helping John raise his young niece and nephew. Karen wrote, I never wanted kids. It's just a very, very complicated dynamic with the 4 of us. He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues. Karen also mentioned that John had shown her his Ring surveillance video of her walking Higgins out of John's house after the Patriots football game. Karen wrote to Higgins, he's like, Christ, are you guys hooking up? Higgins replied, oh my God, great. I don't need drama, dude. Karen reassured him, I know where the cameras are anyway, duh. Their text conversations slowed down by January 23rd. 5 days later, on the 28th, Higgins was at the Waterfall bar when John and Karen entered, so Higgins texted Karen, Well? Karen did not reply until 12 hours later with 2 words: John died. Defense attorney Jackson asked Buchanan whether he thought Karen sought physical revenge. Buchanan answered that he thought Karen was seeking emotional revenge. She's trying to hook up with Higgins and then hurt John by cheating on him. Buchanan agreed with Jackson that the lack of messages between Karen and Higgins from January 23rd to the 28th could be described as Karen ghosted Higgins. Buchanan said he did not seek Higgins or Brian Albert's cell phone data and testified he never heard about a 2:22 a.m. phone call on the 29th between Higgins and Albert. And he was also not aware of a phone call that Higgins made at 1:35 a.m. that day. Buchanan testified that the text messages that Higgins handed over matched the text messages that were extracted from Karen and John's phones, so Higgins did not delete anything. In the courtroom, they played surveillance video from the Waterfall bar where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins appeared to be physically engaged, which Buchanan described as just a couple of buddies messing around. Defense attorney Jackson was trying to make it seem like they were fighting, but they were not. Next, Jackson played the ring video of Karen's SUV backing out of John's garage at 5:07 a.m. Jackson stated that it appeared that one of the tires on John's SUV appeared to move slightly when Karen's SUV backed into it. He asked Buchanan whether he believed the 2 vehicles made contact. Buchanan replied although contact was possible, there was no damage that occurred to either vehicle at that point in time. Jackson said no taillight material was found at Fairview Road until after Karen's SUV was in Massachusetts State Police custody and sitting at the Sally Port in Canton. Buchanan said he did not know the exact times. Buchanan was aware that the Albert family did own a dog that was later rehomed. Jackson asked if he was aware that some reports had not been recorded until hundreds of days after John died. Buchanan said he was not aware of that, but he also stated it would have been ideal to interview Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxson sooner than August 2022. Those were 2 of the people in the pickup truck, along with Ryan Nagel, who were parked behind Karen's SUV for several minutes. Finally, Buchanan came back for a 3rd day of testimony, and Jackson noted that Buchanan had praised Proctor for his, quote, utmost professionalism and competence, end quote, in a fall 2022 performance evaluation, even though Proctor had used vile language describing Karen months prior. Buchanan testified that it was Proctor's right to text his coworkers his frustrations, although it was unprofessional. Buchanan liked the message with a thumbs up to acknowledge the message, but he never saw the vile term that Proctor used. Buchanan confirmed that he took no remedial action against Proctor, who was his subordinate. Jackson asked Buchanan whether he was aware that a snowplow driver reported seeing a Ford Edge outside 34 Fairview Road several hours before John's body was found on the lawn. Buchanan confirmed he did learn of the purported sighting and also that the Albert family had a Ford Edge. Buchanan testified there was no evidence provided by Ring that documented that Karen deleted the missing videos of John's driveway, but he was aware that state police opened the Ring app on John's phone. Buchanan clarified his earlier testimony about seeing a series of cuts and bruises on John's arms when he meant bruising on the back of John's right hand. Jackson talked about Proctor's initial 5:30 p.m. timestamp for the state police seizure of Karen's car, when it was really 4:12 p.m. Buchanan said investigators learned the correct timestamp after receiving surveillance footage from Karen's defense. In the courtroom, they played surveillance footage from the Canton Police Department showing Brian Higgins. Buchanan testified that a 1:34 a.m. video appeared to show Higgins holding something up to his face that seemed to be consistent with a cell phone or a tablet, despite Higgins testifying that he never called anybody after he left the party at Fairview Road. Investigators did not seek access to Higgins' phone, nor did Higgins volunteer to hand over the device. Buchanan testified that before he and Proctor interviewed Chris and Julie Albert, Proctor disclosed he was friendly with them, but he did not often hang out with the Alberts, and he knew them through mutual acquaintances. Next, the judge sent the jurors out of the courtroom so Jackson could ask Buchanan about what he knew of Proctor's relationship with the Alberts, and when he knew it. Jackson noted text messages in which Proctor discussed having Julie Albert babysit for him 10 days before John was killed. Proctor's sister texted Proctor a few days after John's death to tell him that Julie Albert wanted to give Proctor a thank you gift when all of this is over. Buchanan said he was not aware of those text messages. However, once Proctor told Buchanan that he was comfortable conducting the Alberts interview, they continued. The judge decided against allowing Jackson to pursue that line of questioning in front of the jury. So the jury returned, and Buchanan denied inverting surveillance video of Karen's SUV at the Canton Police Department. Buchanan agreed the video does show Proctor going toward the back of the SUV, and then Jackson replayed the same clip, flipped to the correct orientation. Jackson pointed out that the video was shortly after 5:30 p.m. on the 29th, before the state police found the first shard of broken taillight at the crime scene at 34 Fairview Road. Special Prosecutor Hank Brennan came back for the redirect examination. Buchanan denied that he was the one who inverted the Sally Port footage himself. Buchanan added that there were several videos from around town that also had inverted footage. He and Proctor followed Karen's SUV from her parents' house to Canton Police as it was on a tow truck, but they did not stop by Fairview Road. He also denied visiting 34 Fairview Road when police found the first piece of taillight at 5:45 p.m., which was about 15 minutes after Buchanan and Proctor arrived at Canton Police with the SUV. Buchanan also testified that neither he nor Proctor exchanged any items with anybody at the police station. Buchanan did not see anybody remove a piece of broken taillight from Karen's SUV. He also had no information pointing to any kind of animosity between John and Brian Albert and Brian Higgins. During her initial interview at her parents' house, Buchanan said Karen was calm, stoic, and poised, and she also did not suggest the possibility that John had entered the Alberts' house before he died. Next, Brennan reviewed various evidence that helped shape the state police investigation, from Karen's alleged "I hit him" statements to the data from her SUV. In the courtroom, Buchanan displayed John's jeans and said, quote, "It suggested that Mr. O'Keefe impacted the grass area with his left glute, transferring green staining onto his pants," end quote. Buchanan reviewed the text messages between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe for any sign that Higgins had a motive to harm John, but he did not find any evidence. Next, Jackson returned for additional questioning. He pointed out that Higgins had his lawyer present when he first spoke with investigators, even though he was not in police custody or under arrest. Jackson questioned whether Higgins might have been jealous of John, but Buchanan said he did not interpret Higgins' text messages to Karen as jealous. In the surveillance video from Waterfall Bar, Jackson noted a gesture that Higgins made at one point toward the bar, where John O'Keefe was standing. Jackson asked, "Did that seem to you as a reasonable interpretation of, 'Hey, come outside,' or 'come here'?" Buchanan said it was very reasonable, since they had all been invited to 34 Fairview Road. Buchanan reiterated that the stain on John's jeans appeared to be from grass or dirt, not being dragged from the house. Jackson asked Buchanan whether he's heard of beer guts or beer muscles to confront somebody that a person would not normally confront while they were sober, and Jackson noted that Higgins had been drinking most of the night. Buchanan confirmed that he did know that Higgins had gone to at least the Waterfall Bar that night and was drinking alcohol. Finally, Jackson asked, "Are you aware that data showed that John's phone moved 36 steps at 12:32 a.m.? Buchanan said he was not aware. The next witness was John O'Keefe's niece, but since she's a minor, the judge did not allow her testimony to be broadcast, so I had to rely on news articles. John's niece was 14 years old when he died, and her brother is 3 years younger. Currently, they live at John's home with her grandparents. Her relationship with Karen was sometimes good. Karen was kind, generous, and attended the niece's activities, but sometimes Karen could be cold. The niece heard John say that his relationship with Karen had run its course near the end of 2021, and they would argue more and more about what the kids should be allowed to do. On January 28, 2022, her brother was at a sleepover, and John sent her a text asking if she was okay when he and Karen were out drinking. Later that night, Karen frantically woke her up around 4:30 a.m., saying that John had not come home. So they called Jen McCabe because the niece was friends with her daughter. Karen asked what could have happened. Could I have done something? Could he have gotten hit by a plow? Maybe I hit him. She also noted that Karen changed her story several times on the phone with Jen McCabe, stating that she and John got into an argument and she dropped him off. John's niece still has a relationship with Jen McCabe. The niece said Karen returned later in the day with her father and brother, but Karen did not try to comfort her, although she did hear Karen say that she was living in a nightmare. John's nephew testified that neither Karen nor John ever raised a hand at each other in anger. However, he said, quote, "There was a lot of disagreements and arguments," end quote. The next witness was Zachary Clark, who has been a state police sergeant for 7 years, working as a detective out of the Norfolk District Attorney's Office. On February 1st, 2022, he went to the Canton Police Department around 9 a.m. He met Trooper Proctor to document the search warrant for Karen's SUV. Also in attendance were State Police forensic scientist Maureen Hartnett, some Canton police officers, and Norfolk officers. He testified that Maureen Hartnett was mostly concerned with the rear right of Karen's SUV. Looking for DNA and trace evidence, Clark would photograph it before and after she placed stickers near the evidence on the SUV. He also processed the front right passenger compartment for fingerprints, but nothing was found. On the same day, he went alone to 34 Fairview Road and took photos of the outdoor scene, mostly from a distance. He noted there was a significant accumulation of snow and snowbanks. After that, he returned to the Canton Police Department, and a Canton officer presented him with a bag of evidence. Then, Officer Joe Paul asked him to videotape the SUV test he was conducting outside the Canton Police Department. In the courtroom, they showed photos inside Karen's SUV. They showed the dashboard and the odometer close-up, noting 12,665 miles. Karen's SUV does include a backup warning screen as the vehicle approaches a pedestrian. Defense attorney Yannetti conducted the cross-examination, and Clark testified he joined the investigation on February 1st. When Clark arrived at the Canton Police Department on that day, Trooper Proctor was already inside the garage, but there were other investigators there. However, Clark did not know if anybody was monitoring Proctor before Clark arrived. On July 18, 2023, Clark and Proctor interviewed Colin Albert. Clark testified that he did not ask Trooper Proctor why it took 1.5 years to interview Colin. After that interview, Proctor wrote the report without running it by Clark. The final question by Yannetti was whether or not Clark was asked to go to Fairview Road on February 8th, 10th, 11th, or 18th, and he said no. The next witness was Evan Brent, who's been a state trooper for 8 years. On February 3rd, 2022, he went to 34 Fairview Road. There were several other police officers there, including Tully, Buchanan, Proctor, DeChico, and Trooper Moore. They were digging through the snow with shovels and wanted him to photograph. When they discovered an item, they would document it in place, and then an officer would use a gloved hand and put it in an evidence bag. He recalled that there was significant snow melt that day due to rain and higher temperatures. There were some items on top of the snow as it melted, and others were under 1 to 1.5 feet of snow. Next, he traveled to John's house at One Meadows with Trooper Proctor. He took photos of John's Chevrolet Traverse SUV and also photographed the ring camera above John's garage. In court, they showed the photos of John's car and his garage door, and neither of them had any damage. Yannetti conducted the cross-examination. Brent said there was no crime scene tape or tent at the crime scene on February 3rd. He took notes of what he saw and photographed, and he only went there on February 3rd and no future dates. Finally, Prosecutor Lally came back to ask more questions. Brent wrote a report with notes on the items collected and who else was there, and he reiterated that some of the items were under 1.5 feet of snow. The next witness was Ryan Gallerani. He is a sergeant at the Needham Police Department, and he collected DNA samples from Trooper Proctor and Buchanan, but he did not collect DNA for Canton Police Chief Kenneth Berkowitz, Detective Kevin Albert, or Brian Tully. The reason for doing this was to prove that Proctor and Buchanan did not touch Karen's SUV taillight, and the results did show that their DNA was not on the taillight. Next up was Maureen Hartnett. She is a forensic scientist with the State Police Crime Lab. On February 1st, 2022, she was at the Canton Police Department garage and noted that the right rear of Karen's SUV had scratches, a dent with chipped paint, apparent glass shards on the bumper, a hair sticking to the back right of her SUV, and a broken taillight that she swabbed in hopes of collecting biological material. She also swabbed parts of the undercarriage, but no blood was detected. She collected a sample from only one of the 6 plastic solo cups that police used to collect blood near John's body. Back at the lab, Hartnett put markings on John's sweatshirt to note areas of damage. She also tested red and brown stains on John's clothing for blood and collected debris from the sweatshirt and t-shirt. She noted that John's jeans had visible stains on the seat. For the cross-examination, it was Robert Alessi. Hartnett agreed that a forensic scientist cannot determine if the damage to Karen's SUV occurred the night John died or earlier. Hartnett had never collected samples from plastic party cups before or after working on Karen's case. Investigators did not test the solo cup swabs, leaving open the question of whether the cups actually contained blood and whose blood it belonged to. Hartnett could not answer if DNA was found on the inside of Karen's taillight because that is not part of her analysis. In the courtroom, they reviewed video from the Canton Police Department's Sallyport garage on January 29th, showing snow melting from the back of Karen's SUV windshield and then sliding down the right rear of her SUV. Alessi questioned how the glass fragments on Karen's bumper and the hair could have remained in place as Karen's SUV was traveling around in a blizzard. Alessi also noted that the position of the hair appeared to change between the two evidence photos. Hartnett said the photos were taken from different angles. She came back the next day for more testimony, and she said she scraped debris from John's sweatshirt and t-shirt and shook the evidence bag that they were in over her lab bench to collect any remaining particles. It was someone else's job to further examine that debris. She did not know the chain of custody between the time Trooper Proctor collected John's shirt and sweatshirt on January 29th and when they arrived at her lab on March 14th. The taillight pieces found outside Fairview were not tested for biological material, which is blood, semen, saliva, or skin cells. Hartnett performed damage analysis to tears in John's sweatshirt, but not as to what caused the holes. Hank Brennan came back for some more questions. Hartnett confirmed the scratches and apparent hair that she found were on the rear passenger side of Karen's SUV, the same side as her broken taillight. At the end of her testimony, Hartnett asked the judge if she could correct some of her prior testimony, and the judge declined to allow her to do that. I'm not sure what she wanted to correct. The next witness was Dr. Irini Scorti-Bello, who is a medical examiner with the state's office of the chief medical examiner. She's the one who conducted John's autopsy. She said John's head injuries were the primary cause of his death, and his body temperature the morning he was found was 80.1 degrees Fahrenheit. Inside the courtroom, she showed some of John's autopsy photos. However, the live stream did not show the photos above his neck. John's injuries included swollen eyelids with blood, skull fractures, a small laceration on his right upper eyelid, abrasions or scrapes on the left side of his nose, a small abrasion on his chest, and rib fractures that were likely due to resuscitation efforts by paramedics. He also had a large bruise with 2 pinpoints on the back of his right hand, which was likely from paramedics inserting an IV. He had a faint scratch on the back of his left hand and a small abrasion on the outside of his right knee. And finally, he had multiple abrasions on his right arm that ranged in size. She measured only the wound's lengths as there was no exposed fat or muscle. She did not have a medical opinion as to how his arm wounds occurred, what caused the discoloration on his hands, or the wound above his right eye. The laceration on the back of his head was a compound injury with a hemorrhage and skull fractures. She observed bleeding on the top of John's brain. His toxicology report showed no prescription medications or illicit drugs. However, he did have alcohol in his blood at a level of 0.21 grams per deciliter, and in his vitreous humor, which is the fluid behind the eyes, at a level of 0.28 grams per deciliter. Earlier in her testimony, she explained that someone's cause of death delves into why they died, while the manner of death has to do with the circumstances. A medical examiner might leave the manner of death undetermined, according to Scorti-Bello, when, quote, the circumstances in a case are not entirely known or clear to us, and the information that we have does not support one manner of death over another, end quote. She was unable to reach a conclusion as to John's manner of death. She confirmed Trooper Proctor informed the medical examiner's office of his theory that John had been wounded in a motor vehicle collision. During the autopsy, she observed changes to John's organs that were consistent with hypothermia. She said she does not come up with hypothetical scenarios on how injuries occur. She also acknowledged it was possible that John's head injuries would have knocked him unconscious almost instantaneously, and his head injury could have resulted from falling back onto frozen grass. She listed hypothermia as a secondary cause of death due to hemorrhaging in his stomach lining and pancreas and a body temperature of 80 degrees. Alessi asked if Scorti-Bello considered whether John could have been injured and died somewhere other than the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road. She replied, initially, no. The doctor saw no signs of frostbite on John. She examined his lower extremities, which is protocol in suspected vehicle collisions, and looked for an impact site, with leg fractures, bruising, or bleeding, but did not observe those things on John. John had periorbital ecchymosis, which is also known as raccoon eyes, due to the injury on the back of his head, but falling backward would not cause the laceration above his eye or the abrasion on the side of his nose. She said the injury above his eye could be consistent with a punch. Then Hank Brennan came back for some more questions. Scorty Bello learned of Karen's alleged comments about hitting John, but was not aware of data and messages recovered from John's cell phone prior to filing her report. No one in the police department asked her to change John's death certificate or encouraged her to reconsider her findings. Most of the fatal pedestrian crashes that she's seen involve a collision with the front end of a car. A bruise to the knee could be consistent with a side swipe impact. John's nose abrasion could be from broken glass, sharp plastic shards, and first aid efforts. Finally, defense attorney Alessi had some more questions. It was stated that John had taken an antacid to alleviate heartburn and the symptoms of stomach ulcers. Attorney Alessi asked Scorty Bello whether the ulcers in John's stomach could have been due to alcohol consumption rather than hypothermia, and she confirmed it was possible. The next witness was Andre Porto, who is a forensic scientist with the State Police Crime Lab. He performed DNA analysis on the evidence. Regarding Karen's SUV taillight, there was at least a 510 nonillion times more likelihood to be from John and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. The number nonillion is a 1 followed by 30 zeros. He also tested the hair found on the back of Karen's SUV and detected no human DNA in the hair, but the State Police Crime Lab is not equipped for mitochondrial DNA testing, so they sent it to an external lab. Regarding the broken drinking glass found near John's body, Porto found a mix of DNA from 3 people. John O'Keefe was a substantially likely source of that DNA. Porto also examined samples from John's jeans, t-shirt, and sweatshirt. Several of the samples were considerably more likely than not to include John's DNA, and some showed DNA from unknown contributors. They looked at DNA under John's fingernail clippings and identified a single source of DNA, with John as the likely contributor. Defense attorney Yannetti conducted the cross-examination. Porto said the 2 other sources of DNA found on Karen's taillight could be anybody. He was never asked to compare the taillight sample with DNA from Canton Police Chief Kenneth Berkowitz or Detective Kevin Albert, nor did he compare any evidence to samples from Brian Albert or Brian Higgins. Just a side note, it was stated in other testimony that troopers Proctor and Buchanan volunteered their DNA to prove they did not touch Karen's taillight to tamper with it, and their DNA was not found on the taillight. Porto was unable to determine when that DNA was deposited on the passenger side taillight. He also testified that anybody could have contributed to the DNA on the broken drinking glass or to the stains on John's jeans. Yannetti noted multiple DNA contributors were identified on parts of John's sweatshirt. Finally, prosecutor Adam Lally asked Porto whether it was common or uncommon to find multiple DNA contributors on items of clothing. Porto replied, "It's possible, yes." The next witness was Ashley Villier, who is a forensic scientist with the State Police Crime Lab. She performed a physical match analysis on various pieces of evidence to see if their broken edges aligned, indicating they were once a single item. Assistant District Attorney Adam Lally displayed photos of glass shards and plastic from 34 Fairview Road. Villier testified that several pieces of plastic fit together into a larger section that was a physical match for Karen's broken taillight. She testified about examining the debris from John's sweatshirt and t-shirt under a microscope and finding dirt and apparent pieces of plastic, which was 1/8 by 1/16 of an inch. She then passed that evidence on to her colleague, Christina Hanley. Defense attorney Yannetti conducted the cross-examination, and Villier confirmed the reconstructed taillight was still missing a piece. She does not know about the chain of custody before items arrive at the crime lab, which did not receive John's clothing from Trooper Proctor until March 14, 2022, about 6 weeks after John died, and state police had custody of his clothes. The next witness was Nicholas Bradford, who is a DNA expert with the company Bodie Technology. He examined an apparent hair recovered from the back of Karen's SUV and the swabs taken from Yuri Buchanan and ex-trooper Michael Proctor. Bradford testified that John was exponentially more likely than not to have contributed to the DNA mixture on Karen's taillight. Buchanan and Proctor were excluded as contributors. Jackson conducted the cross-examination and pointed out that Bradford quantified the statistics for John's inclusion in nonillions, which is the number 1 followed by 30 zeros, while he used tens of thousands to measure support for Proctor's exclusion. Bradford said he was not asked to compare samples from Brian Albert or Brian Higgins or Canton Police Chief Kenneth Berkowitz. As for the apparent hair recovered from Karen's SUV, the DNA analysis results from the shaft of the hair were below the level of detection for STR results, so he sent it to the mitochondria group at Bodie. The next witness was Carl Miyasako, who is a DNA analyst for Bodie Technology. Miyasako determined with 95% confidence that at least 99.895% of the population could be excluded as being a source of the hair sample from Karen's SUV. However, John and his maternal relatives could not. On cross-examination, defense attorney Alan Jackson noted that mitochondrial DNA is inherited through the maternal line and shared among maternal relatives. The mitochondrial DNA found on the taillight could have come from others in John's family, including his niece and nephew. Jackson asked Miyasako, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, you cannot say that hair belonged to John O'Keefe specifically, can you? Yes or no? Miyasako replied, no. With mitochondrial DNA, you cannot say that it is per se an individual person. So it's more so the maternal line. The next witness was Shannon Burgess, who works for the company Aperture. He is a digital forensics expert who specializes in vehicle and cell phone forensics. He testified that essentially all of the user data from Karen's SUV was missed during an initial download of the vehicle's chips due to either a bad read during the chip-off process or a chip that had been overlooked entirely. In his notes for the case analyzing data, it was pointed out that Burgess made a mistake by writing an uppercase B, which stands for bytes, regarding the amount of data, when he should have used a lowercase b, signifying bits, not bytes. In the courtroom, Prosecutor Brennan displayed photos of circuit boards from Karen's SUV. Burgess believed the data missing from Karen's SUV might have been housed on the micro SD card, which did not appear to have been removed from the board. Burgess cited 2 tech stream or triggering events on Karen's SUV from January 29, 2022. The first one was a 3-point turn, and the second was a backing maneuver, essentially going in reverse. He explained that trigger events logged in car data are caused by a variety of reasons and thresholds. Burgess used security videos that captured Karen's SUV to test the accuracy of her vehicle's power on and power off timestamps. Next, he discussed different clocks on Karen's Lexus SUV, and then he noted how he used Karen's 3-point turn after she missed the left turn onto Fairview Road to compare the timestamps from Karen's SUV and John's iPhone clock, which was tracking location data through the Waze app trying to find the Alberts home. Burgess uncovered a variance of 21 to 29 seconds between the clocks on Karen's car and John's phone. Karen's SUV powered on at 12:12 a.m. on the 29th, as they were leaving Waterfall, and powered off at 12:42 a.m. when she arrived at John's home. The backing maneuver for Karen's SUV ended between 12:32 and 4 seconds and 12:32 and 12 seconds a.m. The SUV only records data from 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after the trigger event. So if the event lasts more than 10 seconds, the car does not capture all of the data from the full event. The cross-examination was done by Robert Alessi, who accused Burgess of operating under the assumption that Karen backed her SUV into John, but Burgess denied that. Alessi spent about a half hour trying to make Burgess look bad that he did not have a bachelor's degree, despite some of his online profiles stating that he had graduated with one. Burgess said he has an associate's degree and began pursuing a bachelor's degree in 2008 and blamed some of the websites for errors or misinterpretations of his qualifications. Alessi was trying to make it look like he lied that he had a bachelor's degree. Next, Burgess discussed the TechStream data events in his supplemental report issued on May 8th, which was after Karen's retrial began. The report included clarifications, but did not change his original analysis. He said he prepared the new report in response to defense expert Matthew DeSogra's claim about clock variance, which Burgess said was incorrect. He came back for a second day of testimony. Alessi had Burgess agree that accuracy is important, and then showed Burgess's presentation contained a graphic that covered Karen's SUV usage from January 29th to the 30th when it should have been labeled January 28th to 29th. Alessi also displayed a table by defense expert DeSogra indicating shorter time variances than the range of 21 to 29 seconds that Burgess stated, and accused Burgess of failing to apply the smaller range to the SUV's trigger events, which would have meant that John locked his phone after Karen's SUV went in reverse. But Burgess said DeSogra was wrong. Prosecutor Brennan came back for redirect. Burgess said some of Karen's phone calls were used to calculate the time difference between John's phone and Karen's SUV clock. But some of Karen's phone calls happened when her SUV was turned off, meaning that the timestamps with a smaller variance proposed by the defense actually reflected Karen's phone later syncing when her car was turned back on and was not comparing the Lexus clock with John's iPhone clock. Burgess testified that when adjusted for the clock variance, Karen's SUV made a backing maneuver that ended between 12:32 and 4 seconds a.m. and 12:32 and 12 seconds. Alessi argued that reports from Welcher, Whiffen, and DeSogra established the backing maneuver trigger event happened before John's phone registered its final user activity. Burgess explained they were using unadjusted timestamps or inaccurately adjusted timestamps. Burgess confirmed there is an offset of 3 seconds between the SUV's ignition and its infotainment system powering up, and that was calculated within his final adjustment. He did agree that none of the information from the so-called black box in Karen's SUV indicates that there was a collision on January 29th. Prosecutor Brennan asked him about his online resume, and Burgess explained he's not involved in updating his employer's website, which contains employee biographies. He said other versions of his resume indicate he is currently pursuing a bachelor's degree and does not have one completed. The SUV trigger event of Karen driving in reverse ended between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12 a.m. Burgess disagreed with defense expert DeSogra because he used a combination of the SUV clock from the infotainment system as well as the running timer from the airbag module. DeSogra used incorrect adjustments to adjust the times when he stated there is always interaction with John's phone after the end of Karen's backing maneuver, regardless of what adjustments are made to correct clock variance. DeSogra compared timestamps from the SUV call logs and incorrectly identified the GPS point when the three-point turn ended. Defense attorney Alessi came back and reviewed Burgess's resume again, and then prosecutor Brennan asked why he did not complete his degree in 2024 as planned, and Burgess explained because of work, family, and life. He denied representing to any court that he held a degree he hadn't actually obtained. The next witness was Christina Hanley, who works at the State Police Crime Lab as a forensic scientist. She analyzed the broken drinking glass found near John's body with pieces found on the road and on Karen's SUV bumper. She explained a physical match is when broken pieces, also known as shards, have a jigsaw fit with another piece. She determined that 6 glass shards from Fairview Road were a physical match for the broken drinking glass found near John. Hanley testified that the broken cup did not match 2 shards of glass found on Karen's bumper. Hanley was unable to test the other 3 pieces of glass from Karen's SUV bumper due to their size and condition. She also examined debris from John's t-shirt and sweatshirt and noted the minuscule pieces of clear and red plastic measured just a fraction of an inch, and testing showed that both types of plastic were consistent with Karen's taillight, meaning that the pieces of plastic found in John's shirts could have originated from Karen's taillight or another source with the same characteristics. Regarding the glass found on Karen's bumper, for the piece labeled with the letter E, she did microscopic and instrumental analysis to item 7-14, which was a piece of glass found on the road by Proctor, and she concluded that piece E from the bumper was consistent in physical and instrumental properties to the 714 sample. She explained that instrumental analysis is using a Grimm instrument which measures reflective characteristics. Alan Jackson conducted the cross-examination and confirmed that Hanley was not saying conclusively that the plastic in John's clothing came from Karen's taillight. Hanley acknowledged it's a possibility. She also confirmed that one of the 5 pieces of glass found on Karen's bumper was consistent with a shard that ex-trooper Proctor recovered, but it was not a match for the broken cup or other pieces of glass recovered at the scene. Jackson also reviewed a diagram showing which pieces matched up. Prosecutor Lally came back for the redirect. Hanley did not test for biological tissue on the glass because that's not part of her responsibilities. She did not know who recovered which item. She said the glass was consistent with 6 pieces, and the bumper glass was consistent with a single piece in the road. Also, the debris from John's shirts was consistent with the taillight. And finally, Jackson had some more questions. Hanley admitted that not a single piece of glass on Karen's bumper was a physical match to the cup. The next witness was Dr. Isaac Wolf, who is a brain surgeon, but did not physically examine John's brain. He only looked at the evidence. He said John's head injury was a classic blunt trauma injury, but would not require a fall onto a ridged surface. It could have occurred by falling to hard ground. When he was asked whether John's head injury could result from an attack with a weapon, such as a bat or hammer, Wolf said no, due to the lack of a depressed skull fracture. He said it's more probable than not that John quickly lost consciousness or the ability to perform functional activities such as calling for help. Traumatic head injuries often don't kill someone immediately. It's a process that involves the brain swelling and the eventual death of the brain stem. Defense attorney Alessi conducted the cross-examination. Wolf said he does not perform autopsies as part of his regular duties, but he said, quote, "I see more brains than a forensic pathologist," end quote. Wolf also confirmed that a laceration on John's right eyelid was not related to what caused his raccoon eyes. It came time for the final witness for the prosecution, Dr. Judson Welcher, who works for the company Aperture. He is an accident reconstructionist and biomechanical engineer. He explained that biomechanics are how the effects of physical forces are applied to human anatomy, and examines the laws of physics and physical engineering. He has a PhD and master's degree in biomedical engineering from University of Southern California, has published 20 articles, including on sideswipe collision dynamics at low speed. He has performed over 1,200 crash tests. Most of his work is cars-to-cars impact, and about 10% includes cars-to-pedestrian impacts. Karen's SUV had 2 sources to record crashes: the event data recorder, also known as an EDR or black box, and the other is tech stream data, which is more closely tied to maintenance but has data related to other events like acceleration or rapid shifts of the steering wheel. Welcher reviewed statements from Karen and witnesses, videos from the bars they went to, John's home ring camera, John's autopsy. He looked at Karen and John's cars, went to Fairview Road, and also purchased the same exact Lexus that Karen owned. CDR stands for Crash Data Retrieval and is hardware and software that is not really designed for pedestrian impacts. Karen's Lexus is about 6,000 pounds and John weighed about 216 pounds, so Welcher was not surprised there was no collision data. Welcher took almost 300 photos, including a high-quality laser scan. He reviewed the key cycles for Karen's car. When you turn the ignition on and then off, that is 1 key cycle. A trigger event saves data from 5 seconds before the trigger event and 5 seconds after. In Karen's car data, on key cycle number 1162, that was when Karen turned her SUV on when she and John left the Waterfall bar until she arrived back at John's garage. During that trip, there were 2 trigger events. Event 1 was a 3-point turn after Karen passed the left turn onto Fairview Road, which was based on GPS and also Karen's TV interview. The time of the 3-point turn was 12:23 and 38 seconds according to TechStream, but according to John's iPhone, it happened at 12:23 and 58 seconds, which was a 19.2 second difference. Due to the difference between the times on Karen's SUV and John's phone, his analysis needed to advance the TechStream clock data by 21 to 29 seconds. Welcher showed a video animation of Karen's SUV doing the 3-point turn in a nearby driveway. He also reviewed John's phone GPS location, showing he and Karen arrived at 34 Fairview Road at 12:24 a.m. Trigger 2 was Karen's SUV driving in reverse about 8 minutes after she did the 3-point turn. When Karen's SUV's gas pedal accelerator exceeded 30%, that caused trigger event number 2, recorded in Karen's SUV data, showing when Karen went in reverse. Welcher said that first, Karen's SUV went forward 34 feet from the start of the event when her car was going 13.67 miles per hour, which was at 5 seconds before the trigger of the 30% throttle. Then Karen put her SUV in neutral, and then she went in reverse 53 feet, which equaled 87 feet in total, that Karen's car went in reverse from when the data started to when it ended, but when it ended, it was still moving at 23.9 miles per hour and a 74% throttle in reverse. So Welcher said the speed of Karen's SUV likely kept increasing after the data stopped recording 5 seconds after the trigger started when the throttle hit 30%. There was some evidence that the SUV's wheels were slipping on the ground when Karen was going in reverse. In the courtroom, Welcher shared his PowerPoint presentation that was written in January before he got additional information from Burgess, who is his coworker. After the time adjustments, trigger 2, which was when the 30% throttle happened, was between 12:32 and 4 seconds and 12:32 to 12 seconds. After they added the 21 to 29 seconds to the infotainment system to match John's cell phone time variance. 12:32:09 was when John locked his phone for the final time. Based on my non-expert analysis of those times, it seems like the time that Karen's gas pedal hit 30% throttle going in reverse was either 1, 2, or 3 seconds after John pushed the lock button on his cell phone. In the courtroom, Welcher shared an animation video. The yellow and black hash marks equal 10 feet. For these trial summary videos that I'm doing, I'm trying not to put a lot of my own personal opinions or analysis, but this data is kind of confusing. But I want to share this one quick observation in case anybody's confused. It seems like this spreadsheet that Welcher made does not show the times when Karen put her car in park and then went forward and then put it in neutral and then put it in reverse and floored it. It shows her SUV driving forward at 13 miles per hour, which was 5 seconds before trigger event number 2, which was when her car hit a 30% throttle. And then the next 3.5 seconds data is when her car gets to 0 miles per hour. Her car was in neutral for one 0.5 second data point and then went in reverse. So did John get out of her car? Karen started to drive forward to leave, but then put her car in neutral and floored it in reverse to catch up to John. That's for you to make up your own opinion about. All right, now back to what happened in the courtroom. Welcher tried to determine how fast Karen's SUV would have to drive from Fairview to get to John's house at One Meadows. The distance was 2.3 miles, and using Karen's car data in John's iPhone, and then Karen connecting to John's Wi-Fi, Welcher determined that Karen would have to drive from Fairview to One Meadows in 4 minutes and 15 seconds, and the average speed would have to be 32 miles per hour. He said the longest route from those two locations is 2.8 miles, and the average speed would have to be 39.5 miles per hour. Just a reminder that the two locations have some stop signs and traffic lights between them, and it was snowing. Welcher examined whether Karen's taillight could have been broken when Karen hit John's car at 5:07 a.m. As I stated before, Welcher purchased the same exact SUV as Karen for his testing. He also analyzed the Ring video from 5:07 a.m. to figure out the SUV speed of Karen hitting John's car. He noted that the two displaced areas of snow on John's car were 25 and 32 inches from the ground and had no residual damage when Welcher examined the back of John's car. Compared to Karen's SUV, the contact marks are at bumper level, which was nowhere near the upper right taillight, and the lower taillight was not broken, even though it sticks out even further than Karen's upper taillight. But the scuff mark above Karen's lower right taillight did line up with 25 inches. He estimated the impact speed of Karen driving in reverse towards John's car was between 0.5 and 1 miles per hour. There were no signs of taillight fragments on the ground when Karen pulled away from John's car in the video. He noted there was a 2 to 3 millimeter overlap between the two cars, which was insufficient to cause damage. To do all of this testing, he used very high-quality laser imaging. Next, Welcher discussed tests that he conducted to see if he could replicate John's right arm injuries. Welcher is nearly the exact same height and weight as John, and he wore the exact same sneakers, jeans, shirt, sweatshirt, and hat that John was wearing the night he died. Welcher also ordered the same exact drinking glass from the Waterfall Bar and Grill's distributor. For his test, he put paint on the taillight and walked sideways into the SUV to see where the paint transferred to his arm, and was close to John's injury location. He tested different body positions and other variables at impact, and the results were all over the map. TechStream data did not show when John was hit, so they don't know how fast the car was going. Also, they don't know where John was at on the road when Karen's SUV impacted him. Welcher testified that even at 2 miles per hour impact would induce rotation of the body. The higher the speed, the more rotation. For the next test, The SUV backing into Welcher at 2 miles per hour caused him to rotate and take a step. The yellow paint transfer from the back of his right hand made a small mark on the inner red part of the taillight. He shared a photo with yellow lines which indicate the upper injuries match up with the location of the one remaining red shard of taillight attached to Karen's SUV. During the testing, a scuff mark on the SUV was similar to John's hip level that could have been caused by his jeans. During John's autopsy, it was noted he had a half-centimeter abrasion on his right knee, which corresponds to the height of the bumper, and also a laceration on his right eyelid, which was near the rear windgate, hanging from the back of the Lexus, at a height of about 5'10.5" to 5'11". Welcher believes the injuries to John match the locations on Karen's SUV. They showed photos of locations of evidence near the flagpole of 34 Fairview Road, and also photos of the taillight from the 29th, and John's hat, shoe, broken glass, and blood. John had no facial fractures, only the back of his skull, so that is predominantly associated with a fall and not an assault by a human. Welcher conducted a drop test with a crash test dummy and dropped it backwards on a hard surface. Welcher testified that his final opinion was based on the following: 130 PowerPoint slides that he reviewed in court, personal inspection of the Lexus and its damage. He purchased the exact same model as Karen and ran tests that confirmed John's injuries were consistent with Karen's broken taillight. He looked at Karen's SUV tech stream and infotainment data, along with John's phone data, and where the taillight was not broken, physical evidence at the scene, including taillight, glass, John's shoe, his hat, and blood found near his body, the position of the lacerations on John's arm, the freezing air temperature, location of his head fracture, testing of falling onto a hard surface, the science related to falls. John's DNA matched Karen's taillight and the hair on the back of her car. The 5:07 a.m. ring video of Karen backing into John's car did not cause her damage, and also he considered Karen's interviews. Based on the totality of that evidence, Welcher believes the damage to Karen's SUV was consistent with a collision with John O'Keefe. He came back the next day for more testimony, and the judge said Dr. Welcher can testify about whether there was a collision and John's injuries were consistent with being struck by a Lexus, but he cannot say that Karen's Lexus collided with John. Welcher tested 3 times where his arm touched the rear taillight, but it never left paint on the underside of his arm, and John did not have any injuries under his arm. He noted that pedestrian impacts are very sensitive to the exact body position, and finally, the position of the arm is important. Welcher shared a prior accident case where the pedestrian was killed at 25 to 35 miles per hour and had lacerations to his arm, although the victim's ribs were fractured. He concluded that John's injuries could have been caused by Karen's car, even with the absence of fractures. The defense cross-examination was conducted by attorney Alessi. He talked about Dr. Welcher working on the case for about 8 months and was paid over $300,000. Welcher said his firm Aperture had 3 offices working on the case and that he will sell the Lexus after the testing and reimburse the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Alessi pressed Welcher about recent changes to his PowerPoint presentation, and Welcher replied that they were insignificant and only on 1 slide out of 130, based on a new interview Karen gave about an alternative route, and he updated possible paths Karen could have driven. His co-worker Shannon Burgess, who also testified, found new information that changed the timing. Alessi asked some questions insinuating that Welcher and the prosecution experts were reading the key cycle information incorrectly, so their conclusions were wrong, but Welcher refuted that. They discussed Welcher's reference to data that was last updated in 1979 regarding head injuries from car collisions, and Alessi said current data shows the most common injuries are to lower extremities. Welcher stated that modern collisions may be different due to new safety systems on cars. Alessi asked how much force it takes to break hand bones. Welcher said it would need over 300 Gs on the arm, but it would depend on the mass of the hand. He said there are examples of up to 750 Gs with no fractures. Welcher said his conclusion was because there were taillight fragments, broken glass, the lacerations to John's arm, and his DNA on the back of Karen's SUV in the area of the taillight. Welcher thinks that John's arm was injured by Karen's taillight, and the wounds are angled down slightly, but more or less they are horizontal as the car dragged John away after impact. Finally, Alessi asked some questions about the possible driving routes that Karen took from Fairview until her car was towed and tested by police. Brennan came back for some more questions. Welcher said he did not rely on Trooper Paul's report for his conclusions. He used Dr. Scorti-Bello's autopsy for the description of injuries, but did not rely on her conclusions about whether John's injuries were from a car accident. The next day, outside of the jury, Alessi argued that Trooper Paul and Dr. Scorti-Bello are problematic for the Commonwealth's narrative, and if an expert says they reject something, the defense should be able to ask why. Brennan presented his counter-argument, and the judge said the defense cannot ask Welcher about Officer Paul or Dr. Scorti-Bello. After that, the jury was brought back in, and Alessi asked some questions. Welcher testified if glass from Karen's bumper did not match glass in the snow, it would not affect his conclusions. He said it depends if the glass was broken from contact with the vehicle or the ground. Alessi questioned Welcher's analysis of the Ring video of Karen hitting John's car at 5:07 a.m., noting that John's camera was updated after his death, but Welcher said he knew that, and his conclusion was not to change that Karen's taillight was not cracked by John's SUV. Next, there was a discussion about the suspension system changing the height of Karen's SUV when she was going in reverse, and if that affected Welcher's analysis, and he said no. Prosecutor Brennan came back for some more questions. Welcher reiterated his analysis that John's car would not have cracked Karen's taillight. Regarding the suspension height of Karen's SUV, Welcher said there were no details that it had changed. In his communications with the district attorney's office, Welcher never used encrypted apps like Signal. Finally, Alessi asked about TechStream data. TechStream data does not tell if a collision occurred, and Welcher said correct. Welcher said he started his analysis with the bias that John was not hit by an SUV. After that, the Commonwealth finally rested their case. Defense attorney Alan Jackson questioned the defense team's first witness, car data expert Matthew DeSogra. His company is called Delta V and specializes in all parts of accident reconstruction. However, the only thing that DeSogra really did was review the work of prosecution expert Shannon Burgess, who testified that data from Karen's SUV showed two triggering events the night John died, a three-point turn and a backing maneuver. Burgess found a variance of 21 to 29 seconds between the clocks on Karen's SUV and John's cell phone. Burgess determined that Karen's SUV's backing maneuver ended between 12:32 and 4 seconds a.m. and 12:32 and 12 seconds. According to DeSogra, based on Burgess's original reports, regardless of what adjustment is made, which 2 points are used to try to correct the clock, John locking his phone always occurred after the end of the backing trigger event. Burgess initially used phone calls to align the clocks of Karen's SUV call log and John's phone, but in Burgess's later report, he used the three-point turn that Karen made, because John's phone was tracking location data through the Waze app. Burgess explained that he made the switch because some of the calls happened while Karen's SUV was powered off, meaning that the timestamps with a smaller variance actually reflected Karen's phone syncing after she turned her car back on later. DeSogra agreed that the second method used by Burgess was a valid approach. He also reviewed 30 possible offsets, 25 of which resulted in John's phone locking after the backing trigger ended. 2 of the offsets suggested the 2 events happened simultaneously, and 3 indicated that John's phone locked before the trigger ended. Hank Brennan for the prosecution conducted the cross-examination. DeSogra said pedestrian impacts generally don't meet the necessary criteria for a triggering event. Brennan confirmed DeSogra is not a specialist in iPhones or mobile forensics, nor has he ever taken a class on variances between vehicle infotainment systems and mobile forensics. DeSogra agreed he did not perform any testing other than reviewing the work of Aperture, which is the company that both Shannon Burgess and Dr. Judson Welcher work for. DeSogra testified it wasn't known in their industry that this Lexus infotainment system stored data on the micro SD card prior to Burgess's discovery that it does. DeSogra said his conclusions would be different if it was confirmed some of the calls in the log were from Karen's iPhone to John's iPhone, rather than Karen's SUV infotainment system to John's iPhone. He also agreed that Aperture using the three-point turn was more reliable than the call log to identify a clock variance of 21 to 29 seconds. Attorney Jackson came back for some redirect examination and asked about the steps that John's phone finished logging at 12:32 and 16 seconds. DeSogra testified that if the last interaction with John's phone occurred at that time and not when John locked the device at 12:32:09, then each of the 30 possible scenarios that he outlined in his presentation would have happened after Karen's SUV's backing trigger. Prosecutor Brennan stepped up for a few additional questions, and Brennan said DeSogra did not study the data, he only reviewed Aperture's reports. DeSogra also did not know whether John was walking, crawling, or falling in the seconds before his phone logged those steps at 12:32 and 16 seconds in the morning. Jackson asked one last question, confirming that if the expert data that DeSogra reviewed was wrong, then DeSogra's analysis would also be wrong. In other words, he suggested garbage in, garbage out. The next witness was Jonathan Diamandis, a longtime friend of Trooper Michael Proctor, who was one of the recipients in the text chain. Proctor texted his friends vulgar text messages about Karen Reed. The short summary is that the defense used him to read Michael Proctor's text to the jury, so the defense did not have to call Proctor as a witness. Prosecutor Brennan asked a few questions, and Diamandis said he did not reply to the crude text messages from Proctor. He also said that Proctor never suggested that he planted any evidence or tried to frame Karen. The next witness was police officer Kelly Dever. The morning that John died, she was working as a Canton police officer. She said that Sergeant Goode asked her to fill in for the police department's dispatch operations after John was found in the snowbank early in the morning. Defense attorney Alan Jackson confirmed the first time Dever was interviewed in connection with Karen's case was in August 2023 during the secretive federal probe of the state's investigation. During that interview, Dever said she saw Brian Higgins and Canton Police Chief Kenneth Berkowitz enter the Sally Port together for a wildly long time while Karen's SUV was in the Sally Port garage. During trial number 2, Dever testified that was her initial recollection when she was asked about it a year and a half later after John died, but she was later provided factual information that she had actually left the police station before Karen's SUV arrived. So she can no longer say truthfully on the stand that she saw Brian Higgins and Berkowitz in the Sally Port while Karen's SUV was there. While she was on the stand, Dever alleged that Karen's lawyers threatened her with a perjury charge if she did not testify that she did see Higgins and Berkowitz in the Sally Port while Karen's SUV was there. Hank Brennan conducted the cross-examination, and Dever reiterated that the defense team got aggressive with her on a phone call after she corrected her memory. Dever denied that anyone in either the Canton Police Department or the Boston Police Department advised her of what she should or should not say on the stand. Finally, again, she confirmed there was no way she could have seen Karen's SUV in the garage because Karen's car did not arrive at Canton Police Department for more than 1 hour after Dever finished her shift. The next witness for the defense was Dr. Marie Russell. She is a former police officer, a retired emergency room physician, and a forensic pathologist who has also published articles on law enforcement dog bites. She testified that she has seen and treated over 100 dog bites. She pointed to multiple groupings of wounds on John's right arm that she believes were inflicted by the teeth and claws of a dog. She has examined hundreds of lower extremity injuries in connection with motor vehicle collisions, and in those situations, she expects bruises and fractures to the lower extremities. She said that when somebody is attacked, they will put up their arm to protect their face, so that part of the arm often gets injured. Russell pointed out an arch-like structure in the wounds on John's arm that she suggested were caused by a dog's front teeth. She believed holes in the right sleeve of John's sweatshirt were caused by dog teeth. The wounds that Russell observed on John were inconsistent with what she has seen in victims of motor vehicle collisions. Hank Brennan conducted the cross-examination for the prosecution. Russell reached out to the defense team because she thought she could help them clarify whether or not this could be a dog bite. Brennan accused Russell of using her involvement in Karen's case as a marketing opportunity to promote her services as an expert witness for future trials. Russell has never attended a seminar or attained any kind of certificate in pattern recognition analysis of dog bites, but she doesn't even think those exist. Russell acknowledged she did not observe John O'Keefe's right arm personally and relied on medical examiner Dr. Irini Scordi-Bello's observations. Russell admitted that defense attorney Alessi provided some help in the report she wrote, but denied changing her opinions. Russell acknowledged that her first trial testimony was more generalized and said that now she is more certain that those were dog marks on John's arm and that her conviction only strengthened as she reviewed additional research and evidence. Russell returned for a second day of testimony. Brennan argued there is no methodology for looking at a photograph of a wound and determining whether it's consistent with a dog bite, but Russell disagreed. She confirmed she spoke with attorney Alessi, who told her to ask for a transcript of prior testimony during Brennan's cross-examination. Brennan said that was a violation of a court order if she spoke with the attorneys after her first day of testimony. Russell explained there are peer-reviewed articles from esteemed physicians offering recommendations on identifying dog-inflicted wounds. Brennan emphasized Russell's uncertainty at whether certain wounds on John's right arm could have been caused by a dog's teeth or claws. Russell explained a dog's nails and canine teeth both have a pointed shape, which can cause similar abrasions and makes some wounds indistinguishable. Russell confirmed that if each wound on John's arm were taken individually, she would not be able to say whether it was consistent with a dog bite, but there were some characteristics pointing to being inflicted by a dog, including parallel lesions running in the same general direction and punctate or point-like abrasions. Brennan brought up that there were no wounds on the underside of John's arm. Russell said there are many times when only the dog's upper jaw strikes the skin during a bite. Brennan highlighted Russell's lack of expertise in accident reconstruction, but she said wounds are definitely within her area of expertise. She confirmed the taillight on Karen's SUV was a close match in height for John's elbow. Quote, "I don't see any medical evidence that there was an impact with a vehicle," Russell testified, and said that John had no significant injuries below his neck, that is, fractures, bruises, lacerated organs, or fluid in the abdominal cavity or around the lungs. Russell, who is also a former police officer, confirmed that debris is often left behind at the scene of a car collision, including broken glass or plastic. But she could not imagine pieces of glass, plastic, or metal lining up to cause John's injuries on his arm. Russell said Karen's comments about hitting John did not change her analysis. Brennan brought up that John's sweatshirt sleeve had been swabbed for dog DNA, and Russell testified there are many reasons why testing had not detected canine DNA on those swabs. But she did agree with Brennan that when a dog bites a sweater, it would be expected that it would leave DNA, but not expect it would leave little fragments of taillight shards. Russell said the plastic fragments found in John's clothing can cause superficial abrasions, but not in that pattern that we saw on John's arm. Attorney Alessi returned for the redirect examination. Russell said the plastic fragments in John's clothing would have to be lined up and oriented in nearly the same direction to cause the wound pattern she observed. In the courtroom, Alessi displayed photos of Welcher's testing on an exemplar SUV, and Russell said she would expect at least significant bruising and possible fractures or dislocations from the contact depicted. It was mentioned that a medical examiner with the United States Armed Forces issued a report and concluded that John's arm wounds were highly unlikely to have come from an animal bite. Russell said she did consider that report, but it did not change her mind. Finally, defense attorney Alessi returned, and he read a different section of that medical examiner's report that indicated that John's injuries were, quote, nonspecific and may be the result of a variety of different mechanisms, end quote. The next witness was Nicholas Barros. He is a police officer in the town of Dighton, where Karen's parents live. He arrived at Karen's parents' house at 3:27 p.m. Karen's father called 911 the same morning, asking police for a ride to see Karen at the hospital because he did not want to drive in the snow. Trooper Proctor had called the Dighton police asking to help facilitate getting a tow truck and a snowplow in order to take possession of Karen's SUV at her parents' house. When Barros arrived at Karen's parents' house, he said troopers Proctor and Buchanan had already arrived and were waiting outside in the street. Barros recalled seeing Karen's SUV in the driveway, but he did see the rear of her car a good amount of time. He noted there was a piece missing, but it was not completely damaged. In the courtroom, Jackson showed a photo of Karen's SUV at the Canton Police Department. He asked Barros, "Is this the condition you saw it?" Barros replied, "Absolutely not." Barros used a laser pointer to circle the entire back exposed part was intact. What was missing was the right side panel area that still has some red at the top. Prosecutor Brennan conducted the cross-examination. Barros testified that Proctor and Buchanan did not touch Karen's SUV at her parents' house. Brennan questioned Barros's memory about his prior testimony about the condition of the taillight at Karen's parents. Barros admitted since he last testified, he saw the videos of Karen's SUV from surveillance cameras on TV news and social media. He agreed he may have some difficulty remembering what he really saw. In the courtroom, Brennan showed the 5:07 a.m. Ring video at John's house of Karen pulling out and hitting John's car and then leaving. Brennan zoomed in on Karen's right taillight, and Barrows agreed it was consistent with what he saw hours later in Dighton at Karen's parents' house. Barrows did not remove any snow from Karen's taillight to get a better view of the full damage. Next, Brennan showed a screenshot from when a police officer arrived at John's house around 8:22 a.m. He asked Barrows, "Does it look like there's a right taillight there?" Barrows replied, "It does not." Brennan said, "Is that consistent with what you saw in the afternoon before the car got on the tow truck?" Barrows replied, "Yes." Attorney Jackson returned, and Barrows said the condition of the light was different from what he saw at Karen's parents and the photo from the Canton Police Department. Finally, Brennan returned for a few questions. He asked Barrows, "Do you admit your memory has changed since you last testified?" And Barrows said yes. Brennan asked, "Was the close-up photo I showed consistent with what you saw on January 29th? Barrows replied, "It is." The next witness was Brian Loughran, who is a snowplow driver in the town of Canton. He said he was wearing contacts when he was driving in the inclement weather the night of the storm. He estimated that he first plowed 34 Fairview Road between 2:40 and 2:45 a.m. He testified he did not see anything near the flagpole of the Alberts. He turned back on Fairview coming the other way and saw nothing. He came around for another pass on Fairview about 45 minutes later, around 3:30. He said it was snowing hard with about 2 to 3 inches on the ground. This time, he saw a forward edge near the Alberts flagpole. He said he drove around it and saw nothing around the flagpole. He then turned around again coming the other way on Fairview and saw the forward edge still in the road. Next, he said he stayed away from Fairview for about 3 hours and returned around 6:15 a.m., but the road was blocked by first responders, so he turned around and finished when police left. He noted that a defense team private investigator met him at his other job at an ice rink and asked him a few questions about the case. In 2023, officers from another agency that were not Canton Police or State Police spoke to him, but he never heard from Canton Police or State Police before that. The State Police only contacted him after that other agency, which was the federal investigation. Next, Brennan conducted the cross-examination and asked Brian if his stories have changed. Brian said no. Brennan showed a report of what Brian said to the defense investigator about seeing a car on Fairview Road and that he saw it when he was driving on another street, Cedar Crest, and looked over to Fairview around 3:30 to 4 a.m. when he saw a car parked in front of the Alberts house. Brian replied, "I never remember telling him that." Next, Brennan reviewed inconsistencies in the time that Brian told investigators in May 2023, but Brian denied any changes in his stories and times. He said he made a mistake about the time he saw the first responders at Fairview Road during his testimony at Trial 1. Brian said he did not remember seeing a dumpster at the house across the street from Fairview Road, but Brennan showed a photo that there was a dumpster there. Brian also hit a portable basketball net that same night. He said he saw it, but misjudged the distance. However, he could not remember the time that he hit that basketball net. In the courtroom, they showed the police dash cam of snowplows on the other street and asked which one was his, but he could not confirm if it was him or other drivers' trucks. Next, Brennan asked Brian if he had been threatened by an online blogger, and he said he was not. That same blogger called him and recorded the conversation, but Brian did not know he was being recorded. The blogger then shared it online. Brian admitted he now follows that same blogger's website, but said he does not pay for a subscription. Brian spoke to the defense private investigator on June 5th, 2024, before testifying in Trial 1, which was the same day that blogger posted an article accusing Brian of not doing the right thing. Brian said his friends were sending him things that people were saying online. Brennan noted that Brian was being harassed online and people called his boss. Finally, Brennan asked, after testifying at the first trial, you were no longer harassed but praised. Brian answered that that was correct. The next witness for the defense was Karina Kolokithas. She was friends with Jen and Matt McCabe, and after both of their daughters had a basketball game, they met at the Waterfall bar. Karina testified that when John and Karen arrived, John appeared to be very happy that his niece had been accepted into a private school. Karina said she mostly spoke with Karen, who had a clear glass that Karina believed contained liquor, but she said Karen seemed very coherent. She also noted that John gave Karen a kiss on her forehead. Karina walked out of the Waterfall bar with both Jen and Karen, and noted that Jen put her arm around Karen and told her, "You're coming with me." But Karina last saw Karen walking toward the driver's seat of her car with John. Dr. Daniel Wolf was one of the most important witnesses who conducted tests to see if a taillight could sustain damage similar to Karen's SUV taillight based on the prosecution's theory of hitting John. So I'm going to spend a fair amount of time reviewing what he and his colleague, Dr. Andrew Rentschler, testified about. His direct examination was done by Jackson. Dr. Daniel Wolf is the director of the accident reconstruction team at the company ARCA, which is a forensic engineering consulting firm. His work utilizes application of physics and engineering science to collision events. He's been working for 8 years at ARCA and reviewed over 1,000 accident cases. He has a bachelor's degree in engineering and a minor in mathematics from James Madison University. He has a PhD in electrical computer engineering with a concentration in electromagnetics and photonics. Wolf wrote his PhD dissertation on the material used to make the outer lens and clear plastic diffusers on car taillights. In the courtroom, he discussed his training and job experience reviewing accidents where pedestrians were hit from the side, front, and rear. He explained the definition of the term kinematics is the motion of an object or body. His company, ARCA, was not hired by the defense. He was first hired by a federal investigation, but the judge did not allow the jury to know that. For the federal investigation, he was asked to review evidence to determine if the damage to Karen's SUV was consistent with John's injuries. His colleague, Dr. Andrew Rentschler, was also assigned to the case. Wolf reviewed damage to Karen's SUV, and the primary damage was to her right taillight. Wolf noted that the red lens of a taillight is about 5 millimeters, which is thick enough that if you try to bend a piece with your fingers, it's not going to bend. He noted that there were 2 rows at the bottom and on the side of clear diffusers with 3 millimeters thickness that were shattered and broken in Karen's taillight. There was also a dent and paint removed above the lift gate. Also, the wraparound section of the bumper cover had superficial scrapes. There was no other damage to the lift gate or bumper. Wolf said that sometimes if a pedestrian is upright, there can be displacement of the bumper, especially at speeds above 10 to 15 miles per hour. There were glass fragments found on Karen's bumper, but there is no glass in a taillight assembly, and none of the windows were damaged. He considered the possibility of Karen's taillight hitting John's head, arm, center of mass, or a drinking glass. He tested if the drinking glass could have been thrown by John and caused the taillight damage. He created a cannon to shoot a drinking glass at a taillight at both 31 and 37 miles per hour. He did not conclude that the glass damaged the taillight, but at 37 miles per hour, there was damage that was generally consistent with Karen's taillight damage. However, at 31 miles per hour, there was not enough energy to create that damage. Defense Exhibit 213 were the photos by ARCA of the glass striking the light at 37 miles per hour and the resulting damage. Next, he used a crash test dummy to see if John's head injuries were caused by Karen's taillight. The test impact was at 15 miles per hour, and the damage to the taillight was significantly more than Karen's light had. And also Dr. Rentschler said it did not generate enough force to cause a skull fracture. Wolf determined it was inconsistent with damage that John's head hit Karen's taillight. Wolf also reviewed a report by the prosecution expert Dr. Welcher. In the courtroom, they displayed Wolf's PowerPoint presentation. Dr. Welcher stated that John's arm injuries were consistent with hitting Karen's taillight. In the courtroom, they showed a photo of Welcher's arm holding a glass which showed his arm aligned with the taillight. Wolf said that Welcher's testing was at 2 miles per hour, which does not tell you what happens at higher speeds. Wolf stated that Welcher did not conduct tests for many other variables regarding force and impact to John and the taillight. They displayed the Canton Police Department garage photo of Karen's SUV. Wolf noted the clear diffuser on the bottom was fractured and missing, and also on the vertical side. The majority of the outer red lens was missing or fractured. There was black plastic that was either damaged or fractured, and also a chunk of plastic was missing on the top portion of the light. He said an impact would need enough force to break the 5 millimeter outer lens and then penetrate interior components to damage the back end of the taillight. He displayed photos of the light fragments from the scene, plus one photo with the glass. Next, they also showed photos of John's sweatshirt with arrows pointing to the damage. Wolf measured the acceleration of an arm impacted by a taillight and thinks that is a fundamental test in accident reconstruction, but Welcher did not perform it. Next, Wolf reviewed formulas for delta V, acceleration, and force. He said if an arm is stationary and hit by an SUV at 20 miles per hour, the arm would move roughly up to that impact speed at 20 miles per hour in less than 1 second. In the courtroom, he displayed a testing matrix. He noted that Welcher indicated that the arm contacted the taillight, but there was no test or analysis to determine what's the expected outcome of that. Wolf's testing had a few different goals. What happens when you impact an arm with a Lexus taillight at different speeds? What happens to a sweatshirt and the fragments? How does the arm move? What is the acceleration of an arm? And what are the expected injuries? Wolf started his testing at speeds of 10 and 17 miles per hour and then increased the speed for full impact testing. He displayed the back of the ARCA exemplar SUV, which they drove into the dummy arm and a full impact to another dummy. He shared a photo of a lab test setup with the dummy. He noted that ARCA got the same sweatshirt as John, but a different color. Also, ARCA put the test taillights in a freezer to match the temperature from January 29, 2022. Lab test A was an impact at 10 miles per hour upon a dummy arm. In the courtroom, he showed a video of the test from multiple angles. He noted there was minimal taillight damage and no damage to the sweatshirt. He showed photos of the contact and after. The results were a couple of small fragments of the clear portion of the assembly were missing from the turn signal area, but damage was minimal and superficial. Wolf noted that ARCA was paid about $20,000 for trial number 1, and the defense did not pay for initial testing. He said ARCA was getting $50,000 for trial number 2. In lab test B, it was at 17 miles per hour. The foam attachment broke away at the end of the test, but it did not affect the test. Damage to the taillight was more significant than 10 miles per hour. The interior diffusers and plastic components were intact. The red lens broke into approximately 4 pieces. There were no punctures in the sweatshirt. The next 4 vehicle tests were labeled C, D, E, and F, and included the suspended dummy arm, the arm attached to the dummy, and a full-on impact to the dummy. Drone video showed the test at 15 miles per hour. The suspended arm did not have an effect on the test, since mass is mass, regardless of if it was attached to a full-body dummy. At 15 miles per hour, there was no damage or fracturing to the light. The light only had slight abrasions but no breaks. Test D was at 29 miles per hour. The arm was ripped off the mounting location. The liftgate taillight had a significant portion of the 5mm lens fractured and broke off. The underlying diffusers were still in place with a small crack in the upper diffuser. The quarter panel light had a clear section that was damaged with the outer lens missing and fragments from the outer portion of the red part of the lens. Wolf said the 29-mile-per-hour test damage was not consistent with Karen's taillight damage. Test E was at 24 miles per hour. The arm was attached to the dummy. There was no damage to the liftgate, but there are pieces missing from the quarter panel light. There was a small crack in the underlying diffuser, and the clear top left portion was partially cracked. There was no damage to the sweatshirt. The dummy was not projected to the side or forward. Wolf said the 24-mile-per-hour test damage was not consistent with Karen's taillight damage. Finally, test F was at 29 miles per hour. It was a full-on impact of the dummy, weighing approximately 200 pounds. Before his test, there was a miscommunication between the driver and other people doing the test, and they did not capture it on high-quality video, only a security camera. The body slid on the ground far behind the SUV. The back window shattered. There was deformation to the liftgate, and the bumper step was popped out. There was minor fracturing at the bumper section at the lower level. The liftgate taillight blew out the outer lens cover. Part of the clear diffusers were still in place, and the lower may have been fractured. There was more damage to the diffuser in Karen's SUV than this test. His conclusions for all tests: internal taillight damage was less than Karen's. Damage to the taillight was inconsistent with hitting an arm at high speed. The damage and holes to John's sweatshirt were inconsistent to the impact to the right taillight of Karen's SUV. The sweatshirt was not punctured in any test. And finally, damage to Karen's SUV was not the result of a center of mass hit. Prosecutor Brennan conducted the cross-examination. Brennan asked Wolf about deleting his text messages with the defense after Trial 1, and how defense attorney Alan Jackson told ARCA employees to use the texting app Signal preparing for Trial number 2 because the messages are encrypted. Brennan questioned Wolf about remaining independent despite Wolf advising the defense team of what questions to ask him during the trial. Wolf replied that he was just trying to help the jury understand. Next, there was a lot of discussion about the hybrid 3-arm and the test dummy that ARCA used. Brennan claimed Wolf knew that John's arm weighed about 11.8 pounds, but instead of using the 12-pound arm, Wolf used one that weighed 9.38 pounds. Wolf replied that the 6,000-pound car against a 9.4 or 11-pound arm does not affect the field tests. Brennan argued how the test results would have been different if ARCA used more accurate test dummies that were closer to John's body statistics. Brennan asked questions about how John's arm position could have affected the damage to the taillight. Wolf replied, when the Lexus light brakes on impact, it's going to move at a common velocity with the arm. Brennan asked if the light, when broken, will continue to press against the arm until separation. Wolf answered it could or it could bounce. Wolf said the weight of the body has nothing to do with the damage in these tests. The amount of arm outstretched affected damage. Wolf did not look for any microscopic pieces of taillight in the test dummy's clothes. Wolf said he does not address injuries, that is not his specialty. Wolf agreed if the test was 7 miles per hour faster, there would be more damage to the exemplar taillight. Attorney Jackson returned and continued asking about results from the testing. In order to penetrate the sweatshirt and cut the arm across, would the taillight shards have to be going faster or slower than the arm? Wolf replied, they would have to be going faster. If they're moving at a common velocity with the arm relative to it, they would somehow have to accelerate with more speed to catch up and go beyond the arm, essentially. Jackson asked, is that physically possible? And Wolf said no. He came back for a second day of testimony, and Jackson continued. They showed a photo of the test dummy after the test. There were holes and stains caused by road rash. Photos of John's sweatshirt did not indicate road rash. The dummy had road rash on the jeans, but his shoes were still on. They showed a photo of the test Lexus after the 29-mile-per-hour test and said it was not consistent with Karen's SUV damage. They had more discussion about the weight of John's arm versus the weight of the dummy's arm, and Wolf said there would be no difference in the test results. Dr. Wolf stated Karen's taillight damage was inconsistent with the 29-mile-per-hour test. Prosecutor Brennan returned and continued asking about the difference in weight of the dummy's arm and John's, and performed various calculations comparing the two. Wolf stated that even Dr. Welcher, the prosecution witness, used a 50th percentile dummy to test dropping the dummy head, and to calculate the force, he just adjusted the mass for John's head. Next, they discussed the testing related to the sweatshirt holes. Brennan talked about a human arm is softer than a dummy's arm, but Wolf was not looking at John's arm injuries, just the impact effect on his sweatshirt. Wolf did not consider wear and tear on John's sweatshirt versus the newer sweatshirts that were purchased by ARCA for testing. Wolf explained that after impact, the arm would be moving roughly at the same velocity as the vehicle, but at some point they will separate. Brennan asked, after a collision, when you see a taillight shatter, wouldn't the Lexus continuing at 24 miles per hour, for example, continue to drag that dummy's arm longer than was shown in testing because the dummy was restrained? Wolf said in some instances it may move at a speed greater than the vehicle. Brennan asked, could it move slower and the vehicle drags against the arm? Wolf said it might be able to move a few miles per hour if it doesn't have as much of a center of mass hit, but it's still going to move out of the way because it's on a joint. Brennan noted that the dummy that ARCA used for the full impact test was a mannequin used by firefighters. Wolf said the crash test dummies cost $150,000, so he was not going to risk destroying that. The purpose of the test was to see what happens to the taillight and the arm. In the courtroom, they showed a photo of the mannequin on the ground with a taillight piece. They also showed a photo of the taillight on the back of his sweatshirt. Brennan asked, finding a taillight on clothes after a collision is not unique? Wolf said it was possible, but in this test, it did occur. Brennan showed a photo of taillight shards from John's clothing. Wolf said he did not consider John's sweatshirt had taillight fragments or holes in the back. Jackson returned and confirmed that Dr. Welcher used a 50th percentile dummy male, the same that ARCA used. Wolf did not find any damage consistent on both Karen and the exemplar taillights. Next, Jackson asked, You were asked about the arm being pushed by the taillight. How long would it take the arm to get to the speed of the vehicle? Wolf said about 10 milliseconds. Jackson asked, in any test, did the taillight make a hole in the sweatshirt? Wolf said no, only the full-on hit caused road rash damage to the sweatshirt, and noted the back of the Lexus was destroyed. Prosecutor Brennan returned for a few questions. Wolf agreed the taillight being pushed into the arm is going to cause the taillight to fracture, and then the arm will move with the taillight. They played a video of the taillight breaking after hitting the dummy's arm. Brennan asked, if the dummy is not restrained by a forklift, he is going to move with the car, correct? Wolf said if it's just the arm, his arm is going to get accelerated and move, and then his body will be there still. Finally, Wolf agreed a broken taillight is going to move with the arm. The next witness was John Tiedemann. Tiedemann is a private investigator hired by the defense team to take measurements of the walking distances from the mailbox at the Albert's house at 34 Fairview Road and also the flagpole to the 3 front doors at 34 Fairview Road. Before I read his testimony, just a reminder that Karen did not park at the mailbox according to the 3 people in the pickup truck who parked at the driveway and who testified they never saw anyone exit Karen's SUV after they pulled up to the Albert's house right behind her. Also, John's phone location data and Karen's car data confirmed that she never parked at the mailbox, and her car was last seen near the tree line between the Alberts' neighbors. And final reminder, John's Apple Health data showed that he took steps from 12:31:56 to 12:32:16. He took 36 steps, which is about 83 feet. From the mailbox to the main front door was 65 feet and 9 inches. From the mailbox to the side entrance was 70 feet and 1 inch. And from the mailbox to the garage side door was 78 feet and 3 inches. The prosecution clarified those measurements are only one way. Tiedemann testified that he also measured from the flagpole to the doors, but did not remember those measurements and did not have his report with him. That seemed kind of odd that he did not have those measurements, because that is bad for the defense due to John's phone being found near the flagpole. The second to last witness for the defense was Dr. Elizabeth LaPosata. She was the chief medical examiner in Rhode Island for 12 years, and she reviewed John's autopsy report, including hundreds of photos, an examination of John's brain, his toxicology report, medical records, and also evidence photos. She has conducted or observed more than 10,000 autopsies, including hundreds of autopsies of people who were involved in vehicle-pedestrian collisions. Dr. LaPosata said, quote, understanding wound patterns and injuries is a big part of forensic pathology because we want to identify what caused a particular pattern. So understanding that whole complex bag of injuries begins when you start your forensic pathology training, which was when I started back in 1981. LaPosata saw evidence of blunt force trauma injuries to the back of John's head, with a horizontal laceration to his scalp accompanied by vertical linear scrapes. She thought that was caused by John falling backwards onto something that had a little ridge which caused skull fractures, brain bruising, and herniation into his spinal cord, which causes the brain and body to stop functioning. She testified that ridged surface was likely something that he hit first, then it moved up a little, broke the scalp, and then moved on a little bit above that. She said it had to be a surface that had small ridges to make those little vertical patterns. LaPosata also noted a small, separate wound on John's right upper eyelid that she said could be from an object or a fist. She came back for a second day of testimony. In the courtroom, defense attorney Jackson displayed a photo of Karen's SUV and pointed to a spoiler on the back of the vehicle. LaPosata said that would not have caused the cut above John's eye. LaPosata said John's head injury would have caused him to fall unconscious immediately. She also disagreed with Dr. Scordi-Bello's secondary finding of hypothermia because John's stomach did not have ulcers. She said she observed no signs of frostbite. LaPosata confirmed she has seen patterned wounds from animal bites or claw marks. She said animal claws can produce parallel scrapes, while teeth can leave dot-like imprints. John's arm wounds were inflicted prior to death. Attorney Jackson asked for her opinion on whether the pattern of wounds on John's right arm were consistent with an animal bite or claw marks. She replied, yes, it is, very much. Next, Jackson asked her questions about the injuries she would expect to see if a pedestrian were struck at speeds greater than 20 miles per hour. La Posata explained that crushed tissue at the point of impact would result in bruising. He asked if the pattern of injuries on John's right arm corresponded with injuries that could have come from contact with irregular, fractured pieces of plastic. She replied, "No, not at all. First of all, those injuries are patterned injuries from an animal bite. We have the canines, we have the incisors." At that point, the judge interrupted La Posata and struck her answer and had the lawyers come to a sidebar to discuss it. Next, La Posata said John had no bruising on his arms, torso, or legs. In prior testimony, Dr. Judson Welcher for the prosecution said that it did not appear that x-rays had been taken of John's right arm or hand. However, La Posata confirmed that she examined x-rays of John's chest, arms, and legs, and she did not see any bone defects in John's right arm or hand. Hank Brennan conducted the cross-examination. He asked La Posata whether John's head injuries were caused by being thrust backward. She replied, "Yeah, the motion was upwards, down." La Posata does not have experience studying the brain clinically like a neurosurgeon. Brennan asked La Posata if she knew that about 1/3 of patients with a similar injury to John survive with proper treatment. She replied it depended on the amount of force. Next, she stated, quote, "Frozen ground can be hard, but it does not fit the pattern in John's injuries." But she did confirm that frozen ground could be hard enough to cause a skull fracture. Brennan asked if she was aware of any rocks, impediments, or bumps where John's body was found. She replied it was a flat surface covered with grass. La Posata said John's baseball hat would not cause the patterns of injuries, but confirmed the area of the wounds on the back of his head could line up with a baseball hat. Next, Brennan spent some time trying to make La Posata look bad from her time at the Rhode Island Medical Examiner's Office, from which she resigned in 2005. La Posata said the negative attention to her handling of the large 2003 Station nightclub fire and other accusations did not have any basis. La Posata confirmed that a cut above John's right eye could be consistent with not only a fist, but other types of blunt impact, and the wound on John's nose could have been caused by something like a thicker piece of glass. Brennan asked whether a facial wound would spurt blood if a sharp object like glass were removed from someone who was already dead. Side note, in a TV interview that was previously played for the jury, Karen said, quote, "As soon as I pulled it out, it gushed blood down his face," end quote. She was referencing a piece of glass in John's nose. La Posata explained if you're dead and you remove something, there may be some superficial blood, but it's not going to have blood flow because your heart is not pumping out of the cut ends of the blood vessels. Brennan asked whether a temperature drop from 98.6 degrees to 80.1 degrees was consistent with being out in the cold for 5.5 hours. She replied, for a dead body, yes. Finally, Jackson came back for a few more questions. He confirmed that La Posata reviewed John's post-mortem x-rays and found no fractures or defects. He had La Posata walk the jury through the x-ray of John's right arm, which was wounded superficially but suffered no breaks. The final witness for Trial 2 was Dr. Andrew Rentschler. He is a biomechanical engineer and focuses on accident reconstruction for the company ARCA, and he is a colleague of Dr. Daniel Wolf, who already testified. He has been employed by ARCA for 17 years and worked on thousands of cases. He explained that a biomechanist looks at the human body and its response to forces. He has a bachelor's in mechanical engineering and a minor in biomedical engineering from Carnegie Mellon. He also has a master's in bioengineering and biomechanics from the University of Pittsburgh. And he also has a PhD in bioengineering and biomechanics. And he has testified in court about 150 times. Some of these experts make me feel like so uneducated, but at least I don't have student loans. He has worked on hundreds of cases with vehicle-pedestrian impacts. He said that although there is a 95th percentile male dummy, the industry usually uses the 50th percentile and then calculates the data based on the victim's measurements. He explained that the term kinematics is the motion of the human body. He was hired for Trial 1 by an agency separate from the defense and the prosecution. Just side note, that was the federal investigation into the state investigation, that the judge does not allow the attorneys or the witnesses to specifically reference that investigation. Rentschler was asked to evaluate if John's injuries were consistent with being hit by Karen's SUV. His colleague, Dr. Wolf, looked at the SUV and the damage to the taillight, while Rentschler looked at John's injuries and if they were consistent with damage to Karen's SUV. John had two main injuries, to his head and his right arm. He discussed John's head injuries in technical terms and noted he had bruising in the eye area and a 1 centimeter laceration near his upper right eyelid, which is less than half an inch, also abrasions and lacerations on his nose, and a laceration on his tongue. He looked at how those injuries were created. A skull fracture needs a force of 1,400 to 1,600 pounds. Regarding the abrasions on John's arm, he said an abrasion is basically rubbing or friction that scrapes away the top layer of skin, also known as the epidermis, while a laceration is tearing or ripping of the skin past the epidermis into the dermis and takes a blunt object or a sharp edge to produce the injury. He looked at patterns of injuries on John to see if a car caused those injuries. He looked at all of the evidence, witness statements, car data, and they dropped a dummy head on a taillight to attain a speed of 15 miles per hour. His conclusion was the force was not sufficient to fracture a skull, and the position of the head to the taillight would have caused other injuries that were not present in John. So he ruled out that John was hit by the taillight in the back of his head. Regarding the abrasions, they were inconsistent with contact to the taillight, and he would expect fractures that were not there. He testified that the defense contacted him to testify in trial 2, and he conducted further testing. He came back for a second day of testimony, and he shared a PowerPoint presentation. Part of that was analyzing prosecution expert Dr. Welcher's testing. Rentschler looked at, was John hit by a car? What happened after? Did he fall in the yard and fracture his head? He said you have to prove it occurred and eliminate all other possibilities. Next, he reviewed the steps of the scientific method, and he looked for literature on taillights causing abrasions. He said he formed a hypothesis, conducted experiments, analyzed the results, and then reevaluated his hypothesis. Welcher indicated John's arm was holding a drinking glass, and Welcher's test showed paint was consistent with John's arm marks. But that was the only test Rentschler saw that Welcher did between the light and the arm. He said it has nothing to do with force, how John's arm would have moved, how the light would have fractured, and how John would have gotten the lacerations on his arm. Welcher's report said it was a laceration, but they were superficial abrasions. He said a laceration was an incorrect term used by Welcher. Rentschler examined if the evidence from John's arm matched the evidence from John's sweatshirt. He testified there was no acute injury or fractures to John's right arm or hand. In the courtroom, they displayed an X-ray of John's hand and arm. They also showed photos of John's sweatshirt. He said there were 9 punctures in the sleeve, and Rentschler counted 36 superficial abrasions on John's arm. He said John's injuries are inconsistent with contacting the taillight because the number of holes in John's sweatshirt and the marks on his arm did not match. He said you have to line up 36 different contact points to match, and they did not. Next, he talked about the parallel lines in Welcher's report. Rentschler explained you cannot say that the area of blue paint corresponds to the area of abrasions if you don't take measurements. Instead, it shows the direction of abrasions and they don't line up with motion kinematics in Welcher's paint test. You can't get horizontal abrasions on the upper arm and vertical and angled abrasions on the forearm. Regarding the paint transfer test, Rentschler said that Welcher leaned into the car. He said it was not indicative of someone standing and having a car back into their arm. The paint test told nothing about what could have occurred, how the abrasions were produced, and it only showed if you put your arm in that position how the paint would transfer. He showed a PowerPoint and a video of the 15-mile-per-hour test. They also conducted a 17-mile-per-hour test. He noted the acceleration on the arm was almost 300 Gs, which is 3,000 pounds of force acting on the arm if the weight of the arm is 10 pounds, which is more than enough to fracture the arm and tear ligaments. He said that bones in the hand are weaker and smaller and take less force to fracture hands than the arm. He also conducted a 24-mile-per-hour test. He said the arm would spin around, but the center of mass and body is not going to move if it was not hit. If John was holding a glass, the SUV would strike his knuckles, but there was no evidence of dislocation. When the arm hit the taillight, it was not exposed to the fractured pieces because the pieces did not go anywhere because they were against the arm. As the arm moves away, the pieces move with the SUV. Attorney Jackson asked, is there any possible way for the broken pieces of taillight to out-accelerate the arm upon contact when the arm is being deflected away from the vehicle? Rentschler replied, it is not physically possible. There were no defects in the sweatshirt after the 24-mile-per-hour collision test. Next, they conducted a 29-mile-per-hour test with the arm. The results included extensive damage to the lift gate light, and there was about 4,000 pounds of force on the forearm, and about 1,400 to 3,000 pounds of force on the hand, which are well above levels you would get fractures. The final test was a 29-mile-per-hour center of mass impact with a dummy, and the result was extensive damage to the rear of the SUV. His opinion was the right arm did not break the taillight and cause abrasions. At these speeds, you would expect fractures at least to the hand and likely to the arm. He shared a presentation slide with a study that showed that even at less than 15 miles per hour, it would be expected that the bones in the hand would fracture. Another slide showed that at 10 miles per hour, you would have 600 to 1,200 pounds of force on the elbow, which is enough to fracture the bones. The next slide was an article on how to evaluate vehicle-pedestrian impacts and projection. He noted that legs, ankles, and knees are the most injured parts of the body. John O'Keefe only had a half a centimeter abrasion on the outside of his right knee, and Rentschler does not see how those kinematics would be the result of a sideswipe with Karen's SUV at approximately 24 miles per hour, which the prosecution is alleging. An impact at 24 miles per hour that impacts the knee or leg would not produce only a half a centimeter abrasion. Rentschler was asked, is Welcher's testing consistent with John being struck by an SUV, propelled perpendicular, backward 7 to 10 feet, then fall straight back onto a hard surface? He replied that the testing is inconsistent with those types of kinematics or scenario. Lastly, he was asked, is biomechanical evidence consistent with John's arm being impacted by an SUV and falling backward? He said it was inconsistent. Then it was time for Brennan to conduct the cross-examination, and Rentschler admitted he did not know the point of impact in a potential collision between John and Karen's SUV. Brennan asked about the issue of using a 50 percentile dummy that was not accurate to John's height or weight, and Rentschler said it was okay to use that dummy. Next, Brennan brought up Rentschler's Trial 1 testimony and how closely he worked with the defense, including the defense offering him a ride to the airport and to have lunch with them beforehand. Rentschler said he did eat with the defense, and it was captured on video, but that he did nothing wrong. He said he has never used the app Signal to communicate with the defense team. In the courtroom, they showed an x-ray of John's wound, and Rentschler said there were no fractures, but Brennan pointed out that x-rays do not show soft tissue damage or muscle tears. Brennan asked if a person can be struck by a car and not have bruising. Rentschler replied it depends on the speed, the part of the car that hits the person, the part of the body that gets hit, and the force. Rentschler agreed that in the ARCA testing, the plastic from the taillight broke different in every test, but he has never seen a case where you get those type of abrasions from a taillight. Brennan said Rentschler should not have used the dummy because that is not accurate for how a human skin would react to an impact, and Rentschler replied that was not what his testing was about. Brennan questioned the reliability of ARCA's testing without knowing all of the specific details of Karen crashing into John. Rentschler replied, if you don't know how something occurred, how can you conclude that it actually occurred? It scientifically makes no sense. Brennan said Rentschler did not know the position of John's arm or body at impact, and Rentschler replied that he didn't even think there was an impact, so it did not matter. Brennan asked if he considered phone data, and he replied it has nothing to do with biomechanics or accident reconstruction. Next, Brennan showed photos from the crime scene of taillight pieces, John's hat, and his shoe in the snow, and asked if Rentschler considered those items in his analysis. Rentschler said no, that has nothing to do with biomechanical analysis. If you can't prove that the impact happened, then everything after that does not actually matter. They showed a photo of the taillight shard from John's shirt and asked, did you know that taillight shards were collected from John's shirt and were consistent with Karen's Lexus? Rentschler said yes, but he did not examine how it could happen. He said the first step in biomechanical analysis is to look at the movement of the body, how the body is positioned, and where it ended up. So without that knowledge, you can't determine exactly how or if those shards were deposited in the shirt as a result of an actual impact. You can't look at alleged evidence and then form an opinion as to whether an impact occurred. Brennan asked, "Do you think any of those could cause an abrasion?" Rentschler replied that he did not think you could get a consistent level of superficial abrasions along the entire arm of minimal depth of less than 1/2 millimeter, and that minimal force on every part of the arm to only cause superficial abrasions would be highly unlikely. Brennan followed up, "Do you think some of those sharp pieces, if they were logged in John's sweatshirt, could cause an abrasion?" Rentschler said it was possible if you had enough punctures and holes in the sweatshirt to correspond with the abrasions on the arm. He noted that in their testing, there were 0 holes in the sweatshirt. He said he was aware that there was a piece of glass or plastic pulled from John's nose by Karen, and also glass near John's body and in the street, along with a drinking straw. But he said it was entirely inconsistent from an impact with a vehicle. To finish his questioning, Brennan asked Rentschler about testifying recently in this case, and he was asked if someone informed him of other witness testimony from Trial 1. Rentschler said yes, and that it helped him prepare for what was going on during the trial. Attorney Jackson came back for redirect. He referenced Attorney Brennan just asking Rentschler about "they informed you of witness testimony," and Jackson wanted to clarify that the "they" is no one from the defense team. Rentschler said it was correct and that it did not affect his opinions. He said he did not know when the evidence pieces outside Fairview Road were collected, but was aware that no evidence was found during the initial search after they found John's body. Jackson asked if the cut on John's nose was inconsistent with a vehicle collision. Rentschler replied, "If you're standing at the back corner of the vehicle and it strikes the arm, the debris goes forward with the vehicle. And if there were any contact with a person, it would be the right side of the face. The shard can't come out from the right and make a right turn and embed itself in the left side of the nose." Finally, Jackson asked, "Do you have an opinion whether injuries suffered by John are consistent with having been struck by Karen's SUV?" Rentschler replied, "No, they are not." Brennan came back for a few questions. He asked if John could have been clipped by Karen's SUV. Rentschler replied, "I don't think that's consistent with the evidence." He did agree that most of John's injuries were on the right side of his body. Brennan asked, "Do you add common sense when analyzing evidence?" Rentschler said you can look at the bigger picture if things make sense, but the physics, you can't deny it. You have to accept what science tells you. Finally, Brennan asked, "How did Karen's taillight break?" Rentschler said he did not know. There's no evidence of how it broke. Next, it was time for closing arguments. For the defense, Alan Jackson repeated from his opening statement, quote, "There was no collision, there was no collision, there was no collision," end quote. He alleged that the prosecution's case against Karen was corrupted from the start and overrun by conflicts, biases, and personal loyalties. Jackson said that State Police Trooper Michael Proctor's misconduct infected every single part of this case from the top to the bottom. He suggested the lengths to which police officers will go to protect their own at the expense of the rest of us. Next, he reviewed John's final hours and said that John and Karen were loving and affectionate as they drank with friends. He tried to place blame on Brian Higgins as the one who killed John, based on Higgins' flirty text with Karen. And he also played the video from the Waterfall bar of Brian Higgins and Brian Albert doing what he called sparring. He also claimed later in the video Higgins appeared agitated and hyper-focused on John O'Keefe, and told the jury this is what Michael Proctor and his investigation completely ignored. Jackson stated that John's phone data showed that he was alive and walking after he was purportedly struck by Karen's SUV. He further criticized police for failing to secure the crime scene or search inside the Alberts' home. He said that Karen drove home angrily after John went inside the house and failed to return. Her phone connected to the Wi-Fi at John's house at 12:36 a.m., and she left voicemails as she tried to get in touch with John. Jackson said, quote, "She didn't know what was happening with Higgins and Albert and with her boyfriend, John O'Keefe," end quote. Next, he said Karen found John's body beaten, battered, and bloody in the snow outside 34 Fairview Road. After John fell backward due to a punch, his right arm had abrasions from an obvious dog attack. He cited the lack of bruising or broken bones on John's body. The company ARCA conducted actual testing, not some ridiculous blue paint kindergarten project, and found John's injuries and the damage to Karen's taillight were inconsistent. He questioned why there was no skin or blood found on the taillight shards recovered outside the home, if they had, in fact, cut into John's arm. He said, quote, "Michael Proctor clearly is radioactive," and talked about Proctor's inappropriate text messages about Karen. He asked the jury, quote, If the Massachusetts State Police can't trust him, how can you trust him with this investigation and with your verdict and with Karen Reed's life?" End quote. He said reasonable doubt abounds and told the jury to find Karen Reed not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. For the prosecution's closing statement, Hank Brennan described John as kind, generous, thoughtful, and dedicated to helping others. On January 29, 2022, John O'Keefe needed some help. Instead of calling 911, Karen Reed simply drove away. She was drunk. She hit him and she left him to die. He pointed to the couple's crumbling relationship as a possible motive, suggesting Karen's text with John from January 28th showed an unstable relationship. Brian Higgins was friendly with John, even if Higgins' flirtation with Karen was not honorable. The retrograde analysis put Karen's blood alcohol level between 0.14% and 0.28% at 12:45 a.m. on the 29th, and Karen admitted she shouldn't have been driving. First responders to the scene testified that Karen told them her last conversation with John was an argument. Brennan suggested that argument happened after Jen McCabe was giving directions to Fairview Road and mentioned the Albert's house was near a woman who John had previously dated. After John and Karen argued outside the Albert's house, John got out of the car and Karen slammed her car in reverse. He stated that prosecutors are not trying to prove that Karen intended to kill John or even hit him. They wanted to prove that Karen intended to put the car in reverse and accelerate toward John. The data from Karen's SUV tells a story that can't be changed. After that, Karen called John's phone more than 50 times that morning, but she never called 911. It took Karen 28 minutes from the time she left John's house until she arrived at Jen McCabe's house, which normally only takes 10 minutes. He described Karen as panicked, frantic, and out of her mind screaming when she arrived at the McCabe's house. He asked, quote, "What is causing this extraordinary duress? Did she stop somewhere on the way by? Did she just see death?" End quote. Karen was the first person to see John's body and told first responders, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." He accused Karen's attorneys of branding witnesses who offered adverse or inconvenient testimony to be liars, perjurers, or conspirators. Brennan acknowledged Trooper Proctor's firing, but argued the ex-trooper's actions, while dishonorable, do not undermine the investigation's integrity. He noted Karen's taillight already appeared to be missing most of its cover when it was captured on video leaving John's driveway at 5:07 a.m. and then later on police dashcam at 8:23 a.m. He said Karen left John alone to die, and he concluded John O'Keefe was a person and he was murdered by Karen Reed. The jury returned a verdict that Karen was not guilty for causing John O'Keefe's death, but that she did drive drunk, for which she received a sentence of 1 year's probation. And that concludes my summary of Trial 2. I also have a few other videos where I analyze the evidence. Thanks for watching.